You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Sunday, July 31st, 2022, at around 10 a.m., which is quite unusual for us. Normally, we live stream at night. And today, we're just going to hang out for a few hours, and we're going to go through the Board Game Geek preview for Gencon. So Gencon is a board game convention in America, in the Midwest, where I live. And Board Game Geek, for each board game convention, they put out a list of the games that they expect to be there. There'll be games for sale there and games to demo. And there's currently 553 games on the list, and we're going to scroll through all of them. And mostly skip over them. We're going to have to be ruthless because with 553 games, we can only spend a little bit of time. So for most of them, we're going to be just saying no, no, nope, nope, nope. And occasionally, if we get one that I'm interested in, or if someone in the chat is interested in, you can let me know and we'll watch a video on it. We'll read a little bit more about it and so on. So we'll dig deep into ones that we're interested in, but we'll be ruthless about getting rid of most of them. So let's talk about a little bit of preliminaries. If you notice, I'm in my normal space with the bookshelf, but you probably notice like a little halo around me or something. You might, and that's because I'm actually not in front of my bookshelf, I'm in front of a green screen. And that's so that we can look together at the screen. So we're trying some new technological stuff here today. And we also can bring up stuff on the screen. If someone in the comments in the chat wants to say something, chat like this while we're scrolling through. That's it. Okay, so we've got all the technology here. We're ready to go. We're ready to try some new stuff. Rebecca says the audio for the background video is drowning you out. Okay. I'm not going to put that background video on anymore. The only time going forward that you should hear anything is when we're watching a video, and hopefully I've got the earbuds so I can hear it as well. So hopefully if all goes well, the only time there'll be audio in the background is when we are watching a video together, so I won't be talking. All right, so a couple of preliminary things first. Some housekeeping. We've been playing these play-by-mail Sherlock Holmes and LA Noire games, and we play them once a week when the reply comes in. One of the replies has come in for the Sherlock Holmes game, so we'll be playing that on Monday or Tuesday, right before I leave for Gencon. If the other reply comes in, we'll be seeing that as well. Now, as for joining me for this video, I don't know how long it'll take, several hours. We'll have breaks occasionally. But I think, you know, the main reason to watch this is if you just want to hang out, you're bored, you want to chat, or if you've got some games you want us to look at together, or if you haven't looked through this list, you want to look through it live with me. You can open up your computer and you can open up the page and go through it as well. But if you just want to skim, it would be better to watch these videos, not live, but afterwards. And there are two better videos doing this that I know of, at least. The Dice Tower did one that's a little over 2 hours long, and that's with 4 of them. It's Tom and then some of the other helpers. I don't think Z is in it, but so they did a quick skim of the list. And then Rob's gaming table is the other channel. That's the couple. And they've got a good setup there. And they spent many hours going through the list and talking about general Gen Con tips and stuff, which I don't have many. Maybe we'll talk about a couple of them. So I'm recommending you watch those instead of this one. But if you're here and you want to hang out or just drop in and out throughout the course of the next couple of hours, you are welcome to. All right, anything else, any other bookkeeping that we need to go through? If you see a game you want to look at while we scan through, you want me to go deeper into, let me know. You should know that I'm not quite in the loop as much as I used to be, although I did go through a bunch of these ahead of time. But my board game interests have sort of narrowed recently. And, you know, I'm interested in sort of clever party games and quick 2-player elegant games, and then some heavier 2-player games. But I tend to be less, I'll play anything, but my actual interest in owning and buying games, they have to be quite special. All right, so Rebecca Minnick is in the channel. Let's just catch up with people in the channel. My wife is in the channel. They say the audio seems a bit quiet. Is the audio okay now when I'm just talking? So Anna's here, Rebecca's here, Jonathan Warner is here. Do you guys have big games that you're really looking forward to this year? I don't. Audio's okay now. Okay, that's fine. Should we just jump into it, or do you want to talk about Gen Con a little bit? Tips of Gen Con? One of the things we have to decide here is if we want to sort these on anything other than the default sort. So you can sort by publisher, which is the default, but we could also sort them by the ones that are most popular. I guess I just as soon use the default sorting since we're going to go through them all. Does anyone want to talk about general Gen Con stuff? Maybe we should just go through it, and then when we take a break, we can talk about general Gen Con tips and everything. All right, so let's practice getting brutal about rejecting stuff. Okay, so let's familiarize ourselves with how this works here. We can turn the stats on. The stats just tell us how many people have said they must have it. They're interested, undecided. I guess we don't really care too much about that. Okay, so this is some bullshit light-hearted light game that if you've got the perfect group might be interesting. for a laugh, but not for me. I'm not a huge fan of this comic or this kind of humor or this light game. So that's that. Now I do want to. I actually did want to say one more thing that we're gonna do. I was looking through some of these and watching some videos. For example, if we click into the master data, we've got one video by Bowers from Bowers Corner. I think the Bowers Game Corner. Yeah. Okay. So here's the other thing we're gonna do today. We're gonna talk a little bit about YouTubers and which videos are useful to watch to get quick overviews. We may come across a game or two that Greg and I have reviewed, but our reviews are terrible for this. And I realized while I was watching some of these that you really do, it's a different, if you just want a quick 2-minute overview to see if a game is for you, a lot of these reviews are not suitable. And I've found a couple that are my favorites. So we'll talk about some YouTube channels as we go through some of these. All right, so this is just this typical game where one person puts out a card and says, like, here's the kind of person I am. Can you, who wants to date me? And everyone tries to play a card and get some laughs. I don't need that. Okay, Blazin, I mean, we can just quickly click at some of these. When we see the images, we might say, okay, that's not for us, or that's for us. You have to learn to be ruthless about deciding that a game is not quite right for you. Okay, Blazin, let's see. Pattern building set collection. I mean, I don't hate set collection stuff, but I don't love it. This one doesn't excite me. So we'll move right along. All right, Cryptid Cafe. I watched a recent playthrough of Cryptid. They spun off a whole bunch of games from Cryptid. And Cryptid seems like a pretty cool deduction game. This one, Cryptid Cafe, Tom Vassell didn't love it. This is you're feeding people. All right, so let's try a test. Let's just watch one of these or scan one of these quick videos and see how it goes.
In this game, players are serving cryptids, which are going to start here, and as the game goes by, they're going to be progressing down, and you'll be adding more cryptids here. Each of these cryptids has some specific foods they're trying to eat, and a certain amount of the different kinds of delicious, disgusting, what do we have? Hexpresso, hot apple spiders.
Okay, so light filler game, but not for me. I do occasionally, I like a good filler, but it has to be really elegant and clean. And this art is nice, but nothing special about it. Okay, here's a gardening game. There was an interesting, there is another gardening planting game that does look interesting to me. This one, some of the art looks pretty beautiful. You get the feeling that there are a lot of games trying to cash in on that wingspan appeal of beautiful art. Looks like my mother and my wife have stopped by to say hello this stream. Okay. This one looks a little busy to me, but it looks attractive. Let's see if we've got a review of this somewhere. So, I find that Tom Vassell's reviews are quite useful for getting to the heart of the game and giving his opinion quickly. And who else do I really like for their reviews? Tom Vassell gets right into it, and let's see what Tantrum House says.
Become a gardener racing to create and grow a garden that has 4 flowers along with other seedlings and plants.
I want to see the game.
And tokens. At the beginning of the game, you'll place out the plants and seedlings and give each player 5 flowers that they'll draft. Players also take 5 resources, a combination of water and sunlight.
Nope.
While players...
Okay, that's it. We have to be this brutal if we're going to get through these games. Or more brutal. Okay, Gasha looks like a young kids game, not for us. Ghosts and Candy, again, young kids game, not for us. Okay, so here we have our first sort of hot game that's been talked about a lot. Rebecca says we're playing Garden Bow, whether you like it or not. So Rebecca is one of the people that I go to Gencon with. So Rebecca likes it, so I guess we're going to end up playing that. Okay, so Green Team Wins has got lots of buzz, and so I do want you guys to look at this one because I'm always interested in clever little twists for party games, even if you only get one play out of it. And this is a very simple concept, but there's some psychology about it that makes it fun. Basically, let me see if I can explain it because there's only one video and it will take too long. You've got these questions in a stack, and here you can see there are 3 different kinds. One is a 3-item multiple choice. It says, what flavor should green be? Do you think green flavored like gum or candy should be lime, apple, or watermelon? Or you could get these cards that are choice of 2 things. Would you rather have waffle fries or curly fries? And then one is a fill in the blank. And you can see one of the nice things about this, if you're a board gamer, you tend to look for games that cover different player counts. This one goes up to 12 players. So basically everyone has a whiteboard that they can mark on. You pick a question. Let's say the question was that French fries. Do you want waffle fries or curly fries? Everyone writes their answer secretly, and then everyone reveals their answer. Could have up to 12 people. And you find the majority answer. So if the majority picked curly fries, then everyone who chose curly fries, they get on the green team and they get a point. And if they were already on the green team, they get a bonus point. Everyone who picked an answer that wasn't the majority is on the losing team. And that's all you do. You just go question after question. But there's the joy of trying to get into the group think, trying to get the same answer as the majority, and then this little psychology thing of being in the in group or the out group. And so you're rewarded for the number of answers you get right, especially if you were already in that group. So I really love team games, and I love that feeling where it's that social psychology feeling of like we're on the same wavelength. So I'm a fan of all of those wavelength games. Wavelength is one of them. Any game where you get that social moment where you feel like you're connected to someone, you were thinking the same thing, is fun. And this one has that where it's prolonged, like you could see you would stick with one person for a long time. Anyway, very clever. It seems like you really don't need those game cards. There's nothing special about those cards. You could play it with pieces of paper and almost any multiple choice trivia game. But I like it. It's clever. I suspect it's going to be quite popular at Gen Con, and cheap. And just if you have 10 people, what other games can you play that are this quick, this fun, that would have real laughter? So I think this is a win, but you could make it yourself out of some other games. So for me, this is a probably must-have. You can see I've marked some of the games already. Okay, Holly Jolly. This is I saw a review of this by Z Garcia. It's just a cute little, very lightweight game where you're trying to get matches and build up set collection type thing, but not doesn't need to be owned. Okay, Longboard, same thing. I mean, we could take a look at these photos. If you're interested in this, you should have this open at home, and then if you see a game that you're interested in that I don't dig into, you can open it up. But this looks fairly generic and boring and not for me. Okay, oh my brain. This is another little tiny card game, lightweight filler, not for me. Prehistories. This has a little bit of a feel of paleo, which I loved, but looks much more lightweight. Here's Z Garcia. Let's see if we can watch a little bit of this.
Hey, everybody, Z Garcia. 8 tokens right here, and you're going to do that by completing objectives. Now, you have recurring objectives here. If you have one of these legendary animals down here, you can get rid of one. For every line across and every column that you complete on your player.
Nope, I don't like tile laying. I don't like the spatial stuff. I don't like polyominoes, so that's not for me. Okay, Ra. There are a lot of games on this list that aren't really new. And Ra is a very old game, but it's gone through a bunch of reprints recently and some deluxe version. It's a classic Reiner Knizia game with some very clever, unusual auction bidding. He loves auction bidding math type stuff. If you haven't played Ra, it's worth trying, especially if you like auction games. I have played it. It's okay. It's not quite for me. Okay, Sunny Day Sardines. This is another lightweight little 15-minute game. No, not for me. Flick to the Death dexterity game. So I have very little room in my life for dexterity games. They have to be very special. I tend to like the stacking games. But this, what's happening here with this mouse? It's going down on its own. Reality Shift. Race your bike on a virtual 3D track that you hack while heading to the finish. That sounds not so good. We should say this is the big 3D cubes that you arrange and then move your magnetic ships on them. No, don't want that. So, we're gonna be throwing out most of these games. Some of them might be good games. But we have to be brutal about this. Stellaris, Infinite Legacy. This is a 4X game that's meant to be quicker, 2-hour. Does not look very attractive. I've got room in my life for one of these types of games, maybe Twilight Imperium or Eclipse. This does not seem like it unless you learned more about it, but nothing about that jumps out to me as wanting to look at it. Okay, Western Twilight. I like the art. Let's see what we've got here. Okay, so here's one of these games that has almost nothing about it. No videos. Area majority. Okay, so I am not a big area majority person. I don't like direct conflict, fighting for areas of the map. It's hard to see. There's nothing about this game. Okay, we can't make a decision about that. No pictures, nothing. Okay, 4 humors. All right, let's just click on here for a second because I know when I looked at this that Alex Radcliffe from Board Game Co. has a video. So Alex is another one of the videos that I find very helpful.
Hey, I'm Alex Radcliffe from Board Game Co. And today I'm reviewing 4 Humors, a delightfully whimsical game of backstabbery and betrayal and distrust and prisoner's dilemma, designed by Charlie McCarran, published by Adam's Apple Games. This is a game that is currently on Kickstarter. Make sure to go to the link down below and check it out because I do recommend getting your hands on a copy of this game, if it's your type of game, and we'll get into that, don't worry about that. But to begin with, this game ultimately is going to be very heavily focusing on a little bit of betrayal, a little bit of bluffing, a lot of prisoner's dilemma. There's a lot of trying to figure out where to place things that make sense both logically as well as understanding the people at the table, how they play, when they work together, when they backstab you, who you can convince, who you can ally with, who you can, well, totally not ever trust, and a lot of that going on in this game. But I want to go into a brief overview of what you're trying to do here, because speaking for myself, I had a hard time really understanding exactly how this game plays out, and so hopefully I can do a decent job of trying to deliver the way this game works.
Get to it.
has this different 6, whatever it is, location.
A little bit.
This 16 goals, if I'm not mistaken, and you're going to use 4 in every single game. And the goal is ultimately to achieve 2 of those 6 goals. The first person to achieve 2 of those 6 goals will trigger endgame, at which point whoever has achieved the most will win the game. And in the games I've played, I've never actually seen anyone get.
Trying to jump ahead to the important part here.
That too much, and there's a whole thing. I guess I'll skip on the theme aspect of it, but different aspects of the humors can push you in different directions thematically. From a practical application of the game, what you're trying to do is ultimately whoever resolves a location will put their token on the board at that location, and more than one player can successfully do so. This is not a winner-take-all situation.
Okay, so this game actually has some interesting mechanics where you put a token face down on a card, and then someone can join you if you're telling the truth about a card, but if you lie about it, for me, games that have that social aspect of lying, bluffing, negotiation have to be very quick, light, fun games. A deep strategy game that's got bluffing and tricking people doesn't work for me. Okay, Planet Unknown is quite popular. You can see it's got 230 thumbs up. But here's another game that's not for me. And you can see it's a polyominoes game. You're sort of building out this map of stuff with things that fit on the grid in different ways. This is obviously some deluxe version of it. But I do not enjoy these games. I'm not terrible at them, but I do not enjoy them. All right, Dog Lover. You can see this is somewhere it says it's based on Cat Lady. Very light game, nothing special, not for me. Guild of Merchant Explorers I've got marked as undecided. Let's take a quick look at this. So I like the look of this. This looks like it might be area control, but it's not. You can see each player has their own board, and they're trying to maximize their points on it. It looks like it's almost like a roll and write. So let's actually see if Alex doesn't do a better job of explaining this time.
I love how we've gotten to a point now where we're taking roll and writes and making them back into board games. Hey, I'm Alex. It's a flip and write, or therefore it's a flip and place because you're not writing. It's a flip and place. A flip and write. It's a roll and write, is what I'm trying to say. Every single turn, what you're going to do is you're going to go into this deck of cards. You're going to reveal a card. Whatever that card is, you're going to put it on this board, which helps you realize what has and has not been used. And so you're going to go ahead and say, look, we got a mountain region. Each player with their own boards will go ahead and take an explorer, and they'll put it down on a mountainous region adjacent to either their starting capital or alternatively to any other tokens they have already placed out. So you're making progress as you slowly explore the lands. Why are you doing this? Well, let's keep placing for a second. We'll come back to it. Over here, we're going to go ahead and place on any 2 of that region. Over here, we'll place on any 2 greens. Over here, you'll place on any 2 completely wild, but they have to be touching each other. And then over here, you have 3 water in a row. So you have to place 3 water in a straight line. Those are the rules. It's pretty simple. That's all you're going to do. The game's going to take place across 4 rounds. You're trying to score as many points just by placing explorers on the map. That's all that's happening. But every single round, starting with round 1, you're going to have this 1 card. When that 1 card comes out, all the players are going to go ahead and grab 2 cards from this deck of cards and then pick one of the coolest cards you've ever seen, or at least the coolest cards you've ever seen in this game. You see, these cards, they're not like place 1 down or place 2 down. We have investigate a mountain spot over here. This mountain spot, you're going to choose a mountain, and then you're going to explore all the mountain spaces, all the spaces around.
Okay, so you get the idea there. I actually am a fan. Sometimes they call these multiplayer solitaire games. I tend to like I like these games where you can focus on your own little world and try to get a good score out of it. And I like the art on that, so that's impossible for me. But that would be one of those games where you only need one of those, and I'm not sure that's the right one. Okay, now Ready Ready, set, bet. This is an interesting one. This has gotten some hype. Let's see if we can watch this. There's only one video, but it's a video by the designers. Let's watch a little bit of this. I tend to buy these horse racing games because I like for the right party group, it can be fun. Let's just take a look at.
Hello, my name is Kirk with AEG, and I'm going to teach you how to play Ready, Set, Bet. Ready, Set, Bet is played over 4 rounds. Each round consists of players betting on a single horse race while the action is happening. After each race, players win or lose money for their placed bets. Players also earn VIP rewards and bet on exotic finishes to enhance their experience. After 4 rounds, the player with the most money wins. Let's start with game setup. Place the bet board in the center of the table. Shuffle the prop bet. Place the money chips in
jump ahead a little bit.
Same color. If there are 7 or 8 betting players, each player returns one of their number 3 tokens to the bottom.
All right, let me stop here. I can just explain the part that's interesting about this. There's someone running the game who's rolling dice to move these horses in real time. So the race is happening in real time while everyone else is competing to get their bets on the thing. And the little hook, Greg likes to say that most of these board games, there's some little hook. The little hook in this game is that once a betting space is played, no one else can go there. So you're sort of got this tension between betting early, where you get the best payoffs and cheapest bets, but you don't know as much about the race, or waiting till the race is getting further along when you've got more information and then betting in the odds that aren't quite as good, and you can bet on these prop bets for weird things to happen. So it's clever. It's got these clever mechanics where you can't place the same bet as anyone else. So you can see you can bet on this horse winning, but you've got, as someone takes the better odds, only the worse odds are left. Anyway, it's quite clever to me. I like the idea of one person running it in real time. So it's a real time sort of party game, betting game. I tend to like those, or at least I like the idea of the gambling games that are happening in real time. Rebecca says pass on all betting games. All right. This is a dilemma. If you're a board gamer, there are games you might want, but then there are games that you have to ask, is your group going to like it and play it? And if your group won't play it, if you don't have someone to play with, that's one of the things you learn as you play board games. If you don't have a group to play with, the board game is not much use to you. Okay, wallpaper is just some pattern matching thing. Wormholes looked a little bit interesting. It's pick up and deliver on a map, but you can create wormholes to make it a little more efficient to build. This is something that my board game groups used to like, but it's just okay. Nothing special. Okay, that's the first 25. We've got a lot to go through. Let's maybe pick up the pace a little bit here. Okay, so here's one I marked as interesting. Dungeons, Dice, and Danger. I believe this is a roll and write, which have gotten quite popular, designed by Richard Garfield from Magic the Gathering. And this one looks pretty. I haven't quite gotten into the roll and writes, but I can see there's a little itch, and this is the kind of itch that could get scratched for me. You can see, well, let's watch Rodney explain how to play it very briefly, because this one looks, if you're looking for a quick roll and write, maybe that you could play with younger kids, this one might be it, and it looks nice. So let's see if we can jump ahead to Rodney explaining this.
They want to play on. Each of these pads of paper has 2 different dungeons in them. On one side of the page, you'll find one of the dungeons, and on the other side, you'll find another. And the same is true, of course, in this pad as well. Now, if it's your very first game, they recommend that you all play the Annoyed Animals dungeon. Each player now takes their own matching sheet from the selected pad and one of the included pencils. And in this video, we'll assume we have 2 players. I should point out I have my sheet on the board just so I have a firm surface to write on. Now the person who most recently defeated a monster becomes the first player and collects these 5 dice. Or you can just pick someone randomly. And that's the setup. In Dungeons, Dice, and Danger, players will roll the dice to cross off spaces on their sheets that represent exploring, fighting monsters, collecting treasures, and other daring feats. Once all the monsters have been defeated, the game ends, and the players will check to see who has proved to be the most heroic by scoring the most points. The game begins with whoever is holding the dice, and they are known as the active player, while everyone else is considered a passive player. The active player now rolls the dice where everyone can see them, and let's say these were the results. Each player now builds 2 pairs using the white dice. For example, I might pair this 5 and 1 together to make 6.
I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. Basically,
Shows a dungeon which has a variety of numbers.
You start crossing off locations, and you have to actually travel, and then if you travel, you cross off, you could score points, or you can travel and get to a monster, in which case you have to slowly defeat it, and then there's sort of a race. Whoever kills the monster first gets a little bonus. It's very pretty. You can get wounded, then your wound marker over here goes down till it kills you, and over here you can choose to use special powers and give yourself certain weapons. So it's actually very pretty, very clever. You could see kids might love this, but it also could be a little bit fun. You're sharing dice, but it's a little bit asymmetric, so you're never going to do exactly the same thing. And 4 different dungeons you can go in. It looks cute. It's not going to be a deep game, but maybe for a roll and write, it might be fun. Okay, Autobahn, build roads. I don't think this one's for me. Let's see. Yeah, a little too messy. Okay, Dice Hospital. These are sort of busy dice rolling games. I am not a fan of dice rolling. Well, this one looks like it's got Suburbia looking tiles, but this is a perfect example. I like Suburbia. I don't want to be dealing with dice rolling Suburbia. So I looked at these. None of these look all very interesting to me. Okay, Eternal Palace. Let's see what that one looks like. You guys let me know if there's a game you want me to dwell on or look deeper in. Okay, so this one had some beautiful pieces where you're actually assembling a piece of art by combining these little overlays on your easel. So it's a very beautiful table presence type thing. Tom Vassell was reviewing it though and saying it was a real pain in the butt to set these things up and everything, and it didn't sound all that good, but it sure looks pretty, but not for me. Okay, Dice Hunters. Again, I'm not a big dice person. No images of this one and no American videos. I think we're just gonna have to put that one aside. Okay, Llama Dice. Llama was a card game or something, but I am not a fan of these small little dice games. And here's another kids game, another kids game. This is a game where there's a whole genre of games where you get a card that shows you a pattern and you have to reproduce it. This one, you're reproducing it with these little magnetic plastic pieces. If this is
together, and then everyone just has starts from what they just built.
Okay, so I don't have a copy on hand, but
yipes! Oof.
Oh wow. Okay. Oh, we need that one.
Okay, this video is no good. But if you think you like this, there's a whole bunch of games that do this where you're constructing things. This one looks the least appealing of all of them to me. Like the 3D blocks seem more interesting. There's another one that's African themed that seems more interesting. Okay, Saboteur. This is a card game where one person could be a saboteur and you're sort of building a tile laying layout to get to some goal. We've had fun with base Saboteur, but I think I'm done with it. I don't need it. Where is Mousy? This looks like a little light kids game. Critters at War, Flies, Lies, and Supplies. This doesn't look very good, but let's take a look and see if we can see anything. No images, no videos, nothing. Okay. You can see this one seems to be for sale, but no one has posted anything about it. I don't understand that. You make a game. That's a bad sign. Someone makes a game and they don't even, there's not even one forum post about it. Okay, Foundations of Rome. This is a fairly popular, beautiful, big game. Look at this. You can pay up with add-ons. You can pay up to $250. This has got these big minis of buildings, 3D buildings made out of plastic that you lay out. I don't know much about it. I tend to not like these big, heavy plastic mini games, but I really don't know much about it. I wonder if we can get a little quick video. Let's see if one of our favorite people can talk about it. So most of these video reviews are long-winded like me. That's worthless. It takes too long to get any information. Alex tends to be good. Tom
this is one of the few games where I have played this at every single player count with every single module and expansion and option, including solo mode, before reviewing it because I like it that much. Hey, I'm Alex Radcliffe from Gencon, and today I'm reviewing Foundations of Rome from Arcane Wonders, and while I probably saved you a whole lot of time in my opinion with that opening, it may not be a game for you, especially with the price point on this game, especially with how expensive it is to get your hands on. Foundations of Rome is a game worth finding out whether it's a fit for you and your tastes. Foundations of Rome, this is the deluxe Kickstarter version of the game, which I believe is currently the only version of it available. I don't know their plans on bringing it back to Kickstarter or not. I hope it shows up. People seem to like Deed of Land. You can buy any one of these Deeds of Lands, and in return, once you get that, you'll take G6 and you'll place your marker on G6. I have the board already set up, so that part's a little harder, but you're basically going to take a marker, take a deed marker, pay for a deed, put the marker on the board, and you've locked in a plot of land. Then the plots will slide downwards, and that's effectively the clock on the round, because once one of the 3 piles, the deeds at the beginning of the game, you're going to start the game with 6 deeds each to give you a bit of a predefined starting. From there, the deeds will be divided into 3 piles. You'll have different sized boards based on the player count, and then as the deeds run out, that will trigger the end of the age. So you can sit there and say, hey, I really want that F7, it's going to cost me 8, or I could gamble on the fact that if I do other things in the meantime, that'll probably creep down to a 4 and I'll still be able to buy it. Or maybe somebody to my left buys it for 6 coins instead before it gets down that low. So there's always a trade-off, always a bit of a push and pull, because your money is not unlimited in the game, and you have to try to figure out the most efficient way to get what you want. The third action, and the reason to have deeds, is so you can actually sit there and put a building onto the board. As your deeds create little sections, whether sections of 1, a 2 section, as you have a 4x2x2 for a 4 section over there, as you create sections, you're going to have the ability to put buildings on the board in those spots, so you can go ahead and say, hey, I'm going to remove these 2 from the board. Let's go ahead and put a 2 population building on that spot, and then bump my population up by 2 on this tracker. So you're going to be putting buildings on the board, buildings that come in one of 3 primary types. You'll have your commerce buildings, which gives you more income every time you take an income action. You have your population buildings, which will move you up the population track and be a big part of the consistent scoring across 3 rounds. You're going to score for population 3 times during the game. And then lastly, you have civic buildings, which all score based on what they're touching. Civic buildings will be looking for buildings next to them, yours or your opponent's, and saying, hey, I'm next to a bunch of...
Yeah, it looks beautiful. I mean, if you wanted to have like one deluxe game like that, boy, does that look nice with those buildings. But I'm not sure I don't need to spend $200 on it. Rebecca says, you're not being cutthroat enough. Video is too long. Okay, Picture Perfect. We know that came out last year or so. It's a very clever game where everyone has different goals. You put out your people and you take a photograph with your camera to try to meet your goals. Like this guy should be behind this guy, whatever. Here's a little expansion for it. Sherlock Holmes. I am not that game is cool, clever, but not for me. So I don't need the expansion. Here's a cooperative game. Expansion. Doesn't look like it's for me. Okay, no videos, no pictures, nothing. Expansion for a game I don't know. Okay, expansion for Last Aurora, which I don't know, so we could skip that. Orconomics is not a new game. Here's a second edition of it. This one looked a little bit interesting. Let's just take a quick look at some images of it.
Wait. You did look at your starting 3 cards?
I did.
Perfect. Just make sure you do. Okay. Perfect. I got that, and I got that. Okay. Great.
You can have it.
Cool.
Well,
I can't.
Excellent. I'm going to go ahead and put down a company there.
It's going to bankrupt all of you.
Exactly.
He's
That's the
trying to
plan.
get 3 in a row.
I
We have
know.
to do something about that.
How did you figure that out? Okay.
He only has 2 gold skulls and I have more now. So.
Then from there, I'm going.
Okay, not for me. Looks okay. Quartermaster General, World War II in 2 hours. No, not really. War of the Ring, the card game. This probably is not of interest to me. I tend not to be a huge fan of these. This isn't a living card game. Up to 4 players compete in 2 teams. So battling cards, this is sort of a Magic the Gathering type thing. Not quite for me. First in Fight. So this was an interesting deck building game. Deck builders I have a very mixed relationship with. I keep wanting to find the perfect one that I'll love, and I never quite find it. Trains I like a lot. This one has got beautiful art. And let's take a quick look at a video of First in Flight, because this one looks a little bit interesting. I feel like I'm advertising for Alex Radcliffe, but he's just, he gets
Honestly,
to the important
easily the
stuff
best
pretty
part of this game is watching somebody build an amazing plane and never letting them get a chance to fly it. Hey, I'm Alex Radcliffe from Board Game Co. And today I'm reviewing First in Flight, a game about being the first aviators in history. This will be over on Kickstarter. I'll have a link down below. You can check that out. And everything you see here, box components, rules, all those things, everything subject to change. First in Flight is a game in which you're trying to build out the first flying plane, or flying a one of these spots over here. They can go ahead and take a flight action. When they do that, what they're going to do is they're going to take that flight action and they're going to shuffle up their flight deck and they're going to start drawing cards from it until, well, let's go through it. You're going to draw a card, you have a flight distance of 1, of 2, whoa, that's 2, but we drew one of our bad cards over there, that's not great, that's going to be 2 damage. If we get 4 damage, we're going to have to crash and burn. We have 3, 4, 5, and another damage, so that is a very short flight. This was not the goal here, the goal was...
Okay, so it's deck building with a little bit of push your luck. I like that idea. I would certainly be willing to play it, but probably not own it. Okay, this might be a game for someone who likes these power games like Power Grid and Power Grid the card game. It looks like you're sort of building a tableau and having to power it. These just don't click with me. They don't excite me. Okay, Betrayal at House on the Hill. This is an old game getting more reprints. It's the kind of game that if you had the exact right group, you might have fun, but it's very hard to find the right group to play. One person turns out to have to go in a different room and read a whole booklet of how they're the saboteur at the end of the game. It's not so good. Hero Quest expansion. If you're a fan of Hero Quest, you might be interested in that. Risk Shadow Forces. Okay, I've marked this as undecided. The only thing that really jumps out to me is look what it re-implements. Risk Legacy, one of the first legacy board games ever. So this is a legacy style game. You write on your game, mark it, put stickers on it, even throw away parts of it. So that automatically makes it something I'm curious about. I'm very curious about all of the legacy games. And if you found the right group...
is looked fondly upon by you and yours. Let me know down below. And if you have any that you'll be able to, and then you zoom in periodically to do a particular thing, and then zoom out, sort of like an old school Final Fantasy VII style RPG.
Okay, nothing to do there. But I'm curious to look at it to see what the legacy stuff is. I'd love to play Risk Legacy with a group. Okay, we've got another game that's not been, no information. Okay, That's the next 25. We're at 50. Okay, Cult of the Deep. Let's try to be a little more ruthless here. This is a 4 to 8 player game that looks like it's fairly complicated and has people with hidden roles and betrayal. It looks quite busy and just not like you'd never, with dice, that's just, there's no group that I want to play that with. Mischief of Faction. Okay, so here's a mega game, 6 to 25 players, and there's very little details on that. So that I'd like to go to actually take a look at that being played out of curiosity, but I have no group that I could play that with. Another game that has no information. Castle of Mad King Ludwig, an old game. Here's a collector's edition. This is a polyomino type laying out things not for me. Cat in the Box. This is a, I thought this was a trick-taking type game, but it looked, yeah, it's a trick-taking game that's overly complicated. It's exactly what I don't want my trick-taking games to be. Okay, Sink or Swim. This is a, Rebecca says yes to Cat in the Box. All right, well, let's take a look at that then. Let's see if you, I marked it as interested, but I'm not really interested in it. Let's take a look at Board Game Geek video of it. He's pretty good. He makes some very short videos. Let's see what he says.
Cat in the Box Deluxe Edition is the quintessential quantum trick-taking game for 2 to 5 cool cats, where your card's color isn't defined until you play it. After receiving your hand of cards, you'll be able to bid on how many tricks you think you'll be able to take. And when you play a card, you'll decide the color by placing it on a certain spot on your board, like a yellow 5. And you'll denote that on this main board, so now no one else can play a yellow 5 and you've just made the lead suit yellow. But let's say this player doesn't want to play yellow. They can say they don't have any yellow, they want to play 1 blue and not follow the lead suit. But let's say the next player plays an 8 yellow thinking they're going to win the trick. But the last player in the trick has a tough decision to make. They also say they have no more yellow because they're going to go red, which is trump. And even though this is a smaller number than the 8 yellow, the highest trump card will win and even beat that 8 yellow, which was the lead suit. So they've won one of the 2 tricks they want to make. However, they're giving themselves less options going forward. And that could be hugely costly because at the end of the round, by default, you'll get 1 point per trick. And
perfect example of, you know, trick-taking games have their place. And I bought a really fun one at the last Gen Con called Stick'em, and they should be simple, clean, elegant, fun. This just looks way too convoluted and clever. Okay, Sink or Swim. This is the kind of game that sort of piques my interest. It's a real-time, app-driven game that's cooperative, and you basically lay out these goals, and then everyone has to sort of, within a time frame, agree what cards you're going to play in certain areas. And I like everything. That part sounds good, but actually watching the game and the gameplay did not sound appealing to me. Okay, we've got a bunch of games on the list that are re-themes of this game 49, and I'm trying to think what's the game. No Thanks. Okay, so here's a perfect example of No Thanks is like, to me, one of the bright shining spots of elegance in board games. It's a small game. The rules are so simple. You're just trying to avoid getting certain cards, and you have to bid to avoid getting them, and certain things happen that make certain cards worse for some people and better for others. Then there's a whole bunch of games that use that idea but are much more complicated. And here's a good example of a game where you're trying to get certain squares to get 4 in a row, and then a whole bunch of complications, and you're bidding on them. Just to me, everyone should have No Thanks, and it's hard to do any better than that. So now, sounds fishy. This one looked interesting to me. These are these 4 to 10 players. So here's a little party game, and I always am a sucker for these clever ideas for party games, even if you only play it once or twice. Okay, let's see if we can, if there's a video. There's no video of it. There's a review of it. Okay, let's see if I can explain it though. Okay, so you take turns being the person who reads a question. You read a question. You hold, the person who's reading it holds it up so they can see the question. So this question says, in South Dakota, where is it illegal to fall asleep? Okay, then on the other side of this card is the right answer. Okay, so you see the question, everyone else sees the right answer. And then these little fish you see are all, on the top of them look the same, but one of them on the other side is the liar, is the fishy or whatever. So everyone else on the table looks at their fish secretly. So one of them knows, okay, I have to lie. Or no, I can tell the truth. I have to tell the truth. So basically, the person who's reading the question, when they look out at their group, everyone else is going to say their answer. You can see this person said in the bath, this person said cheese factory, this one said on a horse. And one of those is going to be correct, and everyone else is going to be fake. So you have to spot which ones are fake. So it's fun. It's a clever idea because only one of the people out there is going to have to tell the truth. Everyone else has to make up a lie. Clever idea. And they'll get the thing that tells them that they have to tell the truth. It's just very clean, very simple. You play with a group, have fun. It's always fun. You get the people who aren't good at lying and making up fake answers. I like it. And you always guarantee that there's one correct answer out there. Just clever. Okay, USPS. This is a sort of pick up and deliver game. Doesn't look interesting to me. Okay, Bag of Chips. Now this game looks terrible, but and I think it's not worth buying, but maybe a different version of this when they retheme it. But it's actually very clever, and I did want to take a look at this again. So here's Eric Martin from Board Game Geek describing it. Let's see if I can jump ahead a bit.
A ramen package, and when
terrible.
exactly
Okay,
the
here we
same
go.
number. The chicken, there's only 3 in the bag out of 25, and they just don't seem to be drawn the way that you would expect. I don't know. The probabilities just don't work out in the way that you would expect, and that's a big part of the game. These cards, you're betting that the last token to be drawn from the bag will be a potato chip. If that happens, that scores 61 points. Here.
So let's talk about how clever this is. You've got a card that tells you the distribution of these tokens in the bag. Sorry, I'm sort of covering it up here. Okay, so it's telling you the distribution of these tokens in the bag. There's only 3 of these. There's 7 of these. And then you're taking 4 turns where you're pulling out a certain number of tokens from the bag. And everyone's got some random cards in their hand that are essentially bets or payoffs. So this one you'll get 40 points if at the end, and they're all payoff at the end. So if at the end there are the same number of these tokens as these tokens, you would win 40 points. And this one is telling you about the last things drawn. This one just gives you 15 points for each blue token. So you've got these probabilities that you're not going to be able to work out exactly. And what's really clever about it is that on each of these 4 rounds, you'll be throwing away a card, or in some cases, marking a card as saying it's going to give you negative points, penalize you if it pays off. So you're having to do some very clever stuff about probabilities and saying, well, this is unlikely to happen, but maybe I should hold on to it for a couple more rounds till I see better whether it could possibly pay off, or this one's going to hurt me if I don't make it, if I try to get victory points from it, but if I use it as negative, if I use it as my one negative, then it'll help me. It's actually very cleverly done. You could go for this long shot that instantly wins you the game. And remember, as time goes on, you're getting a better your odds are changing and you're realizing, okay, by the time it gets to here, all of a sudden this card is actually quite likely. So maybe I should hold on to that. Maybe it should be the one I have to throw away. Very simple, very elegant, very clever sort of brain burner with intuitive probabilities. So I love this idea. I love everything about the mathematics of this. Probabilities that sort of rely on your gut because you won't be able to work out all of the probabilities exactly. So I may pick that up, but I'd like to see it in a different form with better components. This one looks like a little throwaway filler. The fillers have to be very special for me to want to get. And this one, tile laying. Yeah, this is a tile laying game, not for me. Okay, Museum Suspects. This is one of these little sort of children. It almost looks like Guess Who, where you've got a bunch of possible suspects. You're peeking under them to say, okay, it's not someone with glasses, so I'm not going to choose them. Not interested. Draw metro routes to cross the Thames and connect London. Is this a actual drawing on? Yeah, this is actual drawing to connect routes. No, to what's the word when it has no interesting theme? It's too dry. Okay, this is a dice game. This must be in a line of other games. Let's see what this one looks like. Nope, that looks polyominoes and ugly. Here's a collection of expansions for other games. Mandala Stones is an expansion for a game I don't know, but it looks like a fairly abstract game. What is this? Power Core Call of Cthulhu. Okay, no videos, no images. It's not ready. Expansion for a game I don't know about, the Inca Empire. Probably not. Okay, Terracotta Army. This is another game that's getting some real buzz that looks beautiful. So this would be a candidate for a sort of heavier two-player game that looks beautiful. So you're sort of constructing this area. Oh, let's see if we can take a look at a little video. Rebecca says, everyone's freaking about Terracotta Army, but it doesn't look like for me. I would agree with that, I think. It looks really nice. Like there's some aspects of it where as you're building, as you're playing, you're creating this little Terracotta Army.
Welcome to the Jongus Games tutorial for Terracotta Army. In this video, I'll be showing you the rules of the game as it's being played, and I will be showing the first out of 1 coin each, and as these start to get built, the coin cost for the next one is increased by 1 coin each. And the problem for the green player is, as we just saw, all of their weapon tokens are currently inactive. That means they can't exhaust any of their weapon tokens to place over there. What that means is that we currently have presence in this inspector scoring and that inspector scoring, and it also means that no one is dominating either of those scorings. So that means nobody's getting those 7 points. This means we're effectively taking points away from the green player.
So you can see as
I think let's focus out and now talk about what's going to happen once the game is over. Remember, that happens once we've completed 5 full rounds, and then we go into final scoring. And the first thing that we're going to score are the footman specialists that have been placed into the grid. Now, if you remember from before, these footmen have 8 points around them, and at this point, everyone with presence around that footman will get 2 points unless they dominate around that footman.
So I don't like those spatial layout games where you get points for having things in certain configurations. It's just not for me, especially if it's a shared space and not your own space. Okay, Bear Raid. This was a very weird stock market-y game. From my perspective, I like the stock market games that are really elegant and boiled down. There are a couple that are good. but this one looks overly convoluted. Rebecca says bear raid is on our list. Yeah, because there are bears, but I don't think this is going to be a game. I don't think this is going to be a game for us. And okay, let's take a quick look at it. I think Tom Vassell reviewed this. Let's see if we can jump to something here where you can get a good feel for how convoluted it is.
Them work well in the bags. The company names are obviously plays. Here we have Banana and Game Start, stock you should invest in, etc. The stocks themselves all have little tokens on them. There was a wood upgrade for this game, but the wood upgrade is not necessarily. These tokens work fine. And then, of course, I like the artwork on these. I will say, when people first play the game, this is a little confusing, but it's not too bad. You just kind of look at the numbers on there. But I thought that these are pretty well done, and it's not, you know, really saying anything. They're just different things that might possibly happen. The rules themselves are really short. You'd be surprised how short the rules are. Only 2 pages, really, and they're just kind of clarifying things. Right? And yet, teaching people shorting a stock is not a concept a lot of people find intuitive. Well, I didn't find it intuitive. It is debt, but it doesn't feel like debt to me because you can actually make money.
Anyway, there's room for this type of game, but that's not the one for me. Okay, dandelions try to plant the most seeds, gardens. That doesn't sound very appealing to me. Maybe it's gorgeous. Lots of dice. Nope. Factory Funner. This is a tile layout spatial thing, not for me. Ghosts of Christmas is another convoluted trick-taking game that looks like it might be kind of clever, but I don't want my trick-taking games to be that convoluted. Psychic Pizza Deliveries Go to Ghost Town. This is a kid's game, it looks like. Okay, so it's been an hour. Let's take a little 5-minute break. And here's Rebecca says, removed bear raid. Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back and we'll continue going through. I think we'll pick up the pace a little bit. I think we're going to make it through. During the break, you can think if you want me to speed up, slow down, whatever. And I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. And feel free to, break for lunch. I think probably we're going to aim for a 5-hour stream here. We'll try to pick up the pace a little bit so we do 100 per hour. I think we can get this done in 5 hours or so. Although, I should warn you that I made my way through half the list already looking at it. So when we get to the other half, you're basically keeping me company as I look at games to see if they're interesting to me, and if they're interesting to you, we'll look at them. But you shouldn't feel obligated to stay and keep me company, and I'm not going to feel obligated to rush through it, even though I want to rush through it. But if there's something I want to look at, I'll look at. I'm not going to worry too much about whether it's of interest to you. You can make that decision on your own. Perhaps we should, I know this is going to draw this out, but let's take a little break for a second and talk about Gencon a little bit. Although I think you can get better information and tips for Gencon from watching Rob's gaming table video and the Dice Tower video. But I'll give you a couple of my thoughts from attending Gencon. The first thing is it helps to have a Rebecca in your friend group. And it helps to go with a good core friend group that you like. But it helps to have someone who's sort of really good at organizing groups and just sort of getting things done. And you see the shirt I'm wearing is our Gencon shirt from 2020. And Rebecca has been making shirts for us each year. So we have different sets of shirts and we wear them on our first day. It's really fun. For me, that's really the point of going to Gencon now. I'm not a very social person, but it's like a little summer camp, 4 days. We all bunk in one hotel room, 4 or 5 of us. And the first year at Gencon, it was really quite exciting to see all these people having fun. It's kind of like finding your tribe, if you're the board gamer and you're not used to being around so many board gamers. It's just fun to see everyone having fun. And it's like a little vacation resort, but everyone's on your same wavelength. At this point, though, the actual games, it's a giant trade show. There's huge convention floor filled with new games, people selling them, but they're more expensive there than they would be if you order them online. It's a hassle to buy them and bring them back. And I don't generally like to be taught games by people. To me, that feels like you're robbing me of the most enjoyable part, which is to sit with the rule book and read it. And I don't really like playing games with people I don't know. Some people love that. So for me, the actual Gen Con stuff that's there is not so important or appealing in and of itself, but it's like a backdrop for us just all hanging out and joking and having fun and stuff like that. So I guess my tips, and Rebecca can add hers, and she's just recommended one, is so here's the first one. The first one is when we go to Gen Con, one of our focuses is the hot game room. This is run by Board Game Geek, and you have to pay for tickets, and the tickets tend to run out. So this would be definitely the event I would recommend. We book it every night. And it's where they have copies of the latest games that you can just get. It's like the games library, but it's specific. It's a much smaller thing, and it's specific to new games. So we spend a lot of our time there in the evenings playing that. And that tends to be at the Hyatt Regency, which is why that's the hotel room we always try to book. And that would be that's the first tip. The second tip would be to get yourself a Skywalk connected hotel room. That makes a huge difference. We stayed in an Airbnb the first year. It's fine, but having a hotel room that's connected to the convention center makes it much easier to just go drop stuff off, take a nap, go recharge, and it means you don't have to coordinate everyone. People can wake up at different times. You don't have to drive in, parking. So I would strongly recommend that you get a connected hotel, and it doesn't really matter which hotel it is as long as it's connected. It is worth the extra money. The other thing I would sort of recommend, the first year is going to be wonderful enough just to be around everything and all this different stuff you could see. If you're the kind of person that likes to register for events and be taught games and play with groups of people you don't know while someone teaches you a game, then you're going to be in heaven, because you can sign up for all these new games and someone will teach them to you and you get to play them with people. Or if you're the kind of person that likes these other little seminars they have, like painting minis or movies, whatever, then that's going to be great for you too. Now, if you're like me and those don't really appeal to you, then you've got a couple of options. First of all, the first year, it's going to be just so fun seeing everything that it's fine. But after that, you have to have some other reason for going. And it's either going to be to hang out with friends, or to meet up with friends that you don't get a chance to hang out with that often. And I know there are lots of people who have gaming friends that don't live in town, and they meet up at Gen Con to play. And I think for me, that is a very appealing idea. Almost, for me, I can think of maybe the best scenario for Gen Con would be to set up, like, to have your own private little convention with your friends at Gen Con and just have Gen Con as the background. It's a little extravagant, but that would be a fun thing, to like have a couple people that you meet up with and game with. Like you're going to do marathon gaming sessions with them, with your friends, and then when you take a break, you walk around and check out Gen Con. And Rebecca is just pointing out a couple more things, like True Dungeon, which a lot of people love. It's very expensive. It's sort of live action role playing. You go into different rooms, there's fog, it's kind of like escape room plus dice rolling stuff, but it's all real with people in costumes. Not for me, too expensive and not so enjoyable. And I have the same problem I have with all escape rooms. It's just too many people trying to solve everything at the same time is not fun. We go on a little 5K run. If you like running and jogging, there's one of those on Thursday or so. Okay, so another tip I would give you is to get there Wednesday. That's sort of a day before the normal stuff opens. That gives you time to have a full night's sleep, and then leave on Sunday early. By the time Sunday comes around, I'm kind of done, and the Sunday crowds are not that fun. They're mostly just local families dropping in because it's cheap on Sunday or something. I don't know. The Sunday vibe's not for me. Rebecca says, the good vibes you get from going can't recommend, or like a drug, can't recommend it. Especially the first year. Really, the first time you go, it's like being in a Disney World with all your tribe, your high school reunion. Like you feel like you kind of are on the same wavelength with everyone. All right, let's get back to our games for a bit before we take another break. All right, Garden Nation. I don't know what this is. Yeah. Looks a little bland, so we'll drop it based on that. Okay, look at the stars. This is drawing on a whiteboard. Very dry, abstract, looks like to me. No videos, no pictures. I saw a picture of it somewhere that didn't look very appealing. Okay, this one had some very unique art, like sort of almost like Monty Python-ish art. I think it looked like Z Garcia did a review. It was a little bit like Century Spice Road or Splendor in mechanics, but a little bit overly complicated. There's another example of where I'd rather just have the simple boiled down version. Sea salt and paper, don't know anything about this. These are cards that look like origami, I believe it was.
Bonjour. Bah, de la même façon, on ne peut pas faire n'importe quoi, les modèles sont déposés, etc.
Famous board game designer. I guess
Alors,
it's his design.
Je vous explique comment ça marche. L'idée de ces cartes-là, c'est qu'elles font 2 points. Par exemple, la colonie pingouin fait 2 points pour chaque carte pingouin.
Doesn't appeal to me. Okay, then we've got a couple of kids game here, all based on Trobles, which I don't know what that is, but I can tell I don't like it. Dwellings of Elder Vale, is not a new game. We've sold through all units, but we're going to take orders for the next one. This is quite a popular game. I don't know much about it, but it's not new, so I'm not going to worry about it. Luck the Game, 4 in a row, easy auction game. No. Colored lights. This is where you're putting tiles and you're mixing colors to get majority. This is one of these games that looks like it's, you know, for the wow factor of the gadget, but not really an interesting game. Mansplaining. I know this is very similar game where one person reads a card and then everyone has to come up with combine their cards in funny ways to explain it. No videos, nothing about it. Not for me. Cooperative customizable dungeon crawl adventure, Cora Quest. I don't think Cora Quest is that new, but it does say 2022. Are there pictures? Yes, let's see. Cora Quest must be a video game. Is that what it is? Is that why I know it? I don't know. These dungeon quests have to be special for me to consider them, and this does not look like it. Call to Adventure. This one has got this gimmick of these ruined tiles instead of dice. You can see them down here that you flip. Runebound had that too. This looks a little bit interesting to me in terms of these as a system. Draw a hero card. I don't like the idea of dealing with these ruins. I don't know if you flip them or you draw them from a bag. Not quite. Not quite. Castles by the Sea, 3D spatial puzzler. Nope. Empire's End. Oh, I thought this one looked pretty nice. Let me take a look at this. I mean, as far as the art design. When you have so many games... Oh, no, it didn't. when you have so many games, you start to be very picky about design of stuff. Okay, so no, this one actually doesn't look that good. The Civilization games, which this is one of, fall into that category of like, I'm always looking for the perfect one, but I rarely find it. But look, in the style of the modern classic game No Thanks, resources bid by all players will end up in the hands of the player ultimately takes the disaster card. So you're bidding to not get certain things. Is there any videos on this? It's kind of... Alright, there's very little information about this. Civilization, can you save it from collapse? Engine building, long-term planning. I don't know, it doesn't look good, but it sounds intriguing. I'm going to put undecided for that one. Night Parade, raise an army of supernatural beings. This seemed like it looked like a little kid's cartoon game to me. Yeah, no, that's not for me. Drunk Tiger says, I love Splendor, probably my most played board game. I don't play Splendor anymore. I haven't played it that much, but the game that killed Splendor for me was Century Spice Road. I just liked Century Spice Road better. It sort of gave me the same vibe. I know it's a different game, but I hear expansions. Okay, so here was the game that looked more interesting to me. This is a game I thought, Rebecca, that you might like, that looked more intriguing than the garden one. So let's take a look at this video for a second. So Planted, a game of nature and nurture. So you have to grow and feed plants. And we're gonna watch a video by, let's see, what are our choices here? Okay, how to play. Okay, so here's our Meeple University video. I'm not a huge fan, but occasionally they do amazing things.
Cards around the table in order to add new plants to their gardens, add tools and decorations to their gardens in order to enhance their points and capabilities, and gain the resources they need to make their plants grow.
Whoa, what's happening?
The player who gains the most points from plants and decorations over 4 rounds of play will win the game. To set up, lay out the nursery board. Find all of the smaller cards with the planted back, and separate them into...
Do you hear audio about Cryptid? Or is that something else? Something is weird with the audio. I'm going to put this aside for a second. I'm going to switch you to the tablet while I just check something on the audio. I don't know why the audio is so delayed on my speaker, but I guess it's not important for us for now. Okay, so you looked at was the audio okay for you? Were you just hearing the audio from that Planted video? John says, I think so, yes. Okay, so I'm a big fan of Wingspan. You can see Wingspan is going to create spawn off a whole bunch of board games that are really lots of art of lots of different creatures and stuff. And you can see this one is focusing on plants, but it looks like a nice, clean design. You're having to water the plants to grow them. You're purchasing plants from the center. It's just looks like a very calm, no direct conflict game, more competition to buy the right cards, so on, whatever. So to me, I think this might be a little light game to play. Rebecca says, wasn't a huge fan of Wingspan. Yeah, I don't know. Wingspan was pretty good. This reminds me a little bit of the Ravelry. I think that's going to be a very similar vibe for this game than Ravelry, where you're sort of trying to buy cards and then complete contracts and stuff like that. Okay, let's see. Fall of the Mountain King. Area Majority. That's another genre that I really am not a fan of, with the direct competition to control things. This one looks even more abstract. Tile laying. Yeah, the only area control game I like is something like Small World, where it's really so lighthearted and quick, where you lose control of certain areas that I don't get the that I don't feel bad about it. Okay, so here we go. One of the most popular games of the last 6 months or so, which is surely going to be hugely popular at Gencon, Arc Nova. And has everyone already watched videos on Arc Nova and know all about it? I mean, it's beautiful. It's got glowing reviews from everyone. Everyone seems to like it. The cards are beautiful. It looks like it's got real solid gameplay. The only drawback of Arc Nova from my standpoint, well, Rebecca says zoos are depressing, but I think you'll find this really isn't about zoo. This is about conservation projects. So you're not really, I think it's, if that's what's bothering you about this, I think you might be surprised that this is more about providing really good homes to these
And this is one of the ways to score points. It's one of two scoring currencies, if you will. Sometimes you'll be gaining partnership zoos in different areas like the Americas. And not only will these give you discounts towards them, like this one, instead of costing 16, now costs 13, because we have the partner zoo, but it's also a requirement to have that partner zoo of this type in order to play this bird, which is $16. But you have to plan ahead, because you can't just place it anywhere. You actually have to build first. And you could build a size 1, and certain things that you cover will give you bonuses, like $5. So if I had built that before.
So I like that you're building on your own tableau. One problem, though, and the cards are beautiful. So people have talked about Arc Nova as having a similar vibe to Terraforming Mars. That's very appealing to me. But as far as getting it played, and it's a long game, my wife loves Terraforming Mars, but one of the reasons why this looks like it probably won't work for her is that she doesn't like when there's a huge number of cards with lots of fine print on the table. She doesn't mind if they're in her hand, but you can see there's sort of a market with all of these cards out. And although I have a much higher tolerance for that, I also shy away from games where there are lots of cards or tiles out in the center that you have to choose to buy that have all this small text that's hard to read. But it actually looks quite appealing, and I'm looking forward to trying it. Drunk Tiger says gaming rules was drooling all over Arc Nova, and there's a good tabletop simulator mod for it. All right. Catherine, I love the art on this. This looked like a very clever card play game, small game, but not quite interesting enough to play. Rift Force expansion, don't know what that is, but this looks like a battle cards. Okay, Terra Mystica is not a new game. It's quite a heavy game that's very popular, very well regarded. I keep meaning to try it, but you can see they're selling a big box for $150 that's full of expansions, and then a solo automata that you can buy and add to your set. Comes in the big box. Not for me, but it maybe increase the odds that I'll pick up secondhand a copy of Terra Mystica or the re-theme of Terra Mystica, which is the Gaia project. All right. Next. Catan 3D expansions. Nope. Okay, Catan Dawn of Humankind. Now, I'm not a fan of Catan, but I do think it's worth looking that this looks quite different. Like, this looks like there's added stuff going on the side, like little tracks, worker tracks that you can build up. But I'm not a huge fan of Catan, so probably not. Okay, soulmates. Now, how well do you know your friends? Can you find your soulmate? 2 to 5 players. Now, I've marked this as interested, but there's no information about it. It's just based on this idea, and you can see the image here tells you nothing about it. But again, similar to the green team wins, any game where you're trying to get on the same wavelength as other people, those produce lots of laughter and fun with my group, so I tend to always be interested in those. And Top 10 Quiz is another little party game, 4 to 14. Play your way through 2 boxes from 7 different categories. I can't tell if there are any interesting mechanics here, but I can see that the cards, the questions are all, they look like top 10 lists. And probably you're trying to see how many you can get on a list, whatever. The games that are trivia don't work as well for my group, but that appeals to me. The idea of the top 10 lists appeals to me. So I think probably that might be a game I pick up. These pods of tiles look like Azul. I don't remember what game you're talking about. I am a big fan of Azul. Azul is another one of those games that's super elegant, super clean. I'm always up for that. Come Together, the images in this look very cartoonish and not interesting. Riverside, dice rolling, modular board, dice. I wish that Board Game Geek showed you like one representative image of the game on that front page. So if you like roll and write, maybe this. This looks a little dry to me, so not for me. Isle of Cats. This is a polyomino game, so definitely not for me, but quite popular. Lots of people love it. And here's some expansion, or not expansion. Here's a roll and write or a draw and write. I'd be more inclined probably to play a draw and write version of this, but you can see what you're doing. You're drawing out these polyomino shapes. Not for me. Not for me. Expansion for Isle of Cats. Okay, Looney Tunes Mayhem, Fight Each Other. This is like, there's a whole bunch of games that have come out now that are like mashups of, you know, different heroes or different villains. Like there's the Versus series. So this is like a little younger kid game where you pick, okay, let me fight Daffy Duck versus Bugs Bunny, or Tasmanian Devil versus Elmer Fudd, and they all have different powers, so not quite for me. Okay, Scooby-Doo the board game. There have been a bunch of licensed Scooby-Doo games, one based on Betrayal, I believe. This one is different. Let's see. This is just too cartoonish. Is it cooperative? It is cooperative. Okay. Cooperative family game for 1 to 5. Yeah, this is not for me, these family games. And here's the same, another thing. Again, cooperative. Built in same system, character versus character team-based combat. So these are these little tactical combat games. Okay, Zombicide. Lots of different Zombicide. Some people love it. I had one edition, didn't love it. This one set in the West is the most appealing of all the themes to me, more appealing even than the Marvel to me. But I'm not going to buy Zombicide. There's something about it that I find, just all the different versions and all the selling of different stuff and the minis and the plastic, it's not for me. But I would absolutely play it if someone had it. Okay, here's a 6+ younger kid version of Quedlingberg. This is a different game, but for a younger audience, not for me. Baru, this looks like more of an abstract strategy game. I don't know if you guys are interested in that kind of stuff. I am not, but let's see what it looks like. It looks kind of pretty. Decks of cards. What does it say? Auction draft, action drafting, auction bidding contracts. Midweight Euro-style board game from 1 to 4. You and your fellow players secretly deploy exports to the 4 different regions to gather resources. Let's see what Alex says about it. It's surprising how often these games...
Hey, I'm Alex Rapp from Board Game Co. And today I'm reviewing Buru, a game that I can't stop calling. This is literally my 4th take. I keep calling it Buru Buru because on the cover it says Buru twice upside down. Blind bidding to go through a sequence of actions or events to ultimately acquire the resources you need to make offerings which will give you chunks of points. That is the core concept of the game. Blind bidding to get your actions, get the most efficient actions, trade in resources, get the offerings to the gods, and then call that a day. It seems fairly simple, and actually it is, but not in a bad way. You see, the game sequence is going to ultimately involve players taking their little hidden bids, anything ranging from 1 to 5, and then secretly choosing which action they want to take. I'm going to go ahead and place this down. In fact, this is early game, first game turn, so the village...
Okay, so these bidding for action type games are good examples of games that I'm always intrigued to try once, but there's like I need to rest afterwards. Like the mental cognitive effort of trying to outthink your opponents about what you bid, and then the feeling bad when you overbid or underbid by one, like that takes a toll on me. I'm always curious to try them, but I never want to play them more than once every rare opportunity. Okay, to Breeze, don't know anything about this. Selling carpets. Area movement, contracts, dice rolling, and no videos and images doesn't sound like for me. Anunnaki, Dawn of the Gods. Develop your alien civilization. It used to be that if you saw 1 to 4 players, you would know it was cooperative. Now that's not the case. Now when it's 1 to 4, it just means there's a solo mode. So it's a 4X Euro game. Luck factor is minimal. Innovative start action selection system that confronts players with interesting choices. Reincarnate their gods. Sounds kind of interesting. Let's take a look. Ooh, that looks kind of busy. Did not like the look of that. No. So here, it might be a great game, but no. We're just going to pass on it for now. My Shelfie, age 8+, fill your shelves. I saw this one. This is sort of a tile laying type thing. Not for me. Little kids game of wrestling. Not for me. Art box. Roll dice with shapes and draw items using only those shapes. This reminds me of another cooperative game where you had to draw with specific shapes. Is this cooperative or not? Party game. Each player takes 2 words, secretly chooses one, rolls dice, places them on the shape cards. Each player draws their chosen word using the shapes rolled. Probably not, but let's see what Tom thought of it.
Folks, I'm Tom Vassell, and today we're taking a look at a game called Artbox, or maybe it's hashtag Artbox, not quite sure. This is a drawing game. There's a lot of drawing games out. Players are going to draw 2 cards, and they're going to pick one of these 2 cards that's going to be the word that they're going to draw. Then 4 players, one person's going to roll the 4 dice here, and these dice, you can see I rolled 2 triangles, a circle, and a line, and I'll put them on the corresponding cards over here just so people know what needs to be part of their drawing. Each player has a sheet of paper that has guesses from 1 to 8, and on the other side, a drawing. And each person is then going to draw their picture using only those 4 things. Here a line, some triangles, and a circle. The circle can be an oval, the square could be a rectangle by each number here. So this is, for example, a 5-player game. Then players are going to sit here.
No. I Telestrations is the drawing game for me. I'm always curious to see another one, but I don't. That seems like it's taking all the fun laughter out of people who make bad drawings by making them have to draw circles and squares. Okay, Deep State Expansion. We don't know anything about that. Oh, here's the game, Deep State. All right, let's see what this is. Looks a little messy. Comic book art going on. Let's see if we can get a description of this. Set collection worker placement. Looking for a quick unboxing doesn't help us.
Between turns, and in higher player games you'll actually also have a headhunter who will also have some special abilities as well. You'll also have a stack of covert operations. These are other areas you'll be able to, other cards you'll be able to go to and acquire during the course of the game. And each player is going to have a recruitment pool of their colored workers. And the workers you get throughout the game are going to be very important. So the game takes place over the course of several rounds. Now there is an action round is the first thing you're going to do. And you can take different actions during this phase. The first thing you can do is try to essentially infiltrate one of those infiltration cards. You do that by putting the appropriate number of workers on that card. Now you cannot ever go back to that. You can't put more on the one you've just done, but you can go ahead and put a number of workers on that card. Now somebody else on their turn, they can go ahead and they can try to get one of the other cards by putting the appropriate number of workers, or they can try to kind of inflate that card by putting more workers on it than you have. If they can do that, then
I hate those games where someone else comes and makes what you chose to do not work anymore. Okay, Enigma. This seems like it should be good. I think I took a look at this, though, and decided it wasn't quite for me, though. Looks like a little bit of deduction. I don't remember why it didn't look good. Oh, yeah. This is one of these social lying games. You look at a tile, and then you can say what you claim you saw, and then someone can challenge you, and if you lied about it, then you lose something, and if you were right about it. Those games are very hard to find a group to play, and they're stressful. Don't want it. Okay, Ganesha. I was suggesting to my wife a little while ago, we should start, those Indian gods seem pretty cool. Maybe we should build a little shrine to one of them. And then she was telling me the story of Ganesh about some guy chopping off someone's head. It did not sound all that appealing after that. Okay, this looks like a very dry, abstract game. If that appeals to you, then this might be a game to check out. To me, it doesn't. I do not like those abstract games. Although, like, I love Azul, so it could be as simple as Azul. 5.9, not that highly ranked, though. Cozy Story. This is a children's tell a story. Last person will guess it right. I can tell by the audience that that's not for me. Here's a little expansion for it. Create magical patterns out of enchanted crystals. This is, again, targeted at a younger audience. Okay, next. Rebecca says, I Would Fight the Dragon was a fun version of the lying game. Well, that's a great example. Like a super quick, fast game that's just one bluff and one calling it out. That's not deep strategy. Those games that are short, that the lying doesn't require very careful, clever, strategic stuff. Those are great. That other one is there's a whole bunch of the lying games that involve being very clever about what you claim to have seen, what you claim to have played. Some people are very good at them, but they're too brain burny for that amount of lying. And the same spyfall problem happens where some people have a very hard time lying convincingly. Okay, then there's this Batman game. Now, I'm not a big fan of the Batman IP. I've not marked this as being interesting, but this is a cooperative solo game that looks like it could have some interesting mechanics. I'm always looking for something at the sort of complexity level of Pandemic in terms of this kind of game, and this is not for me, but if you like the DC Batman stuff, that would be more appealing to me than many of the games with that license. Epic Spell Wars, that's a kind of funny game, but I don't want anything more to do with it. Deal with the Devil, 4 players, 3 hidden roles, 2 opposing paths, 1 mighty rule. 4-4. Does that mean it's a team game? You need exactly 4 players. Let's see what it says. Deeply thematic competitive Euro game. Each of the 4 players takes a secret role. Asymmetrical roles. Trading phase. You can offer their resources in exchange for money. These negotiation games are very hard to play. You have to have a very tight group that plays a lot. Galaxy Trucker expansion. Starship Captains. This one, the art looks appealing. The deep sound, that's Bag Builder. I like Bag Builders, but there's no information about it. No videos. Designer interview with no photos. But let's take a quick look at these photos. Art looks great. Lots of character minis. So lots of nice, clean symbology. So this would be something I would check out. I don't know if anyone knows anything about it. It kind of gives you a, what's the game? I can't remember now. The game, there's 3 versions of it. We've talked about it on the channel before, but I'm curious to hear what that's about. Not cooperative. Bag building, drafting, variable setup. Action selection, engine building, manage a diverse crew of cadets, ensigns, and androids. Yeah, I mean, that sounds fun. It sounds like it's worth checking out. Okay, Nexus is a tactical combat game, strategic beer and peanuts, dice chucker. No, don't want it. Ticket to Ride. Don't want it. Lunar Rush. Corporations bid to most efficiently mine the moon for maximum profit. Looks horrible. Looks ugly to me. Let's see if it looks better as a board. Well, I like how simple that board looks, but yeah, not for me. Omicron Protocol. Fight others or work together to survive the apocalypse. No, not for me. Expansion for it. Okay, Cosmic Frog was a game that we played at the last Gen Con, or 2 Gen Cons ago. Gen Con Online, we played Cosmic Frog with the designer on Tabletop Simulator. Too chaotic for me, but some people I could see would love how way out and far out it is. This little card game was at last Gen Con or the one before it, so it's not new, and it did not seem that appealing. Here's a game where you're building a house tile laying aimed at younger kids. Here's an expansion for Red Cathedral that's very popular, but I don't know Red Cathedral at all. This is an expansion, so don't know. We could take a look to see if we might be interested in Red Cathedral. I'm not sure why we don't know about this game that's so popular. I like the art style. But not for me since I don't have Red Cathedral. Clank, here's another Clank game. I'm sort of indifferent about Clank. I think it looks really nice. It's just not, there's some flaws with the race to get out. Dune Imperium, very popular game. Don't have it, haven't played it. I wouldn't mind playing a game of Dune Imperium. Here's an expansion for it. Roll and Write family party game for young kids. That's not going to be quite for me. Here's again another one of these silly art style games that I don't like. That's kind of not worth it. Okay, so this game, Usurp the King. I like the art style of this. But this looks like a little bit maybe of hidden role. Let's see what it says. Intrigue phase. Players gather information, exert influence, gather resources. You can look at a role, place an influence token on a court member, leverage card. Complicated win conditions. Yeah, not for me. I've got room for one of those games in my life. That one looks a little too complicated for. Rebecca says we played Usurp the King in 2020. Wow, I do not remember that. What was it good? Dodo's riding dinos. No, not for me. A little young and silly. Kiwi Chow Down. Same thing. Area majority influence. That's not for me. Lords of Vow, Dragonbound. Dragons raid. Generals raise armies to command. Play as both. Find your dragon bond. Area majority, probably not. Let's take a look at the art, though. Yeah, that looks like it's going to be an area control stuff. I like the art and the design of it, though. That's one of those games that I might appreciate on paper, but I don't want to play it. I don't want to be battling for control of areas with people. All right. Party Panda Pirates, no. Chicken Army, no. All right, Factory 42, Euro-style board game for 2 to 5 player Marxist dwarves. I think I looked at the art of that and I didn't like it. That's not to say that if you played the game, if I played it, I wouldn't like it. I mean, I do. I do like. Let's see, is there a video for this one? I don't know, it just doesn't quite grab me, but let's see, maybe there's a quick video of it. Let's see.
For 4 players. Reveal a new event to start each of the 6 rounds. 5 cards, then the last one is printed on the board. Most resolve during rounds and some at round's end. They also affect cubes in the common pool. Government orders are drawn equal to player count. At the start of each round, draw more to replace those fulfilled in the
Nope. Expansion for Gray Eminence, which I don't know. Mayshao, this is a simple a cooperative card game. This actually looked a little bit interesting. If Greg and I were playing games again, maybe we would try this. It looks like a kind of intense 2-player, very stark card game. where you're trying to decide what you're taking wounds and you're getting food. It's very like the main board was like very simple. Yeah, but a little harsh. You'd have to have, if you had a partner to play co-op games like this with, that might be the one to go. All right, Deckscape, there's too many of these already. I don't need more. Detective, same thing. This is a little escape room game. They're both little escape room puzzle games. One uses an app. I think that's Deckscape, and the other one doesn't. Okay, Great Western Trail has come out with second editions and expansions and retheming, not retheming, but slightly. I haven't played Great Western Trail yet. I do want to. I think I'm trading someone for it at Gencon. Merchants of the Dark Road. This is not a new game. This is actually a little bit intriguing to me. The art, is it worker placement? Is that what it is? Dice rolling, contracts. Let's see what Alex says.
Hey, I'm Alex Radcliffe from Board Game Co. And today I'm reviewing Merchants of the Dark Road from Elf Creek Games and designed by Brian Sir. And Merchants of the Dark Road is a mid to heavy Euro game in which you're managing a bit of a rondel as you, the players, are merchants trying to get goods in a variety of different ways, pick up heroes, deliver those to various locations, and basically do what you can to get both as much points and as much prestige as possible. You see, at the end of the game, at the end of 13 turns, you're going to look at your points, you're going to look at your prestige, you're going to look at your money. The lower of those two will be your score, and then you can throw on a few extra victory points you may have earned in some
I'm not a huge fan of these contract games. You know, the contract game is you get a card, you have to like deliver this here, do this here, or get certain number of resources in your cards, and those just feel a little dry to me. Okay, Librarians. This is somehow based on some TV show. I don't know the TV show. It sounds boring. Don't want it. Hand-to-hand Wombat. Teamwork, Towers, and Troublemakers, age 7+. This, for all indications, should be something I don't want anything to do with. Yes, okay. This was the game where you do this blind or something, and someone tries to mess up the tower while you can't. Everyone's got their eyes closed trying to build these towers, and one person's trying to mess them up. It doesn't seem right. It reminds me a little bit of the game. What's the game? It's like Team 3. Is that it? Where one person can't talk. There's 3 people. One person's trying to assemble the thing. One person can visually indicate things, and one person can't see. I think that's more enjoyable, more of an interesting experience. Okay, Happy Salmon is an old game. It sort of looks terrible to me, but you sort of play in real time and have to do certain gestures with your partners. Okay, Exploding Kittens people do these. I don't want anything to do with those. Okay, Endless Winter. This one looks interesting to me. Let's see what Endless Winter. So this is another one of these games that has a little bit of a paleo vibe, except it's not cooperative. Let's see if we can see a video on this. Alex is my go-to video for these when I just want a explanation in 2 minutes.
Hey, my name is Alex Radcliffe from Board Game. However, it informs your opinion or all that. But, so, with the bigger playmat, a smaller playmat, sure, here you go. A different configuration of playmats, yeah, have fun, why not?
Here he's talking about the Kickstarter campaign. Can we get some look at the pictures? Because it's the pictures that look so attractive. So you're having to survive, feed your people. You've all got your own little tableau that you're building up, getting stronger. There's everything. So it's got a little spatial map, a little variable configuration, something here. A little busy for me probably, but I like the survival in the prehistoric times. You can spend some actions to push people up on a religious worship track. These are little Kickstarter expansions. Okay, I like the art. It's something I wouldn't mind trying. Cosmic Encounter expansion. Okay, Lord of the Rings. They discontinued it. Now they have a revised core set. If you haven't played that, you can watch Greg's video on Lord of the Rings, the card game. And then here we got Marvel Champions, X-Men Heroes, but only a couple X-Men Heroes. A little weird, but anyway, you can't buy it, just demo it. Okay, expansion for Star Wars Outer Rim, a game I haven't played, but is very highly regarded. Here's Twilight Imperium Roll and Write. This one is curious. This one looks like, if you look at the sheets here, they are no joke. So it's a little curious. Is this the heaviest roll and write that exists? I don't know. It kind of looks like it might be. I don't know if that defeats the purpose of a roll and write, but I'm kind of curious about it. What does it say? Epic roll and write game for 1 to 8 players. I mean, 1 to 8. I'd be curious to see what people think about it. No videos of this? No, not yet. Is it dry erase? It didn't look like dry erase. It looked like pads. Release date, so you won't be able to buy it. Okay, Castle Panic is an old cooperative tower defense game, and it looks like they are reprinting big boxes, and here's the big box for 120. Pre-order, you can't buy it on site. But they're releasing new expansions and deluxe versions. It's a good game. It's a good game, a little on the light side. I don't know if it's worth going all in on it, but if you had a kid or you happen to love it. All right, we're getting there. We're almost halfway done. Okay, Ducks in a Row. It's like a little kid game. Mistwind, build efficient trade networks with your transport whales and outposts. Territory area movement, probably not for me. Let's see if we can get a glimpse of any images. Nope, they don't have anything about it yet. All right. Town Builder. Yes, this title's older version is a convention exclusive. I don't know what Town Builder is. Take part in a town building contest, the most beautiful district. Draft multi-use cards from the center row. Yeah, it's kind of nice looking. It's got a civilization building kind of look. See any videos? Any videos of this? Here's Z Garcia review. Let's see what Z thinks.
Hey everybody, Z Garcia here, and today we're going to be building our little city with different cards, gathering the resources we need in Town Builder Coevorden. Cards we've got, in this case for 3 players, one of these characters up here who is going to give us a bonus if we achieve what she is looking for. In this case, most social buildings, which are the green ones. There are none out there now. We've got a couple of awards that are also bonus points, and then everyone has one of these starting cards. And you are ready to begin. You are trying to get the most victory points possible, and on your turn, you are going to take 2 actions towards that goal. So we're going to go over here first. On your turn, like I said, you are going to do either claim a new building in order to start a foundation, or gather materials or gather gold towards, finishing those buildings. So for example, that player, let's say their very first thing is starting the foundation on this butcher's shop. They'll take the card, they'll put it sideways like that, and here on the side, it shows you what materials are needed to complete that building. In this case, 1 stone. And on their second action, for their second thing, they could start another foundation, say the sawmill over here, which requires 4 wood, a large building there. Or they, and then both players would get the 2 victory points that come from this. That's how that works. This one over here happens to be 3 buildings. Finally, you've got these with a crown. They are scoring at the end of the game above and beyond the... That is it for this one. Let's go ahead and talk about it. I'll give you some thoughts on this one, okay? I got some good, some bad here. I'm going to start with the things I was not as impressed by, okay? Or that I found simply a bit boring. I'm going to start there, and we're going to go with thematic ties and setting first. The game is kind of a snooze fest when it comes to that. It's a generally bland feeling game. I'm kind of neutral about is the tactics and strategy in the game and luck in the game. There are some clever moments.
He's very lukewarm about it. We don't need to be worrying about games that are lukewarm. Okay, front page, fit to print. Nothing about this game at all. Puzzly tile laying game. What was there was a game about laying out a newspaper that was sort of a heavier euro. I don't remember the name of it. Paper something. Okay, Decorum. Now this is a game that we saw at a previous Gencon. They were demoing it. I guess they're selling it now. This actually looks interesting to me. This is a cooperative game with limited communication, which I normally don't like. But this looks like it's light enough that it might be fun. Let's see if we can't get a video of it. Here's Tom Vassell. I'll just quickly jump around to show you the basics of this because I think this is interesting.
And your things will probably clash, except they don't. So the house needs to fit a puzzle. And each player has specific things, and you have to figure out a way to complete what you want and what I want, but without a lot of communication, as is the case with many relationships. Here's how it plays. I'm going to talk about the rules for 2 players here. So there are a bunch of scenarios for each of the different sets. So you have a bunch of scenarios for 2 players, and you have a bunch of scenarios for 4 players. The 2-player scenarios are going to, at least at the beginning, are going to give you 3 cards that you get here. 1 card is for each player. You can decide who gets which card. And then another card here, the one that shows the 2-player at the top, is basically a setup card. This doesn't spoil anything, so it will show you what items go in each of these rooms. Now you're going to notice that there are 4 different colors: red, yellow, green, and blue. There are 3 types of items: wall hangings, curios, and lamps. And there are different...
Okay, let me just stop it here. Basically, everyone's got their goals of how they want the house to be arranged. You can't tell someone what your goals are. You can just say that the change you just made, you can say that made it worse, that made it better. It's also got this interesting thing where there are scenarios that play out with a minimal little storyline. So that appeals to me. And it seems like it might be a little fun light game. Now, I think I'm remembering he said that as more than 2 players, it gets very chaotic and weird. So let's just jump to his final thoughts.
That move, or I hate that move with a passion, or whatever it is. But essentially you have a 3-pronged red, green, yellow light response. In other ways, although you can as a group decide to do this, blah, blah, blah. And it is kind of tricky. Any limited communication game is always going to be a little tricky as to what you can say, how the inflection of your... You really got to be careful exactly how you do it, but again, it's kind of up to your group. And so some people, and there's a lot of these games out there, when you decide like, oh, okay, you definitely don't want that in the house at all, you can give out that information. So that's a thing, right? It doesn't bother me because limited communication in this game.
Okay, well, anyway, I think it looks interesting. It's probably not a game that would have too many legs, but that could be fun. Certainly sounds like it could be a cooperative game you could play with a mixed group. Anna says, Decorum is not for me. And Anna also said that the previous game we looked at was actually pretty good. Okay. Fog of Love is a very cool idea for a game that I bought and got rid of. I didn't love it. I didn't think it was a great game, although it was a pretty cool piece of art. Very cool idea. Very cool idea. It just didn't feel like a game to me. Not an enjoyable game. But I could certainly see playing it on a date with someone to get to know them. But I would be in the camp of people that felt like it wasn't much of a game. Okay, Kites, cooperative real-time game. I tend not to like real-time games. This is the one with all these little timers that you have to flip over. There's a bunch of games that use these timers for different mechanics, and they're different. You can see there are different amounts of time in each timer. I don't do well on the real-time games. I don't really enjoy them, but it looks interesting if you do like that thing. Okay, Sagrada, this is the dice laying out as if you're doing tile laying with dice. Not for me. Not for me. Now, Mosaic is interesting to me. Again, as I said before, I'm always interested in these civilization games, especially if they're very light on military direct conflict between people. And Mosaic looks like it fits that bill, and the art is quite nice. Well, that art's not that great, but in general, the art looks pretty good. Looks a little bland here, actually, to be honest. Let's see what it says. 2 to 6 players, card drafting, engine building. And here's a picture of art that looks a little better. Here's our... Now, what's the... I'm trying to remember the civilization game that I have that I like. There's just an expansion for it. Rebecca, you've played it. I can't remember. Okay, action selection game. On your turn, you perform one of 7 actions and acquire components. Acquiring components is important. As the game goes on, your civilization grows, scoring cards eventually revealed from the 4 decks. So this one appeals to me. It's not super long. It's meant to be the selling point is a short game. Let's look at Alex talking about it very briefly.
Hey, I'm Alex Radcliffe from Board Game Co., and today I'm reviewing Mosaic, a game by Glenn Drover and put out by Forbidden Games. Now, Mosaic is not your typical Forbidden Games game, so to speak. This is a far more ambitious game in everything from the production, from the gameplay, from the genre, from everything it's doing, but it pays off. It absolutely pays off. Now Mosaic, as a quick overview of the game, and I'll try to do this as quickly as possible, but the general overview, this is going to be a abstracted civ builder tableau building engine, and it's a game in which you're ultimately going to be taking one action a turn. One action, move on to the next person, rinse, repeat until the game ends. And everything in the game, before I go into the actual individual action breakdown, the general idea of this game is do something to build up your tableau, to do something else, to build up your tableau, to do something else, to further and further increase your actions until at a certain point you start focusing more on cashing in your tableau and kind of cashing in your actions to ultimately get as many points. It's going to be essential because when you build cities, you're going to need population. So you can increase your population through the population deck. You can alternate.
Yeah, I mean, this does appeal to me. I would kind of like to see a comparison with the civilization game that I did like. Not Through the Ages. That's the one that's got too much direct competition. And not Sid Meier. There's A New Dawn. That's the other one that I'm a fan of, which doesn't have too much direct military fighting and has a simple action selection. So I'd like to read a comparison of Civilization: A New Dawn and Mosaic at some point, but I have marked it as interested. Okay, Karen, this is another one of these silly ones that there's no information about it yet. Probably going to be terrible. Okay, Noggin, I looked at, this looks terrible. It's like 2 random letters in the table and you have to figure out a word that's got those 2 letters in the middle. Trivia questions wrongly in order to get the right answer. this just looks silly to me. I forget what I Yeah, I looked at this. This is like, you know the right answer, but you have to you have to say it out loud, but leave off the first letter of each word. Just ridiculous. Wheels versus doors. This is just 2 cards, and you have to figure out, it's like a trivia thing. Are there more, apples in an orchard, or are there more cities in the world? Just very boring, dry stuff. Okay. And this is a little kids game, another little kids game, a game based on Uno, that's a kids game, another kids game, slam words, shake the cup, slam it shut, find a word, no information about it. Is that right? Yeah, no pictures, no videos. Okay. Okay, now these 2 games have this Tokaido feel. One is Tokaido Duo, a 2-player specific version of Tokaido, and this is another game that has similar art and similar basic idea. Now, I'm a fan of Tokaido, but neither of these really appeal to me, and I'm not 100% sure why. You can see this has been out since 2019. It just looks a little busy to me. I think one of the charms of Tokaido was how straightforward and simple it was. Here's the track. I don't know why all these images are here. Here's the track, and you just go down it. Whereas these games look like, this is what happens with a game. A game does well, and then people try to soup it up to 11. Let's see if we can get a picture of this.
Hi everyone, today we're learning how to play Namiji, the spiritual sequel to the famous Tokaido. This is not an expansion, but a brand new game, once again designed by Antoine Boza, illustrated by Nayad, and published by Funforge, who spawned at their own pace and strategically plan their stops to make the most out of their day at sea. Players score points according to the fish and crustaceans they get, the beautiful sea animals they'll spot, or even the offerings they'll give to the sea. At the end of the voyage, when everyone's back home, the player with the most points wins the game. To set up the game, place the game board at the center of the table. Individually shuffle the dog cards, the sacred rock cards, and the net tokens, and place them all on their respective section on the board. Then shuffle the fish tokens and place them face down on the board to form the school of fish. Put all the crustacean tokens, so the shrimps and the crabs, in the bag. Sort the panorama cards by type, dolphin, octopus, and whale, and by value, all the ones on top, then all the...
very much Tokaido feel, but looks like probably trying to be a little more strategic, a little more strategy involved. For me, I think Tokaido has a place in being simple and straightforward, so I'm not looking to find a more strategic Tokaido. I like how straightforward it is. I'll pick a different game when I want it to be more strategic. And Tokaido Duo, I got the same feel for, same impression. Again, this is Antoine Bauza. There's no videos here, but there are videos online about it. Yeah, I mean, if you like Tokaido for the art and for the building of the murals and stuff, then maybe both of these are games you might be interested in. And maybe if you don't have Tokaido, you might consider buying one of these instead. Okay, these are Funko games. They make very cheap IP licensed games that are often cooperative and sometimes quite surprisingly good and sometimes just not so great. Disney Thunder Mountain Rail. None of these really appeal to me. They're all of the Funko games are fairly shallow. It's just we've reviewed a couple on the Co-op for Two channel, and they're all flashy and sometimes impressively developed for the cost. But this is not stuff I want. Then there's an ET game. This is a cooperative game. Doesn't look appealing to me. Again, these are these tactical strategy games with these creatures. Not interested. Now, this one is interesting to me. This one kickstarted. I seriously considered backing it. This looks much heavier than the normal Funko games, and it is a legacy game. and I am a sucker for these legacy games. It's cooperative. I believe it's cooperative, and it's legacy, and it actually, like, it looks good to me. Look, it's legacy, so you're writing on cards. The art is good. It's dinosaurs. The board doesn't look that appealing, but it's not overly busy. And it's a campaign. It's a campaign of, what does it say? So I looked at the Kickstarter. It's hard for me to justify spending so much money on these games, so I really don't feel like they're worth hundreds of dollars. But let's see if Alex can convince us.
You know, I don't think I've ever reviewed a legacy game before, and it makes sense, because they're kind of hard to review. Theoretical idea of infinite play after, something many legacy games have done, and we'll talk about my opinion of that as well.
I'm not opening it up, so it's useless to me. I need to be able to see it. Let's see if they've got any images here.
Studio 3.
So we're gonna open it up here, restricted access, and you can see the box.
Very cool. Is this safe down here? No bunny? Bunny?
Okay. Warning. Warning, there you go.
I mean, I'm a sucker for
Do not
this
unpack this game
aspect
yet,
of
but
the
we have
legacy
already
games.
unpacked a lot of it, so.
Like, oh yeah, it is kind of big. Do you want to move the box so we can put it down? Sure. Can't see all of it in the shot.
You're actually building the visitor center and building the genetics lab.
Oh, cool.
So, and here they actually are, right here. Visitor center and genetics
Yeah,
lab.
these two buildings in the tutorial, you have to build them, and then there's little mini games that basically you have tokens and you have to get them into a...
I mean, I am not a fan of this mini game stuff, but a cooperative legacy game where you're bringing out new stuff and modifying stuff, I would always say yes to that. If I had someone who said, let's play all 12 games in the next couple weeks, I'm in. Okay, Rear Window. Here's a game that is in the Dixit type of family, or Mysterium Park, or Obscurio. There's one person trying to give clues to the others by giving them cards. It sounds like it's got some clever mechanics, but I watched the review of it and it did not seem appealing to me, and I don't need lots of different versions of this. So for me, it added nothing that Mysterium and Mysterium Park didn't do. And it looked like, when I look at these games, like the games where you have to give clues to people by giving them the ambiguous picture cards, I think what my brain does is it calculates what are the likelihood of having a bad game, of getting the unlucky cards and having a bad experience. That's how I treat those games. And there are certain games like Dixit that's not going to happen, and there's certain games like Obscurio and Mysterium Park where it could happen, and I just stay away from those. I don't want the bad experience. All right, it seems like we've been an hour. It's time for another break. So we'll take a break for 8 minutes this time, and we'll come back for our next set. And I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're about at the halfway mark. Is there anyone still in the channel? Still with me? I guess we should get right back to it. Let's see if we can't get... I think we're still on track for about 5 hours. All right, sports, dice, soccer, no interest. The Shadow Planet. Okay, so the art here looks fantastic. 3 to 5 players. That's unfortunate. I try to avoid games that don't at least support a 2-player game. Bag and pool building, I like that though. And I did mark it as interested. Let's take a look at this. So I think there's no video. Oh no, there are videos. Let's see. But they're... Okay. Let's see what we've got here.
Hello guys, it's Cardboard Rhino and welcome to this Rhino preview. Today I have here with me the new sci-fi game by Galacta that is launching on Kickstarter. It's Shadow Planet. Shadow Planet is a retro sci-fi game of alien horror based on an Italian graphic novel, and the game is full of mystery and secrets. There is hidden identities and roles, there is exploration, together with a deck building mechanic done in a completely new way that I haven't seen in another game. You have to try to figure out who's with you and who's against you, and with every game you dig a little bit deeper into the strategy of each role. But let me first introduce you to the story. You are on a hostile planet. You have set out to go on a scientific mission, but lots of things went wrong, including a terrifying, threatening monster. Someone killed Mark, the pilot, and severely damaged you. At the end of the game, you will reveal your secret identity and you will get matched with one of the characters whose markers you have the fewest of. You'll then take the deck of cards of your matching character, and based on the power of the symbols on your card.
I mean, in general, I don't love the hidden role games, but the art looks so evocative, and the idea of an alien being among them, sort of Thing vibe. I think it's definitely worth a try, worth looking at. Drunk Tiger says the video is a bit loud. Yeah, it was a bit loud for me too. But I can't change. I mean, I can change the audio for you, but let me see if it's not just coming through my earpiece too loud. Okay, so here's a game from Arrakis. Okay, but now that I know that volume is too loud, I'll try to turn it down next time if it's similar. Okay, I mean, I am not a huge Dune IP person, so these don't do that much for me. It's area, majority, and influence. It looks like a very dry, pun intended, little map here of area control. Not for me. Rebecca says it may have been just that channel that was too loud. Yeah, that's what that's what I'm now realizing. Okay, here's another Firefly game. Somehow the Firefly games keep coming out. Don't care about that IP, so I'm not interested. It didn't look that special either. Some expansions for Star Trek Ascendancy, which looks interesting, but I've never played. Pirates of Skydock. Prove that you deserve to be named captain of a starship. Area movement. Card play conflict resolution. What do some of these mechanics mean? Card play conflict resolution. What does that mean? I guess we could click on it and get an explanation. Players compete to be the one to successfully pull off of one of the greatest heists of all time. Move around the ship. Complete objectives. No videos. One image of interest. Probably not. Okay, Hippocrates. This is a medical game. This looks like a candidate maybe for a heavy game that, if it scratched your itch in terms of theme, might be interesting. It doesn't really do it for me though. Oak. This one looked a little interesting. This is one that I can't get a great feel of without seeing it. Everyone's got their own little tableau. The art looks interesting. A little resource gathering and converting. I'm not sure what's going on with this central board. Looks like you can a little bit of worker placement. I saw in the video that they were upgrading their character, so probably not, but possibly. Erect stunning buildings of the world-renowned marble in beautiful Tuscany. Tile placement, probably not. So I'm not a fan of these games where you have to hide the stuff that you're building, but I do like this thing where you're sort of, everyone looks like they're building their own private area. Looks a little messy. I really do hate this stuff where you have to hide your resources though. Okay, expansion for Paris, a game I haven't played, but that looks beautiful. Okay, Rule Benders. This was intriguing. It's a board game where you can change the rules, but Tom Vassell did a review and he said it's basically like fucks the board game and terribly chaotic and boring. So that's that. Stroganoff looked like a little bit of an interesting Euro-y game where you're sort of collecting furs. The art actually looked nice, but maybe a little too dry for me. Tiny Epic Dinosaurs Deluxe Edition. So the whole Tiny Epic series doesn't quite do it for me. I've played a couple, they're okay, but nothing to write home about. Okay, then we've got Blitz Bowl, which is this futuristic sports medieval combat game that some people love, but not me. And then we've got some tactical combat stuff and Warhammer. Cooperative adventure exploration. So Warhammer Quest, the card game, was actually a pretty good game. This is a little bit intriguing to me, just because it looks like maybe it's got some of the pedigree of the Warhammer Quest, the card game. I'm going to put undecided here. Okay, Chonky Donkey. Try not to laugh or force others to laugh. This is it's a party game where you're trying to say words or play words to get the person to crack up. That's too easy to have a bad, failed experience with that. It's not for me. I'd rather the laughter come as a side effect of the party game, not as the main mechanic. Okay, then we've got some kids' games here. Sleeping Queens was a card game that I know people had some respect for. This is a fault, but I couldn't get into the first one, so not for me. Here's a Jenga-like tower that you build with dice. Like you roll the dice, you have to put the correct dice in the correct spot. Probably not for me, just because I like the dexterity games of building I like are the ones is junk art and that family. So this doesn't look interesting enough. Okay, the art on this one, Circadians, looks terrible. It looks like the John Travolta religion movie. 6 asymmetric factions battle for control. Area majority, no, I don't like that. Okay, then there's a couple of these games made by this company that makes these science biology games. They actually look pretty. They look like reasonable games to me. But not interesting enough to want to buy. Ecosystem. Draft cards as you try to build the most balanced ecosystem nature has ever seen. Okay, I'm not a huge fan of card drafting, but let's see what it looks like. Okay, I remember this one. So the cards are okay looking, and if I remember correctly, this is this game where you're laying out these tiles to score points, and then you've got a little cheat sheet here. Each player has one that tells you how to score. Like, you have to keep referring to that to tell you that if you put 4 antelope in a row, you'll get 3 points. So that I don't want. I don't want to have to keep referring to the cheat sheet diagram to tell me how to score. I want that. Anyway, okay, so Coral Reef is just a retheming of it. Genotype, this is a game that came out. We saw it at the previous Gencon. In fact, Rebecca may have purchased Genotype. I don't remember, but it's not new. Periodic, a game of the elements. That seems like that's not new either. It's not. It's from 2019, but I don't know anything about it. Maybe it's kickstarted in 2019 and now for sale. Hop around to combine elements for maximum points. No. Okay. Next up. Acropolis. At the heart of the Mediterranean, rival cities seek wealth and glory. Layering city building. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Is this the tile laying where you lay tiles on top of each other? Yes. No, do not want that. Okay, Critical Foundation Season 1. Over 9 30-minute episodes in this guided role-playing adventure. Is it really role-playing or is it a board game? Constructed like a television series, each of the 9 episodes taking 30 minutes. You can take on the role of the game master, directs the adventure, plays one of the characters. An RPG-style experience with board game scaffolding via character cards and dice-based combat. I do not like when there aren't hard and fast rules. This one looks not for me. Okay, Movie Mind. This one is intriguing to me because I am a big fan of movies. As I understand it, in this one, you've got an image, a stack of these large cards that have lots of different movie scenes on them. And you're told to like name a movie where where something happened, and then you're looking on your scene for the thing to remind you of the movie you're thinking of. Probably not good. Hard to find a group of players with equal knowledge of movies to enjoy it. But I like the idea of these large pictures with scenes to remind you, so you don't just have to remember. That could work. If you had a group of movie lovers, that could be fun. Pathfinder Arena is a miniature little tactical thing, not for me. Okay, Frostpunk, the board game, city survival game where heat means life. So this is a little bit intriguing to me. I remember when this was kickstarted, I was tempted to back it. It's cooperative, and it looks like it could have some serious, meaty cooperative decisions about sort of almost like a tower defense type of decisions here. Let's see if Brian at Board Game Brigade has it actually on his table.
Game. I've saved this game. I want to play this game, but I don't know if there's actual value in terms of what we're looking at here. So the core pledge for 75.
Okay, same thing. He's just looking at the pledge, but you're basically building and defending this city. Okay, let's look at the trailer.
The work shift starts.
Hunters to find whatever food they can. The responsibility to govern the remaining souls falls on me and my council. It is our job to give them hope and keep them alive.
Hear me. New law in the city.
Our decisions are never easy. Each one could bring unforeseen consequences. These people are hanging on by a thread, their discontent almost tangible under the skin, eager to spill out in a final cry of defiance. Our society evolves, and so does its mood. We found ways of sustaining ourselves. We've even satisfied the ever-present curiosity of our species. Using what little we have, we are constantly improving the one thing that saved mankind. Our technology.
Brace yourselves. Cold is coming.
Human nature can be as destructive as it can be creative. At some point, we will end up at a crossroads, and the path we choose will permanently change the face of our city.
End of shift. Go rest all who can.
And for your own sake, let us hope we choose wisely.
So actually that looks quite intriguing to me. The idea of city building and upgrading to as a cooperative game is very appealing. It's got a little bit of a Dark Tower vibe with this central thing where you drop cubes in, except without the ridiculous Dark Tower electronics. Based on a video game, Drunk Tiger is saying it sounds like, I don't know why this is not updating more frequently. Yeah, it actually looks intriguing to me. I probably would have backed it if it wasn't so expensive, but we'll see what the final reviews sound like. But I absolutely could see myself playing this as a serious cooperative board game, as a real meaty, thinky game. Fjords area majority, probably not. Let's just take a look at what it looks like. No, I don't like those games. The Gardens, available for demo. Modular boards drafting, probably not, but let's look. Is it beautiful? I mean, that looks nice. You build these buildings. But it's tile laying stuff, trying to make paths and tiles. I don't really like those games. Silicon Valley. Manage your creatives and their innovative ideas in this polyomino game. Nope, don't want polyomino. Okay, Aldabas. I saw a playthrough of this. This is just a cute little card playing game, nothing special. Here's an expansion for Endangered. Endangered is a cooperative sort of system that Greg and I played on the channel. You can watch our review and playthroughs. I actually liked Endangered quite a bit. We never got a chance to play the new Kickstarter with lots of different animals, but I'm a little bit of a completionist, so I might pick up this tiny little butterfly module. It'll just be a small little bag of butterflies with rules. Forgotten Depths, I saw a couple videos of. I've been getting kind of intrigued by some of these dungeon crawling esoteric games that aren't mainstream board games. And I saw on the Dungeon Dive channel, was it? A playthrough talking about some innovative mechanics, but also everyone complaining that this box was like 10 times bigger than it needed to be. But it actually looked kind of cool. Let's see if we can't get a look at some of the components here and the art.
Hello, welcome back. Thank you for joining us. Today we are bringing you the anticipated gameplay of Forgotten Depths by Void.
This is from 2020.
This is a 1 to 3 player dungeon adventure game where we're going to be doing a little bit of tile laying to explore this.
Look how beautiful that
this ecology. all right, Max.
Like a whole section of the game is tile laying.
A core part of the game is going to be tile laying, where we are exploring this ecology, trying to get to the next layer or level. We'll be playing through the very first season or first scenario. We're
Some
also
would call
going
it
to
a
be
story or a floor. The ecology, I believe, is the term in the game.
Guys, do you want to explain? We've all played this game before, so if you all want to start diving into exactly how...
I'm gonna get it. I forgot
Let him. Oh, you don't have power to kill it, though. You're gonna get hit. I'm spending a power card...
You're just gonna keep going, huh?
So I said I don't like tile laying. A big part of this game is you're strategically building this dungeon that you're traveling down. But I think that kind of tile laying, especially in a cooperative game, is a completely different matter than the tiling I don't like. And the art in this is just outstanding. But I don't think I would buy it with this giant box and expensive stuff. But maybe if they reprint it, I would consider it. Okay, Reign of Dragoness, no information on it. Cube Area 51. This is going to be terrible, but it's based, if it's got a cube vibe, maybe it's worth looking at. Okay, no information about it. tile placement. Okay, Horizons of Spirit Island. This is a Spirit Island, which is a very famous cooperative game that you already know about, but this is a simplified version of it for new players. It's still 14 and up. Spirit Island's got a lot of fiddly stuff that we never quite got into, but this might be a good little cut down version of it. Legacy of Sleepy Hollow. Cooperative action points. Don't know anything about this. Cooperative. Take the roles of the 4 residents. Cooperative miniatures-based campaign game full of secrets and twists. Any videos? Yes. Kickstarter preview. Let's take a look.
You can see it here before us. These are non-final components. The final game is going to have minis in place of some of these. So the way the game flows, it's completely cooperative, and you can move in any order that you decide to. And on your turn, you get to move and take 1 action. And these are your little people. You move around the map. They have different speeds, etc. And the way that your actions work is actually pretty unique. So everybody has this character mat and action tokens, and when you choose an action to do, you're going to take a token and place it on the appropriate spot. So for instance, you could rest to heal yourself, you could make an attack.
Dice. Don't like it. Okay, Sentinels of Multiverse, not for me. Definitive Edition. I played Spirit Island once, all the amazing reviews, and never touched it since. Greg had a very funny quote with Spirit Island. So we played Spirit Island like twice. And Greg's quote was, I can't tell if I dislike this game or it could be my favorite game ever if I played it a little more. Which was funny. But I think in general, Spirit Island has the kind of cooperation I don't like. It's the cooperation where you can't tell people the cards you have, so you can't coordinate playing. It solves the alpha gamer, but that's not what I want in my cooperative game. I want full discussion of a plan, not I have to pick a card, I can't tell you what I'm going to play, and they're not going to be coordinated well. Spirit Island just was a little bit overwhelmingly asymmetric, very hard to really know what your partner is going to be doing. But I could see making the case that if you were going to be on a desert island and you wanted one cooperative game, maybe Spirit Island would be a rich enough one that you would really take years to master, or something like that, but not for me. Okay, back to our thing here. After the Empire looked pretty cool. It says only the deluxe version will be available at Gencon. $100. Is this $100 for the deluxe version or $100 for the retail? And the deluxe version is going to be multiple hundreds. But actually, this looked attractive to me. So it's not cooperative, but each person has their own little, let's see if we can find Alex. Does Alex have a video? I just want to show it to you because it looks kind of nice. So each person has their own little castle that looks like you can build up defenses of it. And then you're sort of taking actions, worker placement type actions to defend and build up your defenses, and then while the invaders come year after year. So it's almost like a tower defense, but your own competitive, your own private tower defense. And you can see it's got that little toy factor, which normally you don't care about, but this seems kind of fun. So worker placement, tower defense, competitive, but not take that, not direct attack, seems intriguing to me. So I've got that listed as interested. Okay, Arcana Rising, don't know anything about that. Interesting looking art, looks a little busy, but maybe. Oh, that looks ugly to me. Busy. Sorry, let's just take a look at this for a second. What is this? Closed drafting, open drafting, 6 spellcasters, competition, drafting engine building, compete over 3 rounds. Select a card from pile your past, pass the remaining. No, if it's going to be a drafting game, I want it to be simple. Simple drafting game is okay. Or have drafting be a tiny part. Okay, area, majority, influence, and dice rolling. That sounds terrible. Let's see. Last light 4x in an hour. Let's see. Oh, I know what this game is.
I had a game of Last Light that was 38 minutes start to finish, and it genuinely did not compromise on the 4x experience. I'm Alex Radcliffe from Board Game Co, and this is Last Light, designed by Roy Kennedy, and it's meant to give you that 4x experience, and it's meant to do so in under an hour. That game I mentioned, that's going to be a direct head-to-head game I had with Roy. I have it filmed. I'll link to it down below. It's on the channel. And while that is a direct 2-player experience, even playing this at higher player counts, in general, this does not go over an hour. When you're playing with people who know the game in person, it does not run over an hour, which is impressive. But before we go any further, this is a prototype, all rules, components, subject to change, all of that. Also, it's designed by Roy Kennedy, who, for disclaimer's sake, I would say I'm fairly friendly with, so take that into account. And this is an active GameFound campaign. I'll have a link to that down below. But this is really giving you that 4x experience. Resource as well, so it's a bit of a, well, trade, as you might imagine. From there we have, well, let's skip refresh, we'll come back to that in a second. Card number 6 is command, and the sequencing. The order of those cards is important when it comes to the strategy of the game, but let's focus on command for a second. Command lets you move all your ships up to your speed. Each ship has a given speed that you have on this board over here, and you want to move those ships up to their speed in order to move around the galaxy, in order to start taking over planets, in order to start engaging in combats, and that's the important next part of command, because the second part of command allows you to attack with your ships. Whether or
Okay, I don't like these area control combat stuff. I'm intrigued by the idea of 4x in an hour, but okay, Weirdwood Manor is a cooperative game. I like the art style here. I don't love that art as much. Let's see if we can get some more information about this. Cooperative board game marries great adventure gameplay with some Euro-inspired underpinnings. Okay, sounds good. You pick a monster to fight against. You assume the role of one of 6 asymmetrically designed characters. You battle against one of the 3 different monsters. Dice drafting, card play, resource management, locations, actions. Ugh, sounds like a lot thrown in there. Then they've got their own custom deck, the monster. No videos, so it's fairly new, just some photos of it. What does that board look like? Boy, that's kind of busy, but it's intriguing. I would put that one as an interested in just seeing it played, checking it out. And I have marked it as interested. Okay, in the palm of your hand, 2 to 8 players, so it looks like a kind of party game. Deduction party game. That sounds interesting. Why is it not marked? Must be something wrong with it. Team-based. Oh, this is the one. It pays to just look at the video of this. What's the shortest video of it? Is there like a little trailer for it? English trailer. All right, so take a look at this. Okay, this is the Delta one. Okay, it's typical trailer that is not helpful. basically in this game, you're having to convey information to one player who's blindfolded by putting things in their hand. And it looks like a mess, to be honest, but it's such a cool idea.
Board games. Hi everybody, my name is Nick Murphy of the Brothers Murph, and we are here with BoardGameGeek.com. Well, it's time to go down memory lane, so let's get this game down to the table and go a little more in focus on In the Palm of Your Hand. In the Palm of Your Hand is a team-based dexterity deduction game where players will be miming out scenes from the grandfather's memory into each other's hands, and they will have to guess which story is being told. The game comes with 100 different memories from the grandfather's life, and these will be mimed out in the palms of the player's hands using these various objects. Players will be in teams of 2 or 3, and each team will get 6 memory cards. Card off the hand with the objects given. So basically, look what you're doing. The child may use any objects they want and may use them in any way they see fit, and they may instruct the grandfather to hold their hand in a certain way. There are some restrictions though. The child may never touch the grandfather's hand with their
It's a very cool idea. There are only a couple of tactile games like this. There's that Nyctophia, whatever it is, Fear of Dark, whatever, where you have to touch the board and find out. This one, you're sort of miming stuff in someone's hands, but it just looks like a mess. Like most of the time, it's going to be terribly frustrating to play. Okay, Animal Poker. I mean, I wouldn't mind watching that played, but I don't think that game is going to work. Animal Poker, there's a little kids version of poker, another couple of kids games. Spicy was a real card game, a trick-taking game, I believe. I don't need a kids version of it. Art Robbery looked interesting to me. It's another Reiner Knizia game. You know Reiner Knizia, he's famous, he's a mathematician, and all of his games have some very clever economic mathematical details that make them work. This one looks quite interesting, but I had a hard time getting a real feel for it. But let's take a look at it. I mean, I think for me, this is a good example of a kind of game that I would just buy and trust that it's going to be reasonably good. But let's see if we can look at a little bit of it. Okay, this is no good. Let's see if we can find a better one.
Because Helvetique is a Swiss publisher, as I mentioned in this round, there's nothing else to take from the middle. You can play the guard dog, and now the guard dog goes in front of you, and if someone would take your token, you can instead give them the guard dog. So you have a choice of what you want to give away. So this 3 isn't great to guard necessarily, since they would have to take this 3 first, and there's someone else they can steal from. The game is extremely simple, as you can tell from the brevity of that explanation, and it features one of my favorite characteristics of a game in that you can teach it while you play. Deal each player 5 cards, put out the tokens, put the dog in the middle, you go. If you play a number card, you're going to take this. If all of those have been claimed, you're going to take it from someone else. Blah, blah, blah. You just explain very quickly, and turns are very quick around the table because all it is play a card, take something, draw a replacement card. I will mention most people forget that last step of drawing a replacement card, or at least rather than take the 3 in the middle. The 3s can be claimed by the 3.
Maybe we would have to watch the whole thing. It's such a simple game, but it's hard to get an idea of how it plays. But it's a Knizia game. It's this type of game where you've got some loot and you're all trying to get the most out of it with some clever actions. But probably I'll just pick that up. Probably that's going to be good. Okay, Patient Zero looked like a pretty heavy team-based game. I think you'd have a hard time finding people to play this, but this actually looked kind of interesting to me. So it's a little bit of a deduction team game. Let's see if we can take a little bit of a look at it. But you'd have to.
Hi, my name is Moni.
This is a race between the red lab and the blue lab.
That's right. And so today, Naveen is going to be playing as the Red Lab.
Red lab.
And so the way that this works is at the start of the game, whoever is playing the role of Savvy, who is the Savvy computer, is going to take this entire deck of molecule cards. And so this deck is comprised of 25 different molecules that each correspond to the 25 molecules that are shown on this worksheet right here. And so at the start of the game, this deck is going to get shuffled, and then Savvy is going to secretly draw 3 of these molecule cards because they are going to be the actual solution for the antidote. Savvy will then memorize these 3 cards and then put them off to the side, making sure not to show anybody who's a part of any of the teams. And since Naveen saw what those 3 cards were, I'm going to
Reshuffle,
now draw a true antidote solution.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes. Yes. I
All
am.
right. And so the rest of the molecule deck will just get put off to the side because I'm going to be able to use it again later. The tool that your opposing team chose.
Yep.
And so this is a way for you to be able to take a certain tool multiple times that you only have one of. All right, round 4. What tool have you chosen?
Okay, I'm choosing, this is the min-max, so it's Intervalo.
That's right.
All
Okay.
right.
And so for this tool, what Naveen is going to do is he's going to choose either min or max. And so if he chooses min, then I have to tell him which row the lowest number of the 3 molecules is in.
Uh-huh.
And he gets to check off that box of whatever row that's
so there
in.
you go. You get the idea. It's a team-based deduction game trying to identify the molecule. It looks like it could be interesting for the right group, but hard to get played. All right. Cave in. Feels like we might have to pick up the pace a little bit. Nope. Okay, orbital. So these are all set in this world. I don't know what world this is. Is it from a video game? Oh, look who it is, though. It's the Terraforming Mars guy. Well, that makes you want to give it a little deeper look. Based on Space Station. Re-implements Space Station. Boy, I do not like this, though. Okay, not for me. Okay, Dirt Dog hit him with a shoe. No idea what this is. Looks like a jokey game. No. The Red Burnous, Algeria, 1857. Okay. I recommend Battle for Algiers, the movie. What's this and why have I marked it as interested? The French are run as an automata deck for 1 to 4 players. It's cooperative. Any videos? Let's see.
Hi everybody. Enhance your preparations. But don't forget, the French are amassing their forces too.
It's like a prototype.
And you'll
copy.
eventually clash on the field.
Oh, don't love that.
Can you outlast the French foes and become victorious?
Look at all these dice. No, 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 not for me. So we just get rid of that. I don't know why I marked it as interesting. Okay, Evergreen. Make your planet as verdant as possible. 1 to 4 players. No videos. Images don't look very compelling. Steam Up. This isn't new, is it? It says 2022. Is it a copy of something else? There's some deluxe components. light, medium weight set collection. Each player takes turn, 2 different actions. Purchasing dim sum. I don't know. Just make the dim sum and eat it. I don't know why you'd want to play it as a game instead. Break the cube. Okay. 2 to 4 players. I see it's got some 3D parts. Multiplayer puzzle solving game. Go brain to brain with your friends. Build the most complex shape possible behind your screen. No, I don't like building. I don't like having a screen. Push the limits of the known universe and map the infinite. That sounds appealing. What do we got here? Get as many victory points as possible. Choose and write a figure on a free exploration zone. Force your opponents to draw another one on theirs. Encounter aliens. Upgrade your ship. So it's a drawing game. Spatial drawing game. Don't like it. Get on board. Create the best bus line in this flip and write game. I like the art style, the sort of 1930s, 1940s. 7.2. Let's see what Z Garcia thinks. We'll just jump around and get his conclusion.
Hey, everybody, Z Garcia. Load up characters, drop them off sometimes where they want to go, and generally score victory points, all right? We are going to each round reveal one of these cards up here, flipping that over. Everybody has on their board, on their sheet here, that ticket number. You will mark that off, and it tells you what kind of route you are building. The ending of the game is still super fun. It's a game that I find to be punchy. It's a quick playing game. There's not a lot of turns, so every turn is important. You're trying to achieve, I
don't want it. Okay, King of Tokyo Monster Box. So this is King of Tokyo, a very good, light, quick, one of my favorite games for just if you've got a mixed group that aren't real board gamers, but is fun. I guess this is a box with the base game and all the expansions they've released. Kingfire Chronicles, Night's Fall. Demo events are sold out, you can watch. This sounds like a foreign-made game that might be interesting. Let's see. It's cooperative, quest-based role-playing board game. Take on the role of seekers, adventurers fighting to push back the darkness. Adventuring, battle, and exploration. Draw chits out of the Destiny bag. Any videos? Reveal teaser. That normally means it's some bullshit that has nothing to do with the game, but let's see. Yeah, look at this. Total bullshit. It tells us nothing. Useless. Okay. All right. Could be good, could be bad. We have no idea. They can't even be bothered to tell us anything about it. Okay, here's Aeon's End Legacy of Gravehold, which I kickstarted because I was a big fan of Aeon's End Legacy. I don't know if I'll ever get to play it now, but I really liked Aeon's End Legacy, and I would recommend you picking up that or this if this is better by the people who like it. Okay, what's this? Make It Happen team-based game set collection. Okay, I'm curious. I like the art style. Make It Happen. Let's see what we got. Team-based. I'm always a sucker for quick team-based games. Let's see. Work with your team to collect and play sets of fabric. Team play is one of my favorite little quick team games to teach people and play. Okay, any videos? Oh, a full review by Tom Basso. Okay, let's see what we got here.
I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't know why people watch fashion shows, but just it's not my thing. So that's fine. And Make It Happen, which from what I understand is based on a very popular phrase from a reality TV show about fashion, is a game about fashion. As a game theme, I think fashion is very interesting. Pret-a-porter. At the beginning of the game, players will be split into teams, red and blue team. Each team is going to get a bunch of boards that show various styles they can do. You'll pick 3. So maybe I'll pick business chic, the dress, and the ball gown. All right, so you put these in front of you like this. Each team is also going to have a whole deck here.
So you put
thing
these
that you can choose when you put the cards.
Nice.
You get points for each of their outfits. So this is worth 1 point on its own. And let's say you have a 2-star fabric. So this one's going to be worth
the game.
I really dislike this game in so many ways. And you know the way...
Okay. All right. I mean, that's enough of a negative that tells me to not go for it. Okay, Quest, Avalon, this is social deduction, hidden role game. Already have it. Sherlock Files, they keep pushing these out. Here's number 6. This is a game that I have 1 box of, but it lists as at 1 to 8, but it really feels like you need more players. One of the few little deduction mystery games here on this list. But again, I don't think it's that well suited for single player. Block and key, place 3D blocks in a shared space. That does not sound good, but let's quickly see what it looks like. Nope. We just saw Nope, the movie, by the way, at the movie theater. I didn't think it was very good. Co-op tiling game where children escape a castle of nightmares and avoid the demon. And that art doesn't look good. We don't need to go into here. Expansion for some crazy game that we probably Japanime games. Okay, build your deck, battle gods from all the world's pantheons. That's not gonna be for me. Just get a look at the art. No video, no art. Okay. Again, continuing off that. Latria, auction, sealed bid, open drafting. These anime games I don't like. The Japanese have a good history of little tight, tiny, elegant games. Like Startup and Deep Dive and stuff, but that's not one of them. Okay, these are different. These are not for me. All right, expansion for Roll Camera, a game that didn't look right to me, but some people really like it. Caper Europe. Caper is not a new game. This might be a new edition of it, a new theming of it in Europe, maybe. But I don't know much about the real game, the regular game. Let's see what Z Garcia says quickly.
Hey, everybody, Z Garcia on locations, which are these 3 locations here. If you control them, you're going to be scoring your thieves, which are these. You're going to be scoring gear if it gives you any victory points, as well as things you stole, all these goodies that you've been able to pilfer. To set up the game, you are going to pick one of these 4 cities to be the city that you are playing in. And you'll shuffle the corresponding cards into these 2 decks here, as well as the cities before you set them up. So right now, Paris is shuffled in here, okay? And then you are pretty much ready to begin once you've randomized these into the different locations. So the game is going to have 6 rounds, as you see here. And the rounds are going to alternate between thief rounds and gear rounds. So during the first one, we are going to deal each player 4 of these thieves. And it counts as one of these little, I'll play here. Design. Having played this one now, I don't think I'm going to be going back to it. This one is an improved experience, especially when it comes to the ease of play, okay? It's just an extremely...
Okay, so it's better than the original Caper, but it still doesn't really appeal to me. Okay, parks. Lots of people love parks. Not me, so that's not for me. Okay. Next, kids table board game Maple Valley. Looks super cute. Not for me. Again, similar kids game. Not for me. 60 retail copies will be available. Tactical deck builder. Nope. Almost innocent. Cooperative deductive game proving your almost innocence. Age 12 up. Let's see what this is about. No videos, no nothing, and just thematic art. Cooperative deduction game, progressive story in which your teammates must work together across different scenarios to prove you're innocent, responsible for the solution of another player. Turn after turn, each player asks select questions that will help not only them but everyone else playing as well. Find out who committed the crime with what weapon. This seems like it's going to be very simplistic. Probably not. But I'll mark it here. Can someone get rid of that person? Jonathan Warner may not be here. I think Rebecca has permission to do it. Let me see. If otherwise, I'll have to go in there and do it. Lost Empires, War for the Sun. 4 factions face off in a head-to-head battle for control. Let's see. It's almost time to take a break, so if I have to take a break to get rid of that person, I can. Deck construction, 2-player only. I like the art. Let's see if there's a video. Lost Empires. Here's Alex Radcliffe again.
Hey, I'm Alex Radcliffe from Board Game Co. And today I'm covering Lost Empires, a game by Colossal Games, coming soon or possibly already on Kickstarter, link down below. Now this is a prototype and it likely will be one of my shorter videos because Lost Empires uses a formula, a system that we've seen before in many games. We've seen it from Blood Bowl, the card game, Omen Reign of War, the Tristan Hall series of back and forth, and that's going to be a 2-player card game in which you have some sort of deck, and we'll get to the way the deck works, the construction, all that aspect, and you're fighting back and forth over 3 different areas in the game. You're going to have 3 different battlefields, and then where you play your cards, how you play your cards, what you do within the confines and the rule set that the game gives you, that ultimately determines what makes Lost Empires different than any other game in this series. And then, well, series is well determined, this genre of these style of games. And in Lost Empires, effectively, you are going to have unique factions in the game. So the base game or the prototype, I should say, that I have currently has 4 different factions with a little bit of deck construction available. There should be more of that in the Kickstarter and potential expansions to the best of my knowledge. There's going to be really, I would say, 3 things in this game. One is basically just me being pedantic, and the other 2 are more noteworthy. The pedantic one is that you trade in these artifacts at a rate of 4-to-1 for these larger tokens, and the way the game presents it is it's a game mechanics, not purely a currency, meaning it's not that this is worth dice rolling to the combat here. It doesn't feel like it adds anything to the game.
Nope. Battle Royale game where you fight for fame. Dice at icon resolution. No. Western Legends big box. Okay, Western Legends has been out for a while. It's an interesting looking open world type game. Probably not interested in the big box. Okay, the adventure game series I'm a big fan of. I have a couple I haven't played yet. They're sort of puzzle games, long puzzle games. I don't know why this says 90 minutes. But with a little bit of narrative, I'm a big fan of those. I'll just pick that one up. Carta Ventura, Journey to Tibet, cooperative. Let's see, that sounds interesting. Yeah, beautiful art. A little bit of historical. It's got a sort of Seventh Continent vibe to those cards, those square cards. A Seventh Continent vibe to laying out the map. Let's see if we can find a... video about it. Oh, it's Marco. Let's see what Marco thinks. One of my favorite YouTube channels, Marco Arnaudo.
Cartaventura Laza. This is the second game that they play in the Cartaventura system. The previous one being Vinland. You may have seen my video for that one, and you may remember that my conclusions were that that game, I saw potential in the system. The system is one that appeals to me very much, but I just didn't like the execution in that one. So let's see what the situation is in Laza. I'm going to give you an introduction to the game system in case you haven't seen the other video. You can jump to the conclusions if you know how the Cartaventura games work. So what we have here is basically a choose your own adventure book in card format. So instead of having a bound book, you have a deck of numbered cards. They're double-sided with a lot of illustrations, and the idea is that some of those cards will be instructed to place them on the table to create a map, and then you're navigating that map, and some of the cards will present you interactions such as, if you do this thing, do that thing, you go to that card, if you do this other thing, flip this card.
Okay.
So I know that's not a spoiler. Another advantage, of course, of having cards as opposed to having a printed book.
Let's see what he thinks about it.
So I felt that, especially compared to Vinland, this one does what it promises a lot better. It does give me the sense of an exploration, of an adventure. You don't rinse and repeat as the story progresses. So there's a sense of progression that is visually, materially recorded on the table and gives you, again, that sense of a true journey that you're going through. There is, again, a mystical element to it. You as a journalist, you're haunted by Alexandra David Neal, whom I didn't know before. I learned more about the history of Western explorations in this area in the earlier 20th century.
Dave Neal has designed a bunch of mystery games, including the Baker Street Irregulars. He's not listed as a designer. I don't know why he was mentioned there. Do you play? Can you replay it after 2 plays? Yeah, this is a purchase for me. This looks really interesting, really fun. Replayability. I've played twice. Neither reached positive conclusion, nor I feel like I saw the meteor encounters on the path. 5 endings, I've only seen 2. Better as a solo experience. This seems like it might be like a little miniature 7th continent, choose your own adventure thing in a little box. But that's probably, especially because it's cheap, that's probably a must-buy for me, and sounds like it might make a good gift. And then, was this the one he didn't like? Or was the previous one he didn't like? These Cosmos companies, German company, just puts out these series of games that are like the Exit series. Okay, Catch the Moon, don't know anything about it, age 6+. That's not going to be for me. All right, Exit the Game Advent Calendars. This is Inc. and Marcus Brand, who have done a bunch of great stuff. And they keep getting credited with all of these Exit games. I'm surprised they're not handing off the work to other people, or do they just get credit? I don't know, but these are probably purchases for me just because I like this series. Eventually, I figure I'll play it. Here's an Exit game. Again, these are like escape room puzzle games. Consumable, you can only play them once. The advent calendars you probably destroy as you open up stuff, 1 for each day. That's okay. Return to the Abandoned Cabin. Abandoned Cabin Exit game was one of the better ones. Here it's coming back. And then they spun off Exit into jigsaw puzzle mystery games. I have one. I haven't played it. At this point, you can stop buying them and just buy them when you're ready to play them, but there are so many. Dice Rolling Map Edition, children's game. No, let's skip that. Switch and Signal. This was interesting. This is like a train game, but cooperative. So I've marked that as interesting. I don't know that I can gain too much more by looking at it, but the idea that it's there's so many of these train track laying games, but the idea of a cooperative one is very intriguing to me. So I've marked that as something to take a look at. Dead by Daylight, the board game. I guess that means that this is a video game? Escape the trials of survivor or hunt other players as a supernatural killer. Sounds like it might be a 1v many, which I tend not to like. See if we can get any information about this. One player will take on the role of a brutal killer. Yeah, I don't like those 1v many games. Agricola Anniversary Box. Well, I'm a huge fan of Agricola, so I'd be tempted to look at it. But I already have, let's see if it comes with Farmers of the Moor, which is what I think is the essential expansion. So what does it come with? It comes with some expansion decks. Compatible with Farmers of the Moor. So yeah, probably not going to be a purchase for me. But okay, Fucks, which I hate. Can skip all that. Okay, we're well past the halfway point, which we should be. Anna says a co-op game, train game, intriguing. Okay, it's time for another break. All right, so we'll take another 8-minute break and I'll see you back and we'll continue our walkthrough of the list. Okay, we're back. We're continuing our look through all of the games in the Board Game Geek preview for Gencon 2022. We're well past the halfway mark. We've still got a couple hours to go, I think. I realized I'm not really spending any time on the games that look good to me. I'm just saying, okay, that's interesting. We don't need to look at it. But if you guys wanted to take a deeper look, for example, that cooperative train game, we could take another look at that, at those kinds of games, and watch the video. In fact, let's just do that for this one.
The same, though it mixes things up just a little bit.
I love a good alternative cooperative game, so I'm excited to hear about this.
Yeah, right. And this one's like I said, it's great for families because the rules are very easy to get into. You can scale the difficulty quite a bit in a few different ways. It plays in about really like 30 to 45 minutes, so it plays quick. So yeah, it's just kind of a really the origin of this actually is that my parents love train games, right? Like that's their favorite genre to play. But they also like co-ops, and they really didn't have anything they could play together that fit that. And so that was sort of the genesis of where this game came from, is me designing something specifically for them to play together.
Fantastic. It's a great way to...
The route building, so that you're using as few actions as possible to get your train to...
Sounds like it might be a little on the simpler side. Okay, we'll keep our eye on that. Drunk Tiger says, whenever I see a game that's for families, it makes me think it's a shallow depth game. Yeah, I agree, and that's kind of the vibe I was getting from that. Okay, let's go back here. But before we do, is there any more Gen Con? Drunk Tiger, do you go to Gen Con? Are there any more Gen Con tips or suggestions we want to talk about? I'll give, here's a couple. For food, I always go get Subway sandwiches at the bottom of the Hyatt Regency. That to me is the perfect convention food. You can save it. You can eat half, save half for later. It's reasonably healthy compared to other options. It's much cheaper than most of the other options. And what else? If you're a coffee drinker, maybe get yourself an AeroPress and a grinder. Bring that to your hotel. I do suggest bring. Oh, here we go with the with the person in the chat. I do suggest packing into the hotel room as many of your friends as you can. All right, I'm gonna have to go to the screen while I deal with this spam thing. Let's see. I should have prepared for this. Normally Jonathan Warner is here. I think Rebecca has permission to kill the spammers too. I think I've promoted her, but while we're waiting for that, I will just switch to the tablet. Oh, Rebecca can handle it. Okay, awesome. In YouTube, you can give moderation privileges to people, and Rebecca can do it. That's right. Okay, excellent. But I don't expect Rebecca to be here for the full time, so on the next break, I'll set it up so I can do it here more easily. Rebecca says, Subway is an emergency filler. Food trucks are fun, but you have to plan ahead for the ones that have vegetarian options. Yeah, the food truck we used to love was called Duos, and they were only there for 1 year or so, and their food was amazing. And then there's a Chinese vegetable and noodle shop that's pretty good, but I still like the Subway. And yeah, but my advice is pack all your friends into one hotel room, twin air mattresses. You can get at least 5 or 6. Island Noodles, Rebecca says, was the place with the fresh vegetables and noodles. Yeah, they are good. All right, back to work. This is our full-time job now, it feels. This is like, try to tame critters with mallows they like in this chaotic drafting games. Yeah, this does not look good. Murder Show, certifiable party game that works like an inverse investigation. So I've marked this as interested based on the title, or did I look up something about this? Let's see. Each turn players will draw 4 square cards, choose only one side of each card to build their murder show. If their murder show best matches one of the 2 case files the investigator has, they will win the case as a point. It's a party game, no videos, no images. So it's just, doesn't sound good, but it could be, so I've marked it as curious about it. Sorry, okay, let's see. Name the thing. There's a whole bunch of things called Name the Thing. Hilarious dynamic party game for 3+ players who must name all the things. Let's see what this is. What would be a great name for a band? Have you ever put 2 words together from 2 shops next to each other to make a hilarious name or phrase? Well, Name the Thing might be the next party game for you. Sounds terrible. Okay, so It's a Wonderful World was a popular game. Now we have It's a Wonderful Kingdom. Let's see what this is all about. Standalone, solo or 2-player game, low fantasy universe. I'm not familiar with It's a Wonderful World. I just know it was popular. Take turns placing their cards in 2 piles. Pick 2 cards, place either in the same pile or split it. The other player chooses, so it's a split and choose. I keep saying this, but I like, if for some of these mechanics that are so interesting, clever, like split and choose, I just like the boiled down simple games like Hanamakoji and the slice of cake, slice of pizza game. Let's see if we can get a look at this game. Solo mode review. It's not very useful to us. All right, we're gonna have to take a shot in the dark. Let's see if we can get some pictures of this from the solo mode.
Hey there, everybody. It's Mike DeLisio with another solo mode review. Today, we're going to be taking a look at It's a... Okay, here we see a setup for a solo game of It's a Wonderful Kingdom, and this is really only a 1 or 2 player game, and so I will be talking specifically about the solo mode, although there are a number of similarities between the two. One of the first similarities is that the first thing you really need to do in the game is decide which of the modules you are going to be playing the game with. And so what that means is that you've got this main development deck, which is made up of the core of the cards, but depending upon which module you play, you may be adding other components, cards, things along those lines. So in the base game, you have 3 different modules. You've got the Menace module, and what's nice is that it tells you what the level of interaction and the level of difficulty is. And if you were playing with the Menace module, you would have another whole deck of cards that would be part. Or I could put it onto my duchy, and anytime I have 5 cubes here, they get transmuted into Crystallium, which is the red cube, which is wild. It can count as anything. So for all of these cards, I'm either going to keep them, put them for production, or I'm going to recycle. Like there's a blue I'll recycle to place right here. I know I need yellows for this, so here's something I could do right here. I've got 2 yellows here. Actually, I've got 3 yellows here that I can recycle. So let's say I recycle. This is a 1 or 2 player.
Don't need it. Okay, the Hound and the Hare. Craft your hero and reach for glory. Crush your opponent. That doesn't sound like something I would like. Alright, so this is a battle game, not for me. And then there's some spin-offs of this. What is Galactic Renaissance? This looks pretty. Create links with lost civilizations. Area majority. I don't like that, but I like the rest of it. Let's see. Deck pool building. I like that. You build your team, adding new specialists to the core in your deck of cards. You discover new planets, reconnect with lost civilizations, expand your influence to get more victory points. Opponents may try to convince a planet to join them, causing disorder. Sounds intriguing. Okay, no video here. No information, and no images? Okay. Well, no information about it, but it's intriguing. Peter Pan, I thought we saw something about this. Cooperative game deduction, really? Peter Pan deduction cooperative game? Ages 8+, no. Vengeance, Roll and Fight, Episode 1. Why roll and write when you can roll and fight? And it looks like there's a series of these games. Let's see if we can get a picture of one of them. Nope, look at all those dice. Okay, Perseverance, Castaway Chronicles, Episodes 1 and 2, Standard Edition. Really? Look at all this mess. Well, this is not a new game, but I guess they're repackaging this. What are they doing? I can't tell. Introduces the first 2 episodes in a series of Euro-style dice drafting, dice placement strategy games. The saga will eventually consist of 4 episodes. I'm not a big fan of dice placement, and that looks like a mess, although look at all those dinosaurs. That looks pretty fun. Okay, but not for me. Septima, build your witch coven, enthrall the townsfolk. 1 to 4, is it co-op? No. Competitive, highly interactive strategy game of witchcraft. Practice your craft. Simultaneous action selection with positive player interaction. Central mechanism, simultaneous secret selection of 1 of 9 action cards each turn. I like that mechanic when everyone picks a card at the same time. Each action gets a powerful bonus if it's chosen by multiple players, so that's quite unusual. Normally these games work simultaneous card selection, and then if you pick the same thing as someone, you kind of nerf it. That's interesting. Most accessible title to date. Hand-drawn art. 2 hours to play. All right. Let's look at our Thinker Themer review.
Including the rules, so there might be some slight tweaks in the final production copy. But let's talk about how you get things done in Septima. So Septima relies on simultaneous selection of cards from your hand that are going to be revealed and tell everybody the action that you're going to want to take. So there's a lot of hand management that goes into this game. Now I'm going to step you through a few of these different actions and explain what's going on here on the board. First of all, we have these player boards. These player boards represent our different covens, and we have a leader witch and an apprentice witch. They both have individual powers that are going to allow you to break the game in a little way, have some bonuses when you do some different actions, and ultimately you're going to be able to recruit some more witches to join your coven, and that is really important for endgame scoring, but I'll come back to that. Now what you can see on the main board is that we have this beautiful forest and town center where we're going to be able to collect resources and make house calls to heal sick patients. So it makes sense that the first action is that we can move. So if I played the move card, I'd be able to move my little witch meeple up to 4 steps. Now, the next thing we want to get done in this game is we want to collect ingredients to make potions as witches do. So the next card is collect. If I was to...
The artwork though, everything about the look and feel of this production, even at a prototype level, is amazing. Like I really love the art direction that they've taken with this. I love the color and the tones, the illustrations. We have wooden components, like little wooden tokens. Again, not sure if obviously they may change.
That looks like an expensive game.
It just adds such a beautiful tactile element as you're collecting your
that
resources
board reminded
and
me
you're
a little bit
creating
of
your potions. The potions themselves
Tricerion.
are quite beautiful.
Concept. Yeah. Now, in terms of the decision making that you're making along the way, the very first decision you need to make is your starting resources. And I didn't talk about this in the mechanics, but it's something that I really love.
It's probably my favorite thing of the whole.
It is a really cool. Your favorite thing of the whole game is
actually
a big
to the point where
call.
like I wish there was more of it and it wasn't just at the start
That is
of it.
true.
Like, that
It is
something
really
that,
fun.
It should be embedded as, but like there should be more opportunities to do that action.
Yeah, so let's talk about how it works. So at the beginning of the game, everyone gets 2 of these prologue cards, and they depict different resources. They also depict potions. They might depict the ability to put a loyal citizen into the crowd to begin with. And what's really interesting is on your player reference sheet, you have a 3 times, a 2 times, and a 1 times. And what you're going to be doing is playing around with the order of these cards and how you want these to be layered in 3, 2, 1, because you're going to be able to get 3 of the starting resource, 2 of the center resource, and 1 of like NPCs or anything that you need to facilitate. Anything that you need to facilitate. But this is so easy because the witch hunters are not moving around all of the time. They're simply showing you how close they are to you in which area, and therefore we're calculating their range but not moving them. So I really like that. It's a really easy thing to implement. It also scales up throughout the game because these are the 4 seasons of the game, and you can see in the second season.
Pretty interesting. Let's mark that as interesting. Rebecca says Jonathan and says John and Tracy might like that game. That's one of our other friends here. Okay, what's this game? Chaosmos? This looks a little busy to me. Memory, dice rolling. Each point has an envelope of card. When you arrive, you decide which card you want, which card to leave behind. No. Ozark, Launder Money. So this is based on the TV show about drug dealing family. That looks intriguing. I don't care about the license, but if it's a nice clean game, okay, no information about it, we'll just mark that as undecided. Okay, Squid Game. Has everyone watched the Squid Game series on Netflix? Let's see, they've made a game about it. 3 to 6 players, 45 minutes. Bluffing. Who survives? These exciting party games based on the Netflix series. Bluff, Luck, and Tough Tactics survive 6 card games based on the deadly rounds from the series. So 6 little mini card games. And there's a Japanese video about it, which is of no use to us. Let's look at some of these images. This does not look promising. It reminds me of, there's a show called Genius. I think it's a Korean show, Korean or Japanese. You can watch it on YouTube. It's really quite cool social dynamics of these games that take place over 2 hours or so. This looks like a bunch of mini games though, so I don't think that's going to be good. Spectre, James Bond game. There's a funny moment in one of our videos that Greg and I did where Greg says, you know what's in it weird? I think it was the IP video. And Greg says, you know what IP is really strange that no one has ever made a board game of? James Bond. And I said, yeah, you're right. That really is strange. And then when we finished recording it, I went on Board Game Geek. I was like, James Bond. There's like 100 board games themed for James Bond. So it just goes to show that it's hard to know all the games that are out there. Okay, what's this one though? You take on the role of one of the many iconic villains, competing with one another to become the #1 of the special executive. So you're trying to be the best bad guys. Iconic weapons, locations, and characters. Assemble devices. Okay, all we got is an unboxing. I don't hear any audio. Oh, yeah, I'm not even showing it to you. That's why.
Criminal empire. Strategically deploy your agents around the globe to infiltrate key installations. Players will need to work behind the scenes to develop their nefarious plots and become 007's biggest threat. All right, and this is from that nice gleam to it. And let's see. This board is really unique, really nice. Looks to be a high quality poker chip here.
Okay, guys, we don't care about the quality.
Like your mission that you were trying to accomplish and on Her Majesty's Secret Service, so that makes sense. And your objective.
All right, hard to tell.
And I think the very last thing in the box are the player boards. So let's check out the player boards here. Raul Silva. And you can see that he has some information here of what he's trying to do.
Maybe if you're a big James Bond fan, otherwise, boy, we need more information. I don't understand how the only video up is someone unboxing it. Why do the designers not have something? Bought this game on a whim. 6 of 10 if you like Bond. That's not a glowing review. Built for war. Design, build, and destroy World War II tanks. That's an odd concept. Probably not for me. I'm curious what it looks like, though. No, I'm not. The war games are not really for me. Diamond Dig, push your luck, action, dexterity, and exploration. I'm always looking for a good push your luck game like Diamante, that especially if it handles lots of players. Let's see what we got here. No videos, no images. Oh, look, re-implements Diamante. Okay, well, but only 2 to 4 players? That's weird. Why would you do that? All right, let's just try to take a look at it. I don't know, why is there dexterity? I'm curious what this actually is. Hellenica expansion. I'm not familiar with Hellenica. If someone is, they could let me know. Thunder Rolls. Stock car racing with tiered dice placement bidding. Richard Lanius. I remember Rob Oren talking to Richard Lanius on one of his YouTube streams. Didn't look right for me. I still like the game that I bought and traded and rebought and traded several times, which now I can't remember the name of it. What's the name of the one where you can change gears and the gear controls what die you roll? Starts with an F. F1. That one seems good. This one seems too much. Okay, Pinpoint. This is not a new game. This was a game I bought at last Gencon and played it. It's like a several games in one that are similar to Wavelength, but there's a team-based one. There's an individual-based one. This still seems like a very good party game to me. So I already own it. What do I do here? Leave it alone? The Reckoners expansion. Reckoners got some good buzz. I don't know it though. Raising Robots. This seems like a kids game. Let's move along. Okay, what do we have here? A new Azul game. Queen's Garden. It's actually not new. It's from 2021. I heard some people saying they like this one best. I'm a big fan of Azul. I love the tiles. I love the mechanic. I don't love the look of this, though, with modular board and stuff like that. So this is going to be a no for me. But I'm curious to hear. If people convince me that it's got the same elegance, I'll give it a look. Place tiles in pleasing patterns on the beach. Nope. Okay, what's this? Reputation, auction and bidding and sealed bid. Okay, doesn't sound good, but let's take a look. Art looks bad. This is what happens by the time you get to hour 4. You're just like, this looks bad. The art is bad. The game sounds bad. Don't want it. Don't want to even have to walk by it. Okay, that does not look right. Yokai Septet. Take tricks to capture the most boss yokai threatening your village. No. Expansion for Oceans. Well, that does not look like an expansion for Oceans, but it is. Oceans is the Evolution spin-off from North Star Games. I don't own it. I was a big fan of Evolution and the spin-offs of that. I might pick up Oceans one day, but I guess I'll take a look at that in case it makes me want Oceans more. Oceans has this beautiful art. Oceans Evolution has this beautiful art. I'm really a fan. It looks like it's kickstarting soon, so I don't know why they're even listing it here. Okay, Paint the Roses. This has been getting some buzz. Let's take a look at this. Together as a team, so it's cooperative, you must guess at least one of these secret whim cards. You can't say what your card shows, placing new shrub. You're able to reveal clues. You can't discuss your own secret whim card. You can openly discuss, so it's a little restricted information. Let's see if we've got a review from someone. I remember when this kickstarted, it was very popular. Okay, here's Tom Vessel reviewing it. Let's see. This could be a game that Rebecca might be interested in.
Which is a pretty popular theme these days. In this game, you as a group, you and all the other players are the luckless gardeners who have to deal with the whims of the evil queen of hearts. In this game, players are playing the gardeners who are going to be moving around the track, and you're going to be placing tiles on the board. You need to fill the entire board with tiles before the queen catches you. She starts here at space 44, and she's going to be moving around. Every time the gardeners get to a spot where the rabbit is, the rabbit moves to the next spot. But then you add
cooperative games. This
5
reminds me a little bit
keys
of
to
like
win the game.
villainous and stuff, which I really dislike.
So you have these different cards that will show up that can be played with each of the characters. There might also be a dual layered board, and these tiles are gorgeous. They fit. One rule I held off on mentioning till now, and that is, after a player places the tile down, players must guess somebody else's card. You must guess it. So you can pick someone at the table, you must guess their card. So because of that, this is not ever going to be a perfectly logical game. You're not going to wait until you solve stuff. At some point, you have to guess. So if I'm putting out the tiles, I might narrow it down using those little like more stuff on top of a game I already wasn't a big fan of. So unfortunately for me, this one's a pass.
Okay. Fit into the global war in the Middle East. Why have I marked it as being interested in it? Let's see. Let's see what it looks like. Almost a serious war game. It's cooperative, that's why. I keep waiting for more cooperative, serious, heavy war games. I don't know why there aren't more of them. Tense scenarios, civil war in Syria, ISIS. This is like a war game framework. Card-driven war game, but cooperative. So for me, that's very interesting to me. Any videos about it? I don't really need it for this interesting, but let's see. Here's a review.
Hello, everybody. This is Evan with Tabletop Gaming Guild. War for the Middle East. So, through here, I'll come into this. The game's a counter-based game. So you have to really watch what's being played, and you can't commit everything all at once.
So I'm not normally a fan of these war games that looks like a fairly standard chip-based war games, but the idea of a cooperative one feels like that would be a place I'd like to dip my toe into it and try it. So I am interested in that. Okay, this war without an enemy, struggle for political and economic control of mid-17th century England. 2-player only, although it's got a solo version, but not cooperative. Card-driven block war game. Sekigahara is the one that we've played a bunch. These are pretty serious competitive games, very brain-burny head-to-head. Not for me. Not for me, although my wife likes Sekigahara for some reason. Gothic Conflict, 1v1 asymmetric game where you try to protect, destroy, or rule over Harrow County. I don't know what Harrow County is. Is that the Headless Horseman? What is this? Don't know what this IP is. Okay, and there's no information about it. Okay, here's an expansion for Deep Sea Adventure. these are these Japanese games that are intriguing in their minimalist nature. Diamond Swap feels a little bit like that Jewel Thief game we looked at. You're hiding stuff under your... These are these kind of like experience games where you kind of would play it once for the weirdness of it, but maybe not again. Order Overload. Remember the drink orders? No, I don't want that. Scout. I saw some video about Scout recently. What was it? Was it Game Night that was playing it? Here's Z Garcia reviewing it. Let's see what he says.
Hey everybody, Z Garcia here. Today we're going to be taking a look at the game setup for 4 players. The first thing we do is remove any cards that the rulebook says we remove for this player count. Then we're going to shuffle up all the cards and divvy them out equally to all the players. The players shouldn't pick up their cards until they've all been dealt out. And then everybody also gets one of these Scout and Show tokens that they put in front of themselves. And then we are ready to begin. So I'll be starting over here pretending that I'm the player that was dealt this hand. So what you need to do, the very first thing you do, is you'll look at all the cards, making sure you do not change.
Okay, so Board Game Night played through this. This is Nikki, Aaron, Dave, that group. They do long playthroughs. I really like them. They're associated with Board Game Geek. They played it. It just looked a little convoluted for me. Don't need it. Okay, Town 66 doesn't appeal to me. Okay, Disney Sorcerer Arena. This is again tactical Disney IP. Don't need anything to do with that. Marvel Dice Throne. I don't think I want dice games. If you're interested in that, lots of new stuff. This is how they do these games. They're designed to be evergreen. Each year they put out new superheroes. You can see why just making a movie, a Marvel movie, just is not just a movie. It's all the money that comes from all the tie-ins, whatever. Okay, Mountains Out of Molehills. Let's see what this is. Hard to get a view from the picture. Control area. Programmed movement. Nope. Don't want that. Smash Up. This is another franchised game that has a million different versions. Not interested in that. Then here's a party game that is one of these clever ideas, but doesn't seem to me like it's actually going to work. So you've got these actual physical overlays, and you put cards to show that you would put a card here if it matched the blue top category and the yellow category. So you have these big physical things. Feels like too much of a gimmick to me, but I would try it. It could work. I don't think it's going to work, but it could work. I've learned not to be so... It's very hard to predict when a game is going to be good or not just from reading about it, so I'd be open to this. Okay, here's a kid's game about dodgeball. Don't care, don't want it. Asymmetric area control game of tense negotiations. Osprey Games. It looks nice, but everything about this sounds like I won't want it, and it's 4 to 5 players only. That's just not a game that I'll ever play. Cryptid, Urban Legends. I watched the playthrough of Cryptid and I was very intrigued. I want to get my hands on Cryptid, but these spin-off games have nothing to do with the Cryptid base game. So I don't know why they're trying to cash in on this name. Tense asymmetric game of competitive abstract deduction for 2 players. All right, let's see what Z Garcia likes these 2-player games. So
hey everybody, Z Garcia here. Today we're going to be taking on the
good or bad.
So here's what the game looks like, set up and ready to begin. I'm going to talk you through and walk you through the 5 phases here, starting with the sensor phase. Starting with the active row player. This is the active row right here. This is the active player, the cryptid, and then we have the scientist over there. we are going to take one of 3 actions. You can play a movement card, you can use your wild card, which is this, if it's face up only, and it has all 3 abilities. You can choose one.
No.
Or you can draw 2 cards from...
No. I like the nice, clean, simple, elegant 2-player games, not these convoluted ones. Okay, Undaunted, very popular, very interesting game. This is a little spin-off version, Stalingrad. Don't own it, so I won't be playing that. Village Rails, Locomotives and Local Motives. It's a clever little play on words. Let's see what this is. Let's see what it looks like, at least. So laying cards, tiles out to form paths. No, I don't like that. Okay. Expansion for The Loop, a very well-regarded game that I have, cooperative game, but haven't played. Time travel themed game, so I won't be buying this until I play the real one. The full one. All right, Nacho Pile looks terrible, but Push Your Luck, age 7+. I mean, I'm always curious about the Push Your Luck games, what they do differently. I'm always open to the possibility. Chips flying back and forth. Players compete for full plates and stomachs. Doesn't look good. No video. Don't need it. Okay, Skate Summer. Don't have any interest in that theme. Snowboarding. Don't have any interest in that theme. Sobak. Pick the good tiles. Beware of your opponent's possibilities. There's Bruno Cathala again. Let's see what this is. Age 10+. Components doesn't look appealing. Anna says, I do like Undaunted Normandy, would try the other boxes, and Loop looks like good fun. Yeah, I would try Undaunted. Okay, so look, Jaipur plus King Domino is Sobek. All right, I'm a huge fan of Jaipur, but not of King Domino. So let's see what the Game Boy Geek says.
Head over to miniaturemarket.com.
Jaipur is a good example of one of these simple, elegant games that I love. Let's see if this captures that.
Special characters for special abilities. And at the end, you're going to be adding up all your different sets, the number of tiles times the number of scarabs, and you're going to be adding numbers of coins that you get from this bag throughout the game. You're going to be collecting tiles by moving the Ankh in the direction, but then setting it in the direction that that tile talks about. You can play a character for your turn and do all sorts of cool things, like grabbing any tile in the entire...
No. Jaipur is so clean and simple and enjoyable that I don't want that mess. Wild style, area majority, control and influence, no. Theme, no. Which of 2 Jarls of Lofoten will be the most skillful? Hand management. Okay, let's see what this is all about. 2-player only. Doesn't look appealing. No, we're just going to be more brutal, passing things by that don't look intriguing. Take charge of a civilization, lead it through the ages in real time. That sounds terrible, but let's see. In real time. Really? You're going to read and use these cards in real time? Can that be right? I like the art. Let's see if we can find a video on this one. Two 30-second sand timers trigger your action. Can it really be real? All right, well, I don't see how that can be good, so we're just going to leave it alone. Battle history, a battle through history. Time travelers gather an army. Okay, intriguing. That reminds me of Duel of Ages, one of Tom Vassel's favorites, where you mash up characters in history and battle them. Let's see, what does this look like? Whoa, that's busy. Yikes. Look at that mess. No, we're just going to dump that. Drunk Tiger says, Paul Gorgon, who does the Gaming Rules channel, looked at Time of Empires and said the real-time stuff wasn't that bad. All right, I'm going to change it to undecided. Okay, Bubble Trouble. Here's a kid's game. We can skip that. Carnegie. I've been hearing a little bit about this. This is going to be one of these serious Euro games, which I have some reservoir for. I can play one big new Euro game. I can get my wife to learn one big Euro game a year, it seems. Okay, that's a beautiful looking board. You can see it looks fairly heavy-ish. But that's pretty busy. You'll recruit and manage employees, expand your business, invest in real estate, produce and sell goods, create transport chains. It actually sounds kind of interesting. Okay, let's see what Alex Radcliffe says. He's our go-to Gencon preview reviewer.
Hey, I'm Alex Radcliffe from Board Game Co., and today I'm reviewing Carnegie, a game designed by Xavier Georges and put out by Quinette Games, and this is... well, honestly, this is going to be a bit of a tricky one. This is a game that I have found challenging to teach even in person, let alone over video, or a Board Game Arena is another opportunity to play it as well. It is worth mentioning this game is available on Board Game Arena. And this game is currently on Kickstarter. This is a prototype, and this is going to be a prototype review with caveats or whatever it is. But let's jump into it. And an overview. Let's start with how you score points in Carnegie, because there's a few ways you're going to score points, but the bulk of the way you score points in this game are going to come from either developing your tracks in your own tableau, which we'll explain, building out more departments in your own department, getting various donations on the board. That's going to be one of the biggest areas you score points, and then networking your trains from different locations across the area, because one of the big chunks of points you can get in this game...
Okay, so I'm not a big fan of the networking stuff games. We played Brass Birmingham, one of the Brass games, and I just don't, there's something about it that I don't find very enjoyable. In that Brass game, you build routes and other people use them, and there's something just like, I want to build my stuff and I'll use it. I don't want someone else using my stuff. So all of that route building stuff bothers me a little bit. Okay, then there's a series of game here, Deadly Dinner, Identify the Murderer, Acting, and Deduction. Let's see what this series is about. Any videos? Yes, a review, but it's not in English. Can you find out what happened and solve the case? Real-time role-playing. 6 to 8 players. No English reviews, but an interview. Let's see if the other version of the game has got more. It's high score, but it's a new game that's not out, so who knows? Let's look at the back of the box, maybe. It's just a description of different characters in the game. Each player takes on a role. So it's like a mystery dinner game. Everyone at your party takes on a role. Find the murderer. So it sounds, I mean, the murder mystery dinners are a giant genre. It's just, this does not look like it's packaged as one, but it sounds like it might be one. Okay, well, this has gone over well with my group, although I have a bunch of them we haven't played, but I am interested to check these out. The Dwarves Big Box. Okay, I don't know the Dwarves game, so Big Box is not going to be of any use to me. Fire and Stone. Worker Placement Civilization. Okay, well, that's up my alley. It doesn't have that good a score. Let's see what it looks like. 2 to 4, that's good. Cards look nice. I like that art. I like that. It's a little busy, but not so bad. can see why some people might look at this and not like any of those things I looked at, but for me that was not so bad. Have the most successful tribe by exploring new lands, building huts. What have we got here? Rodney has a how to play, and Tom Vassell has a review. Let's look at that.
At the beginning of the game, each player has a scout that's going to start here at the bottom of Africa. Each player also has a board here that's going to have a few spots to put things. And in fact, if you're playing with a certain number of players, let's say you're playing with 4 players, you'll actually start with a couple of these edible foods in the bottom spots. Otherwise, those spots are open. And so turns are pretty simple in this game. On your turn, you move your scout 2 spaces, or up to 2 spaces. You can move 1. You move there. If there's something there, you reveal it. If there's nothing there, you can take 1 food. I should mention that everyone has bags to store their food, so you can store up to 2 food as you go through, and you might get more bags as the game goes by. Well, hopefully you'll get more bags. Sometimes when you turn a tile over, you just get what's on it. This gives 1 bag and 1 food. So you'll find those, and then those are removed from the game. Sometimes you discard settlement, hut is found. Players are now allowed to move into the 2 region. And when you get all the way over here to the 9th settlement, itself and flipping over the tokens. The components are fine. The rules are pretty simple.
Let's see what he thinks.
All right, so there's something. I have mixed feelings on this. I'll just say straight out at the beginning, I like the game. It's a game I think that people should check out. And I think some of me going, some of this feels like older style games. Many people, for those of you watching, haven't played a lot of these older style games, and so this might feel fresh and interesting to you. There's a lot of things about this that I enjoy. Let me explain something I don't enjoy. Well, not that I don't enjoy, but I feel like meh, and that's the cave, right? The cave is cool. You find the cave token, there's a rule card in the game. But it's like 1 rule card. It does 1 thing. I almost wish there was 3 caves on the board. I shouldn't say almost. I do wish that. It feels like there's this one mechanism.
Doesn't do it for me. First rat. I've heard about that, but I don't. Point-to-point movement, race, adventure animals. 1 to 5 players. Collect items for building a rocket to the cheese moon. Okay, cover a little world here. Your rats. Trying to send a rat into space. Okay. Looks cute. Kind of has a Clank-like look. Too cute for me. Not all that interesting. Okay, framework. Choose a tile, place in your area, complete the task. Solo solitaire. No. Lay your tiles on the south seat. Collect points. Tile laying, not for me. Okay, we've got a kids game here. Raccoon robbers. Win the race to the golden garbage can. Ages 8+. No, not for me. Okay, Sky Mines. This does not look appealing to me, but I saw this has been getting a bunch of attention. Economic investment. Okay, that's intriguing. Let's see what we got here. Stock holding. As investors, you earn the most. Well, that's intriguing to me that it's an economic game. Let's see if we can gather anything from a video. Only a couple videos. Let's listen to Paul Grogan explain it.
We spent today setting things up. We've played through the game, so tonight is going to be a playthrough and we're going to teach you the rules as we go. We've done the setup already for you, and I will go through how you set up the game briefly, but we're going to focus more on the playthrough tonight. Now I have to say a big thank you to Deep Print Games and to Pegasus Spiel.
Okay. That one I cannot get played. Transform your home into a spaceship and experience a fantastic story. Okay, seems like a kid's game. Let's take a look at it though. There's the back of the box, a TV series captured in a game. Transform your home into a spaceship. Cooperate. Experience and participate in a fantastic story. I am very skeptical. But let's see what we've got. So it's... Is it cooperative? It doesn't say it's cooperative, but the description sure sounded like it was. Any videos? No. Teaser. This is going to be one of these bullshit videos that doesn't tell us how the game works. It's just animation to get you to back it or something.
Die Milchstraße, eine riesige...
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Why do people do that? All right, well, I'm curious about it, so we'll just mark it as undecided. Okay, Turtle Mania. That's a kid's game. We don't need that. Okay, then we've got The Thing, which has an interesting history of board games on Board Game Geek. There was a homebrew print and play version. This looks like a game that all of my friends love The Thing movie, including myself. This is a hidden role with a semi-cooperative, though. This is a no-no for me. I do not like these games. I would absolutely play it with my group, but I'm not going to buy it. This is having one person maybe be a traitor and maybe not just does not work out well. It's a hard to bring that to the table. Okay, Long Shot, the dice game. I have this. I kickstarted it because I'm a fan of Long Shot, the horse racing game. This was a simpler sort of roll and write, shorter version of the game. It's got some clever ideas. I still haven't gotten it played, but you can see players are doing bets. This goes to this is a good indication. Like if I look at this is like horrible. I don't want this. But since I know it and I know more about the game, I'm more sympathetic to it. But basically, you're taking actions to bet on horses or move horses or improve your odds and do some interesting stuff. So I have it. I don't need to look at it. It doesn't look amazing, but it looks okay. Push back the Soviet army. Interesting. Network and route building, pick up and deliver trains. So it's trains in a military framework. Let's take a look. 1 to 4 players, but not cooperative. Against the Soviet army. Prototype review. This looks like a game probably not going to get much traction with American audiences. Yeah, this is not for me. Successors by Richard Berg. Area majority campaign. War game, probably not. Let's just take a look at it. Re-implement successors. Okay. It's got a nice looking battle map, but this is not the game for me. Dungeon drop, no. Dungeon drop expansions, no. These are smaller games. Okay. Deck construction, city building, area majority, 7th C. Let's see what this is about. No videos, no images. Expandable card game of pirates, no. Doomtown is an old game. This is a new edition of it. I remember looking at Doomtown and not being interested. Okay, Nut Hunt, this is a kids game dice rolling, not interested. What about this? Outsmart your opponent in a battle of wits. It's 2-player. What's abstract strategy? So I tend not to like the abstract strategies. Let's just take a quick look at it to confirm it's not what we want. There's not even any images, so no. Okay, Ashes is a well-known game. These are expansions for it. Okay, Familiar Tales. This looks like from Plaid Hat Games, so this is going to be a derivative of their other storybook games. These, again, it's cooperative. So this is the spiral book that you turn pages and advance in the story. It looks like maybe they refined the system a little bit. I've not seen these boxes before. Seems like this could be an amazing game for a precocious kid, ages 8+. Looks like there's campaign stuff that you can actually write in, sort of like a Gloomhaven type thing for kids. This could be a great game for kids, but not for me. Looks very cool though. I'll just put it here to take a look at it. Summoner Wars, you know I'm a big fan of Summoner Wars. We've got some new factions. If you have the new version of Summoner Wars, which I don't. Equinox. They're retheming all of Plan B is retheming Century Spice Road for 2 different themes. I'm not a fan of this bullshit where they're releasing the same game in 2 different themes. I don't understand how you have the luxury to release your game in 2 different themes. But I don't know Equinox. I may have played it, but I can't remember it. Reiner Knizia game. I didn't remember that though. Let's see what we got here. 2 to 5 players. Revised edition of Colossal Arena. Reiner Knizia's games just keep coming out. Like a decade goes by, then they re-release it as a new game. But you can't sleep on Reiner Knizia. If you like elegant, clever games, you gotta consider his stuff. Now let's see what we got here.
There are 14 different creature cards in this game, and you're going to be picking 8 of those. So let's say you could pick them randomly, or you can choose which ones you pick. Once you pick them, you're going to find all the cards for that creature, which are just numbered from 1 to 10.
I like the art.
And you're going to be taking these and putting them in one big pile and shuffling them, and you're always going to be adding the chameleon cards, also numbered 1 through 10, and there are 3 tree cards, and that will make your deck. So you're going to take a card that matches each of the different characters and put it at the top here, building a row of cards, and then you're going to put cards underneath that showing 5 rounds. And this is a pretty big area here, so we're going to zoom in a little bit to show. Each of these is going to match 1 round of the game, and you're going to play until the deck completely runs out of cards or until the 5th round is completed. Now, the beginning of each round, players have 5 stones that they're going to be using over the course of a game. At the beginning of each round, players are going to take turns going around and deciding whether they want to bid on a creature or not. So you can bid on a creature by putting a stone in that creature's spot, and that shows that you are betting on that creature this round. Only one person can bet on each creature per round. So if I bet on the bat in this round, you might bet on it in round 2, but you can't bet on it in round 1. The only exception to that is, in round 1, you can play a card for someone face down without telling anyone what it is, and you're making a secret prediction to show that you want that creature to win. So there's one creature that people don't know that you're betting on. After everyone's done betting, and you can bet everything you want in the first round if there's spaces to put it, or in round 2, but you can save them for future rounds. Then the game begins. And on a turn, players are simply going to take a card from their hand and play it. Now, most of the time, you're going to play a creature card underneath the creature in the row that the round reveal your secret bet.
And it says great art, but I don't really like the game.
I'm not going to really do a comparison to the original game of this because it's essentially the same game. It is the same game as Colossal Arena, which I liked a lot. But y'all never played that, so in this game, you have creatures that are fighting for, I don't know what it is. In the original game, they were fighting in an arena. Here, they're trying to beat we played who put everything on one creature. Is that you? Yeah, and that's the thing. If you put all your eggs in one basket,
you're going to win if that creature survives.
Yeah, but then again, everyone else is gonna kill him the first round.
That's true. Or if not the first.
It reminds me of a little bit of a much simpler, cleaner, elegant game that I really like, which is Spirits in the Forest. I would recommend that. Okay. Report news stories to earn a spot at the anchor desk. Almost time for us to take a break. I like the retro art here. What is going on with this game now? What a strange looking game. Okay, this does not help us though. Let's see. Semi-cooperative. Build up your reputation, discredit your opponents. Semi-cooperative I really don't like. Cultivate. Compete as a satirical cult leader to recruit followers. I think I saw something on this in... Two to 5 players. Let's take a quick look.
Hi guys, and set them aside. Then you will shuffle the deck, and you will deal 4 cards to each player. One of the 3 things. So let's talk about the 3 things. The first thing...
No. Okay, Brazil. 4X Euro game. Probably not for me. Brazil Imperial. Boy, does this sound like it's asking to be canceled. A new style of game that combines Euro games and 4X games. New concept of maps. That's a little bit intriguing. Probably not for me. Any quick review of it? Let's see if we can watch a little bit of gameplay.
At your local board game store, just a few months.
So I can use a wood off of my
can.
thing to build a cane field.
But you
I
can't
can't
take
build
the build
that action this turn.
Right. Yeah, you do a different action.
So
interesting mechanic with your actions, you can't take the same action twice. There's also the ability to up...
That's too much map for me. Gutenberg. Let's see, how much more do we have to go? All right, we might as well take a break now. So we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we will continue. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back and we're going to continue through the list as if it were never going to end, but it is going to end eventually. Okay, Gutenberg, the Gutenberg Press, become a pioneer of printing, auction, open drafting, 1 to 4. an auction game that has a solo mode. That's pretty good. Let's see if we can see a video. Okay, let's see what Tom Vassell has to say.
In this game, each player is going to have their own player board. You're going to get your own character, so maybe you'll start with Mr. Gutenberg himself, which gives you a special ability. As the game goes by, you're going to get different gears that you're going to stick on your board. And at the beginning of every turn, these gears will rotate one. And each of them has a special ability that you can use once per round, and it's always the one that's facing this kind of white mark here, and you just put a cube on it of your color to show that you've used it. And so it's kind of improving.
Boy, this game looks ugly.
An I and an O. And you optionally will need colors and to have certain levels of those different technologies. If you have those, you'll get other benefits, and if you have both of them, you'll get a third benefit. But this is an order. The second thing that players are trying to get are, you know, the paint.
Why is this game so ugly looking?
Tokens in here, but the gears work on that. I like the coins. I like the cards. There's one thing I'm not happy with component-wise, and that is that the money and the point symbols, because they're not colored or anything, they look similar at a glance. Yeah, like I said, Gutenberg is just very enjoyable. So at its heart, it's an auction game, although it doesn't necessarily feel like an auction game. And one of the things about that is when you get the black cubes, you can put one in every spot. You get.
Okay, well, I'm not a big fan of auction games anyway. I don't like the look of it. So that's that. Yak. Build a great and colorful stone tower.
Head over to miniaturemarket.com where they have thousands of board and stones. You can be trading food for stones and making a big pyramid, trying to get the most points by grouping them together in certain ways. But each card has different rules, like this one wants no milk, just bread and meat to get the stones. Players will be selecting a card and then revealing, taking that action. Sometimes you'll be placing goods in the back to take blocks. A certain amount equals a certain amount. Other times you'll be taking the food all.
Okay, not for me, but looks cute. Dice rolling, action points, Amsterdam, no. Dragon Quest. A treasure hunting roll and write. Alright, let's take a quick look at this. Could this be the killer of that previous roll and write we saw? Interesting. Interesting. Let's see if we can catch a video of it. Designer overview is the only video. Let's see if he's got some images.
Can be done with dice, paper, pencil, and imagination. Perhaps you recognize my name in connection with the classic board game Drakborgen, Dungeon Quest, which sold 250,000 copies in over 20 countries.
Dungeon Quest is an interesting game.
A couple of years ago, I started to think.
Lots of randomness.
And by the choices you will make as a result of all these various dice rolls. Your object is to go into a castle, defy the monsters and traps on the way, try to find a treasure chamber, grab as many valuables as you can without waking up the dragon, and make your way out again. And all of this within 19 moves, because that's what you have on the sun track.
Interesting.
If you're not out of the castle before the sun goes down, well, you will die a horrible death within.
So Dragon Quest was a kind of fun random game where a terrible thing could happen to you by random. But I do like the idea that this is a roll and write where you're not just doing point salad. You've got a little bit of push
First
your
one,
luck.
or the second one. That's what you have encountered. But let's say it's a third option. Like this. Well, it's time to roll the fourth and final danger die. See what it is. Will it be A, or B, or C? Or will you be lucky and it will show the blank side upwards, so you escape in the nick of time?
Pretty random though. Probably not for me, but could be fun. Hamburg, Stefan Feld game. Dice rolling. Has a little bit of a village vibe to it.
Worth that many points at the end of the game.
Yeah.
That's it. No other abilities on them.
Right.
There is only a few animals in each deck, so they're quite rare. The rest of the cards are buildings. Buildings cannot just be played there because they'll fall over.
Yeah.
You have to have a building site. Most important rule about buildings, the colour does not have to match the building site. So many people get it into their head because we're used to games like
Probably not for me. Helsinki, these are all related. God help me, I'm going to click on a Rado video.
Bigger hand of greens. Now, we have a maximum hand size of 7. I'm at 4, so I don't have to discard anything. My turn is over. It's that simple.
Oh, yeah.
And now it is...
No. Marrakesh, Cube Tower. Nope. Build the most skyscrapers in New York City.
bit of the white bidding step is all players will advance one space on the press track at the top of the board for every point of their bid. So in your case, Claire, you've bid 3. You would advance 3 spaces on the press track. Okay? So Mike, even if you just bid 1, you didn't win the bid, but you would still advance your marker 1.
No. Look at what company is this? Queen Games. Every single game is a location. The bridge. Rebuilt London Bridge. Let's see what we got here. No. Whoop. Wrong button. Shouldn't have clicked that. Doesn't like having to show all. Okay. Gather bugs, get points. Kids game, no. Dom Pierre. Plant, harvest, produce, and sell. Distribute your best champagne. Okay, let's see what we got here. A little bit of viticulture vibe. Whoops. Worker placement, yeah. Champagne houses. Dice Tower preview. I don't like these Dice Tower previews. Tom Vassell doesn't do the previews.
In Dompierre, you and your friends will be taking the role of champagne makers in the 17th and 18th, which lets you collect a bunch of things like accessories, gold card bonuses, or even more harvest styles for your press. Action up like this. This might not seem like a big deal, but it's a huge deal. Firstly, you now get to do the action as many times as the strength of the action. But each time, there are 4 ways for your champagne to achieve prestige. You gain prestige whenever you make champagne of.
Okay. Not for me. Ferrets have gathered. No one knows who you are, including you. A weasel is lurking about. Figure out who it is. Deduction party game. I know I should be rejecting these more quickly, but if I've never heard of it, I'm kind of curious. Okay, no video, no images. They can't be bothered, so we can't be bothered. Okay, oh really? This sounds like it might be interesting. It's a party game. It says, prove to your friends you know them the best. Try to correctly guess the order of preferences of other players among 5 completely different topics. Brings laughter, discussions, and small discomforts. That's right up my alley for a party game, but let's see. Do we have any videos about it? No. Can we get any feel for what it is, how it works? I thought I knew you better than that. Okay, topic cards, player cards. Each person has the order, they order these things. Okay, so you put out 5 random things, and then you're trying to guess how the other players would rank them. Guess your friend's order of preference. Yeah, I mean, again, simple idea, but it can lead to laughs and fun. So that's an interesting thing for me. I don't know if it's good. Okay, this can't be good. Seasons of Arcadia. Playfully abstract game. No. Kid game. No. Villainous. No, I don't like it. Explorers. Create a path across randomly revealed landscape. Okay, let's see what this is. 1 to 4 players. Looks like another writing game. With tiles. Don't like it. Great British Baking Show. Okay, so one of our favorite shows has a game. Let's see what this is all about. You take the role of bakers, race each other to recreate the configuration of baking cards shown on the recipe cards. Let's see, so we've got our favorite people from the show, whoever they are. Arrange your cards as fast as you can according to the recipe. This is a recipe with matzah and fruit. Score your creation. Earn the most points over the signature, technical, and showstopper round. I don't know. That looks pretty bad to me. Can we get some more information about this? This looks pretty bad, like they just slapped the IP on. They did a live playthrough of it, huh?
Welcome to the Dice Tower.
Okay, are you ready to bake?
Yes, I'm ready to
So
bake
this
now.
is we're going to be playing at the same time. So we're
Let's
racing
just jump
to make
into the middle of
cake
their
faster
game
than
and
the
see if
other
it looks
person.
like they're having
The first-
fun.
And this, oh, yeah. So and it has to alternate sweet, fruit, sweet, fruit, fruit, sweet, fruit, sweet. So I get 7 points. Sorry, Ian. Oop, sorry.
That does not look
That
like a
makes
good
sense.
game. I'm taking this off my list. Okay, I didn't have it on there. And Rebecca says, get ready, because we're playing it anyway. Okay. More villainous. Okay, don't like it. Chronicles of Avel. Team up, fight together to save the magical land of Avel. Dice rolling, I don't like that. And it's cooperative. Let's take a look at it. Create your character, give them a unique name. Fight together against the servants. Modular board. Let's see what we got. I just saw somewhere said young players. Vassal Family Review. This has got to be a kid's game, 8+. Okay, not for me. Meadow. This is an expansion for Meadow. I haven't played, but I know it. San Francisco. Design districts, develop a system of cable car connections. Connection making. I don't like that. Now, here's an interesting one. Nightfall. Knights and demons battle in an ancient abbey. Multi-use cards. 1 to 6. Let's see what this is all about. Storytelling team-based game with multi-use cards. Asymmetrical team game for 1 to 6 player. One team controls the knights who must protect the elders. The other team controls the demon who try to break the seal. Features a campaign mode for 1 or 2 players. You read stories while exploring the map. What a weird combination of things. Okay, so doesn't have a video, just someone talking about games to check out. Let's see, we've only got a couple images here. Looks like it's a little tactical. I don't think this one's going to be good for me, but it's intriguing enough. I'm going to mark it. Okay. Build mutant combo plates in a nuclear ward of taco trucks. No. Unicorn stew. No. Bird watcher. Rival wildlife photographers snap photos of the elusive birds of paradise. This should all be a genre of game called, it's almost Wingspan. That's the name of these games. Should be called. It's kind of like Wingspan. They're birds. All right, let's see what it looks like. It's going to be hard to compete with Wingspan, but those are some pretty good looking birds, I gotta say. That's a pretty nice looking card. Nice graphic design, nice bird. In fact, that's another nice bird. All right, you caught my interest. Different art style. Now, put a kestrel in there and you got me. Let's see how you play this game. And are there 1,000, are there 500 birds or just 10 different pictures? Your wildlife photographers snap photos. 3 actions on your turn. You can call birds to their tree, snap photos of a bird, or run into the jungle to flush new birds. Set up a zoom lens. I'm skeptical, but I gotta say, I like that art. Let's see if we can get a little bit more out of this.
Hey everybody, today Bird of Paradise is the one that was
Wow,
startled
those
and is now
pictures are
over
pretty
here in
nice
the
looking,
clearing.
but
Now,
look what I
there
noticed already. Same bird, same bird, same bird. Like how many different birds, that bird matches that bird. How many different birds are there really?
Be up to 4 stacks of birds in the clearing. Because this is startled, it's tapped, which means it cannot be manipulated anymore this round. At the end of my turn, it will untap, and then players could actually use a bird call to try to attract this to their own tree. All right, so my first of 3 actions, that. My second of 3 actions, I'm going to take a picture of this and scare the crap out of that bird. The, what is it, the black sicklebill. All right. And so, boom, just like that, I have scored 11 points because I have to get these birds in sets. The bigger the set, the more points. If I had actually taken a picture of another bird between the two, this would be bad news. This would has been buried to the clearing all at once like that. They must be spread out amongst the stacks. You can't put multiples on a given stack from Jen. But I would need to do 2 actions for that. I've only got 2 bugs. which is only 3 points.
Okay, it's interesting. I don't know how many different birds there are. But, okay, let's mark it as a... It doesn't seem like it's going to be better than Wingspan, and I don't know why you would have to have this in addition to Wingspan. You really love birds, so... all right, we'll just mark it here. Crusaders, thy will be done. This doesn't seem like a new game. It's not. It's the second edition from 2018. All right, we're going to skip that. G.I. Joe, deck building? No. Okay, My Father's Work. Now, I am quite interested in this game. In fact, this might be the game I'm most interested to follow up on so far. This is a game that was kickstarted and looks like a nice, heavy Euro-type game, except it's got an app that tells some really interesting story stuff, looks beautiful, and is getting some really glowing reviews. It looks big and expensive, but I think it might be hard to find a group that would play it, but it's got some horror elements, different scenarios. Tom Vassell really loved it. Let's just jump around for your guys' sake and see.
Disease.
So there's an app.
You're going to do, it will tell you how to do this setup, but you're also going to use the cost of disease scenario box. So the game comes with 3 scenario boxes here, and each of these scenario boxes is chock full of components here. Now, I want to be really clear. I don't consider this spoilers to show you stuff that...
I'm just going to jump into his final thoughts.
Dr. Doom's going to look at this, and it's
it.
secrets. Happy with all, with the components all around.
I love how clean and sparse the board is.
Okay, so let's talk about some of the negatives of My Father's Work. Because, spoiler alert, I like this game, but I want to talk about, there are some issues with it. It is a long game. There is no question. I don't care how fast you play, because I'm pretty fast at playing this now. I've played this multiple times here, and there's just so much going on in it that I don't think it can be played quickly. I won't play it at this point with 4. It's just too long. With 3 players, every game of 3 players for me has taken 3 hours. I played one 2-player game that took 2.5 hours. So it's a lengthy game. So that you just got to realize that's a thing. It would be even more lengthy if you read out loud or listened to out loud all the text. There is essentially a novel in this thing. Now let me be clear. It's good writing. It's not bad. It does feel like they were trying to sneak a book in here at some point. And you don't necessarily need all that writing. I mean, some of the writing, for example, in the 3rd scenario, Time of War, there was some really funny stuff in there, I thought. And it's,
this seems appealing to me.
Just silliness involved. But I think they could have pared it down a lot, and I would have still got the same kind of feeling. I'm a fast reader. And even I was like, and if you read all that, it would add hours to the game, I think. So we were at the point where like, yeah. What does it actually tell us to do? And I don't normally like the phrase, too long, don't read type thing, but in this...
I'm just going to jump in here. I don't know why it's going on so long, but one of the things they talk about at some point is that unlike a narrative story game with lots of text that you don't replay, as I understand it, in this game, there's lots of scenario randomization stuff so that you play it one time, you get a scenario with different story elements and developments. Play it again, you get a different set of random story elements, NPCs and stuff, so that there's quite a bit of replayability.
You're ahead of the other players slightly. And there's also a very small smidgen of take that and smack the leader down. Although in this game, I did not have as much of a problem with it. So, I say all that to say, this game is so fun. Like, unbelievably fun. I did not think, when I first played the first game of this and it was 3 hours and €1, I was like, I don't know. And then I played through that first scenario again. I played the disease one, and everything was different. Now, they say your choices will change things, and sometimes they change regardless of your choice or whatever, you're not sure. definitely made different choices, and it was a completely different game. And then I played the second one and the third one, and like the first one, you are like a mad scientist trying to cure people's illnesses with being mad scientist. Like at one time, I think I was trying to bring them back from the dead or something to that effect.
Okay, so you can see replayable, lots of narrative story. Probably not good for more than 3 players because it would drag on. But you can bet there are going to be DLC expansions for this. Nice and clean board. Actions. Doesn't seem overly fiddly. And the app really is doing what an app should do. Provide some variability and running some stuff so you don't have to. Look at this. That one said you hand the tablet to one player so that one person sees stuff the other player doesn't. So for me, this seems like one of the games I'm most interested in picking up. Although this might be a game where I don't know what's different about the Kickstarter version. It might be worth trying to get a Kickstarter version on the aftermarket, which would be very expensive. Look how expensive this game is, though, $125 for the retail. But to me, this is one of the most interesting looking games from Gencon that I can see. Okay, My Little Pony, we don't want. Expansion for Power Rangers, we don't want. Boy, lots of Power Rangers games if you're a Power Ranger fan. Transformers Deck Builder, no. Expansion for Vampire the Masquerade's expandable card game, no. Reckland Run, single player solo game, no. Here's the Stranger Things game, 4 to 10 players, limited to 500 copies, so they're trying to get this sold fairly cheap. 4 to 10 players. All right, let's take a look at what this is all about. Weight 1 re-implements Growl. Okay, is Rebecca Minnick still in the channel? We played Growl at a previous Gen Con. It's Growl rethemed. Okay. Well, Growl is not a bad game. You sort of vampire bite people, they turn bad, and then it's team versus team. Growl has a bunch of expansions and stuff. So it seems like this is just an attempt to cash in on this IP. But I don't have Growl. If you don't have Growl, it certainly would be something worth considering. I thought Growl was pretty good. I thought Stranger Things Season 4 was pretty terrible. Chad says Rebecca's taking a nap. Okay, so this doesn't appeal to me, but I did like Growl. And I would be willing to try it again to see if they've improved any of it. Okay, Phantom Inc. This is a game that's been talked about for a while that I am curious about. This is another one of these games like Codenames or Crosstalk. So let's see what Phantom Inc. is all about. Divide players, so you have a sun team and a moon team. And for each team, you've got one spirit who's going to be giving clues. The mediums pass 2 question cards to their spirit with sample questions like what color is it most commonly, what fictional character has it or uses it. Spirit discards 1 question card, returns the question card it's going to answer to the mediums, and slowly writes the answer 1 letter at a time. As soon as the mediums think they know what the clue word is, they yell silencio. Spirit stops writing. The other team tries to guess. So the mediums pass 2 cards, so they know which of the 2 questions, that one of those 2 questions is the spirit is going to be giving the answer to. But the other team doesn't. Okay, so a little bit like Crosstalk. It does not sound that good to me. But let's see what Z Garcia thinks.
Hey everybody, Z Garcia here. Today we're taking a look at a mysterious party/word game called Phantom Inc. Ooh. In Phantom Inc., the players are split into two teams, and they are going to be one ghost, one phantom, one spirit on each team that knows. Here we're going to be taking a look at the game for 4 players, 2 teams of 2. One player is going to be the spirit, the other one is going to be the medium on each team. And we are going to begin with the sun team here against the moon team. So, to set up the game, each medium is going to draw 7 cards from this deck here, and then the 2 spirits will pick one of these cards. They'll look at the card, and they will select a single word to share. That is the key word. That's the one that the mediums are trying to guess. They can use the numbers to discuss. Like, okay, well, what about, we'll do 3. Okay, you happy with 3? 3, great, 3. And then they'll put this somewhere. We'll leave it face up for now to remind us what it is, but don't forget, this is obviously hidden from the mediums trying to guess. Then the medium on this team, the sun team, will start. They will, from their 7 cards in hand, 4, 5, 6, 7, they will select 2 of these. And they are going to draw or, pick 2 of these questions. And they are going to give them to their teammate. The teammate is going to look at it, the spirit, and they are going to select one they wish to answer. And they are going to discard the other one face down. Then they are ready to begin giving clues. To give a clue to your teammate, which unfortunately also helps the other team, you are going to write out your answer here in the first box, 1 letter at a time. And so, for example, right now it is apple. And our question is, how is it made? And we might start doing this. And you'll say the letter as well. N. A. T. As soon as the medium on this side wants the spirit to stop writing, they will say silencio, and that player will stop writing. If they're in the middle of writing a letter, they'll finish that letter, but then they'll stop writing, and then we will go to the next team. You are trying to say silencio.
Interesting. So you're always giving clues, trying to direct them to this target word, apple, but your team knows what question they passed you, what possible of 2 questions that you're answering. So your other team just sees, even if they saw all of it, they'd see nature. They don't know what question you were asked. Interesting. It feels a lot like crosstalk, but with a different twist. Let's see what Z thinks of it.
Is Phantom Inc., a very interesting, distinct party game that mixes, again, sort of deduction and wordplay and just a general spooky atmosphere into a package that feels entirely its own. There's not a lot of party games that come out every year of note that are distinct, again. So it's always nice to get something like this, and when one is outside the box even more, like I think Phantom Inc. here manages to be, that's even more worthy of note. So let's go ahead and break it down, shall we? We're going to start from the top with the theme and the setting. I think it's lovely, spooky, a little mysterious. It
way
really
that
works
Z
well.
does his reviews.
The aesthetics are
logically
lovely,
it makes sense.
minimal.
But I'm much happier with Tom Vassal. Like, give us your bottom line, what you thought, not these things don't help that much.
Game for smaller group, for quieter night, perhaps, not a rambunctious party game, but we need these kinds of party games too, and I think this is a lovely one that competes with other games of its ilk very well. Things like So Clover, another deduction sort of word game, party game. Things like Decrypto, another game of its ilk. This is
That's the
I think
one
less
Rebecca mentioned.
convoluted than Decrypto. Decrypto gets a little heady with its steps and its...
Did you play? You didn't play Decrypto with me, Rebecca. You must have played it with Greg. I have Decrypto, but I haven't broken it out with this group. It feels more like crosstalk than Decrypto to me. Okay, lots of Dominion. And we've got Matthew is saying hello. Good to see you, Matthew. All right, Space Station Phoenix. This has been getting some attention. I don't know anything about it, though. Let's see. Worker placement. Let's see what it looks like. Pretty busy and big. Wow, look at that mess on the table. Okay, Tom Vessel's reviewing it. Let's see what we got here.
Complex. So we're just going to kind of focus in on each player. This is a player board. At the beginning of the game, you're going to start with one of these. It's going to show you your starting resources. So for example, here you're going to start with 15 gems. That's the money currency in this game, 10 metal, and you start at level 1 on 2 of the tracks on the board. On the front of it, it's going to show you special abilities. The rest of your board is the same as everybody else. Each player is going to get 5.
This is pretty busy. I have a hard time imagining playing this. Oh my God, look at that.
Okay, so
look at that board.
This game is one that I enjoy a lot. Like I said, I'm not a huge fan of the, just the kind of the spread. And when I teach it to people, I almost have to stop some of them from fleeing the table because this game really looks more complex than it is. The fact of the matter is you only have some basic actions and you learn them pretty quickly. Dismantle a ship.
What is this craziness here, though? Look at this. I could never get my wife to play that. Trans-America. Connect your 5 cities. Okay, connection game. That's not going to be for me. Canvas. This is not a new game. We saw this at a previous Gencon. Looks pretty, but doesn't appeal to me. Fight monsters. The Grand Drink Guardian. Dice rolling, tile placement. No. Turing Machine. Okay, here's another game I'm quite interested in. It's made by the company that makes Decrypto. Alan Turing, of course, a mathematician that helped break the German Enigma and designer of the Turing Machine, which was a mathematical concept to help think about provability and computation. And here is a game that's a bit of a deductive game. It's a little hard to get a feel of how it works. This is definitely a must-try game for me. Let's see if there's any. There are no reviews playing it yet. No videos playing it yet. But you can see, if we look at some of these images, that it basically looks like there's a mechanical system, like a card with cutouts, so that you can run tests on things, like you're trying to figure out, I don't know, if you put an odd number in, does the function return true? And so you're testing different things to see if you can figure out the function of the card. It looks quite involved. I can't tell if it's good without playing it, but I'm obviously very intrigued by it. But we have very little information about it. I don't know why there are no videos. There may be videos not on Board Game Geek. I suppose we could jump to YouTube and see if there's... Oops. Turing Machine game presentation. Let's see. Probably not in English.
Intelligent game in the world.
Oh, it is.
Now, Turing Machine is a competitive deduction game that you can also play solo. The goal of the game is to be the first player to guess the 3-digit code before anybody else using the fewest questions possible. Now, in this deduction game, you're not going to be asking other players questions. You're going to be asking a computer, but it's not a computer that uses machinery or electricity or anything like that. It's a computer that uses old-fashioned punch cards. Now, how does the game work? Well, every round, all players play simultaneously. They take 3 punch cards of different colors, okay? And they put them together like this, overlapping them to create a code. You can see our code here is 134. You'll also notice that there's only one little hole that becomes visible. What's that hole for? Well, we take a verification card from one of the verifiers in the computer, and you slide it underneath, and you can see here that there's a little green tick. What does that mean? Well, that means that our code has passed this verifier's test. Players can use their code to question up to 3 verifiers every single round. The player who gets the code in the fewest number of questions wins the game. There are over 7 million problems to solve, all the way from a beginner level right up to expert. And there's even a handicap system in the game so that newer players can play with players that are a little bit more experienced. So that's Turing Machine, a game that we worked very hard on, that we're extremely proud of, and that we can't wait to share with all of you.
Very clever. It'd be interesting to look at the mathematics behind it. I can't tell whether it'd actually be fun or not, though. But obviously on the interested list. Okay, Oathsworn. Lots of hype about Oathsworn. The Kickstarters are getting their deluxe copies. I'm not interested in picking it up retail. I don't think it's for me, but if it was, I'd have to buy I'd want to get a Kickstarter version probably. Is there anything we need to read about this? It's a cooperative adventure game. Push your combat system. That doesn't sound so good, but lots of reviews of it. I don't think we need to watch it here. If you're interested in dungeon crawls, you absolutely should be checking out Oathsworn. But if you're interested in big, giant dungeon crawl systems with huge expansions and minis, but that's not quite me. Unconventional deck building game of arcane combat. No. Spill. This is conservation game that we saw being demoed at the last Gencon. Looks like they're now selling it. It didn't look all that good to me watching the demo versions of it at Gencon, but you never know. Let's see.
All 4 of these holes just like this.
We're building this.
Then we're going to flip this up and put these 4
tower.
For the ones that aren't being used by the players, you'll place them face up with their ship off to the side of the board. These might next one just like that. Now,
Right, this is
if
what
the
I
third
remember.
one was a 6, anytime during this beginning setup, a die is on where a marine animal is, you would take this die and throw it back in the dice tower and reset that where it belongs. Much like if there were 2 5s, you can't start the game with a die where an animal is, so this would get
This doesn't
re-rolled and
appeal
thrown
to
back
me.
into the dice tower and placed in the corner.
It's cooperative, I believe, though. Yes, it's cooperative. I like Endangered better. That just looks a little messy to me. Okay, boop cats off the bed before they boop yours. Adorable and challenging. No, not for me. Birds of a Feather. Here is another game that could be subtitled kind of like Wingspan. It's almost Wingspan. Or you could subtitle these games. If Wingspan is out at your local game store, you could pick up this. Rebecca says you're playing Boop. All right, let's see what Boop is. Let's see what we're in for. Quick look at Boop.
2 players. It's about cats jumping on a bed and bouncing other cats off of the bed. And it features this lovely quilted game board that sits on the back of the box to form the bed. Now, what you're trying to do is you're trying to line up 3 kittens in a row, and when you do, you're going to take them off the board and graduate them into adult cats. And then try to line up 3 adult cats to win. But it's not that simple. Why? Because when I place cats on the bed, they repel the other cats around them. Boop.
Okay, so it's an abstract strategy game themed for cats. Maybe even quite strategic, we don't know. Compete to see the most rare bird. So it's identical thematically to the other photographing birds game. Let's see if its art looks any better. Nope. Tile laying cards. No, not for me. Okay, 3-minute asymmetrical duel from Aegis. No, don't know the IP, don't care. Another part of this whole series, 3-minute duels. Okay, this looks interesting. What's this? What game does this remind you of? The stifling dark, use your flashlights and teammates to escape from the adversary. Rebecca's woken up. What game does this remind you of? It's on our list, but it's demo only. This reminds me in theme to that game you kickstarted already that we all enjoyed and played online. This is a one versus many, though. Horror board game with an innovative flashlight mechanic. They move around the board point-to-point fashion using their base movement. They may sprint. It's hard. There's no videos of it, no images of it. So we have no idea. Oh, there are some images of it. Let's see. Oh, look at that. So it's you're casting your flashlight. So it's hidden movement. So the person who's hidden is going to be recording their position on a private chart. And this is showing like line of sight. So this investigator can reveal if the hidden person is anyone in this area. That's pretty clever, pretty cute, but I'm not a big fan of these games. Okay, Godfather. This is a party game. 3 to 6 players only, though. But it's intriguing. I'm curious. Play cards to form strategic alliances. Okay. Play from a hand of cards allow you to form strategic alliances with the exchange of a rose. Hard to know. No video. Back of box, can we read? Let's see, what are the components? Cards with lots of text. That's not promising. Let's see what we've got here on the back of the box. At the end of your turn, discard up to 5 cards, redraw back to 5. It takes 2 bullets or 2 hits to bump off a Don, lose 1 health. So everyone's getting a roll. Doesn't look good to me. And I'm always biased about these IP games, that they're just cheap attempts. But I want to look it up. Less is more. Use fewer letters to score points is what this is saying. Okay, so it's trying to get you to use less letters to say things. I happen to like that little game in life of trying to write words with less letters, but I don't know if this makes a game. This does not appeal to me, really. Okay, Marvel United. You can watch our video on Marvel United and our unboxing, which I recommend. Marvel Zombies. Marvel Zombicide is what this is. Was hugely popular when it kickstarted. Be sort of disappointing to buy the retail version, but substantially cheaper. Cryptid Cafe. I thought we looked at this already at some point. That's a little confusing as you're feeding the cryptids. It seems pretty boring to me. Ascension Tactics. This is a tactical fighting game that I'm not interested in. Again, same thing here, different game. Viticulture World was a cooperative expansion for viticulture, which I don't own, but I'm curious about. I'd be curious to try that at some point. What is it? Oh, deluxe version and regular version. Ogre Sandwich, ages 8+, no. Robotech. Robotech is a no, but then look at this interesting thing. Area majority influence, negotiation, movie, TVs, and radio, and political. I gotta click on this and see what this is. To win, you must lead your faction to meet its goals. Wow, look at that big game. No, that's a no. Okay, Australia. This was a zombie Cthulhu game by Martin Wallace. Didn't look interesting to me. Another expansion for it. Okay, what's this? Dulce. Compete with other players to create the most delightful desserts. This sounds like something for Rebecca. Let's take a look at it. Competition is tough in the world of sweets. Plant your field strategically with cacao, coffee, peanuts, and vanilla. Use those beans to make the best confectionaries. Each player has their own deck with beans on one side of each card and a factory on the other. No videos, not much information. Any images of the box? Nope, just the front. No information at all, but interesting subject. We all like sweets. Okay, Northgard Uncharted Lands. I don't know. It's hard to know how far off we are because I think I clicked to load them all. So unfortunately, we're not going to know when we're at the end until we're at the end. Okay, Streamlined 4X board game based on Norse mythology. Let's take a look at that one. I feel better if we knew what game number we were at. Based on a video game that I know nothing about. Let's take a look at the picture of it. Tile laying area control, no. Okay, Suspects. This is a game that came out last year that I played and reviewed on the channel. So we don't need to go into that. What is Veer 2? Create a wheel of actions that helps you build a great state. This does not look so good, but I'm a little bit curious. Any videos to watch? None of them are English. Probably not. Oh, and is that the back of the box in English that we can read? No. I do like each tableau here. Let me see if someone's written any forum posts about it. 2 to 5, that's doable. Recent reviews, but none in English. Okay. So that's probably a no. Beta, ages 8+, kids game, Codal, combined pattern cards, no. Draw the line, kids game, no. Mission control. Flight controllers work against the clock to save a rocket crew. Cooperative simultaneous action selection. Let's take a look at this. Asymmetric cooperative roll and write. Real-time rescue adventure. Yikes. And no other information or images. Probably not. I don't like those real-time games, but I'm curious enough. Stuff of Legend. This is not new. This has been out. This is like the Plaid Hat games, I think. Not interested. Expansion for cartographers. There's a game I'd like to try. I haven't. That's a roll and write. There's another expansion. Cartographers. Another expansion. Build epic theme parks. A couple of theme park games have tried to come out. They've never... I don't know that one has really been all that successful. Polyominoes. No. Blood Orders. Vampires struggle for control of an unsuspecting city. Deck construction and horror. This looks like a game that focuses on horror stuff. Okay, let's see what Blood Orders looks like. There's a little key from The Shining. It's a weird looking game. See if there's a review of it. There's a paid how to play. See if there's any others. Alright, let's see how to play.
3 decks aside for use later, dealing 1 face-up from the Act 1 deck into each space of this column, again leaving the final space empty if we have less than 4 players. The remaining Act 1 victim cards you'll set as a deck nearby. Now in this column, add a total value of 3 blood tokens to each space, except, again, the bottom one, unless you have 4 players. Next, look at the influence value of each victim, which is found by this green swirly symbol here, and then add that value in influence tokens to the space beside it, along with the blood tokens. Now take a look at each row separately, and within a row, add together any of these cross symbols you find in the card's upper right-hand corners. Then take one of these fear tracking dice and set it to that value, placing the die into the space here of that row. You do this for each of the rows, adding a die to the related space set to the correct value of crosses for that row. Next, find this Day Act tracking marker and set it on the bottommost space of this track of the board here. Now have each player choose a color and collect the matching colored player screen. Behind it, they'll set the bat-shaped player board in their color and what are known as their 3 order tokens. Then beside their screen in full view, they also put a total value of 7 blood tokens and 5 influence taken from the general supply. Each person also gets one of these fear tokens that they set onto the bottom space of a token because this action is in the dusk column. We have a hand of cards, and these will show the dawn, dusk, and night symbols in their corners with values beside them.
I think it's worth putting a mark on interested to check it out. That art is really outstanding. Let's see if it's as good in this other game by them. Did I just say Reiner Knizia? Look at that. So they've bought and rethemed another Reiner Knizia. The first one wasn't, was it? No. Okay, let's see if the art's as good here. Reiner Knizia auction game about producing movies. In 4 rounds, players bid on chips representing genuine directors, actors, camera effects, music, guest stars, and agents. These are all real things from history. Let's see. Ooh, this one does not look as attractive, that's for sure. No, that's not appealing. Okay. Trollfest. Build a better band toward the continent. No. Zombies' biggest weakness turns out to be rubber bands. No. Animals and espionage. I cut, you choose. Okay, so this is a split and choose game. Age 9+. No. Warlog, Assassin's Creed Valhalla dice game. That sounds strange. It's from Ubisoft. This is based on video game stuff. License. This is not going to be good. No, don't need this. Cutterwind. Adventurers cut cards into pieces to create their own fabulous lands. Cut and choose pattern building. No. 3,000 Scoundrels. Deduction. American West. Bluffing. That sounds interesting. Build a posse to steal valuable technology in alternate history Wild West. By Corey Konizuka, famous designer. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, everyone's got their own tableau here. I see some playing cards. Doesn't seem that appealing, but let's see if we can get a video on it. Official trailer. Is this going to be the bullshit trailer with no game images? Yes. Looks like you're doing card building by slotting the cards into sleeves. Well, I really despise those kinds of trailers, but I'm intrigued by the game a little bit. So, and I like the building of cards. All right, so let's just put this on the interested list. Voices in my head. This is a courtroom game that's not new. It's older than 2022. Expansion for Legendary. Expansion for Legendary. Doctor Strange expansion for Legendary. Guardians of the Galaxy expansion for Legendary, which is a cooperative deck builder. The Dark Mage by Van Ryder Games. Okay, so these are all going to be game books. Or sorry, not all of these. There's going to be some more down here. Final Girl is a very popular solo game where you can get modules for different sort of horror movie games. And this kickstarted recently and was very popular. Looks pretty good. So you get a different module, gives you a different scenario in the system. These are solo. And then here we go back to the graphic novel games, which was the same thing, which is what this is. Graphic novel. It's a choose your own adventure graphic novel game. Solo. I have a couple of them. They're beautifully illustrated. Okay. And that's what Sherlock Holmes is. Another Sherlock Holmes graphic novel. Space Brigade again, graphic novel. Okay, so this one's different though. What's Keepers? 3 to 8 player. Cleverly associate a single word with photograph. So it's that Dixit thing. Each keepers take turns as a curator, choosing one word to describe a card in their hand and announcing it. Sounds like Dixit so far. All players, including the curator, play a card that they think aligns the most. Shuffled, place face up, vote. The cards that get the most votes either way is a keeper and earns the owner 1 point. How is this not Dixit? Board Game Geek's gonna tell us how it's not Dixit.
Keepers is a beautiful game for clever people, where players will try to outwit their opponents by playing a card from their hand after hearing only a single word. Everyone will vote on which card aligns with the most or the least with the word, and whichever card gets the most votes is a keeper. Each player takes a turn as curator, choosing one word that's not a noun to describe a card in their hand and announcing it. For example, you might have this beautiful waterfall in your hand and give the clue slippery. All other players select a card in their hand that is either most like Slippery or least like it. Then the selected cards are shuffled and displayed. Everyone will secretly vote on any card other than their own that they want to vote for. For example, there are many good cards for Slippery, so this player voted for red, number 1, meaning they think it's least slippery. Where these two players voted green for number 2, thinking it was most slippery. And since number 2 has the most green votes for being most slippery, that card is a keeper and worth a point at the end of the game for the player that played that card. For the red votes that were least slippery, there was a tie for the most votes, so they're both keepers, so the owners of number 1 and number 5 would score their cards as keepers. Once everyone has had a turn to be the curator, the game ends and the one with the most keeper cards wins.
No,
Keepers
this shouldn't exist.
of the quality neoprene mat that gives no approachable gamer
No, Dixit is
banter,
the game.
as that adds even more players, takes 15 to 30 minutes to play, is for ages 8 and up, and it's available for pre.
No. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. I'll reload the page so we can see where we are, but we're getting close to the end. We are getting quite close to the end. Maybe one more session. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. And we almost made it. We almost made it. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two, and this will be our last session where we wrap up the last games on the BGG list. So just to show you, we're at 538 of 553. So we've got less than 20 games left. 15 games. Okay, so Catapult Feud. Ready, aim, launch the catapults. This is a dexterity game. This is going to be physical catapults you launch at each other. Let's see. This is not going to be for me, but you could absolutely see if you had kids, this might be an amazing game. This would be the perfect game for a kid who's sort of got some wants the logic of some rules, but still play with physical shooting at someone else's fort with catapults. That sounds great. And then there's a little expansion for it. Pacific Rails. Build the Transcontinental Railroad in this worker placement network game. Well, worker placement railroad game does sound intriguing to me. Looks like Rebecca fell asleep on her keyboard. Let's see what we've got here. Rival railway companies. Core mechanic is worker placement. That's very interesting. Let's see if we can get a view of this game. Oh, that looks a little busy with tile laying. Nope. All right, here we go. Our last 15 games. Monsters and the Things That Destroy Them. Classic 1980s horror movie slasher square off together in a quick bluffing game. This looks like exactly the art to make me know I don't want this game. Okay, next, Gift of Tulips. Gather and give tulips in a flower festival. Area majority and influence. Commodity speculation. Makes sense. Chad says it was the cat that did that keyboard. Okay, let's see what we got here. Doesn't look that appealing. There have been a couple of games based on the famous tulip market of inflation that went crazy and crashed as a demonstration, an example of irrational valued markets. Let's see if we can get a review on this somewhere. Okay, let's look at Edo's channel. He's good sometimes.
And it's simple to play, easy to teach, plays pretty quick, and is simple and fun and delightful. I mean, like, I like these types of games so much. Like, literally right now, sometime before or soon thereafter this Kickstarter, I have my game Foliferous, which isn't the same game at all. It's a totally different game, but has flowers, even has tulips, and it's just, hey, there can be fun, quick, beautiful games, and that's cool. So, let's talk about Gift of Tulips. In Gifts of Tulips, there is the Amsterdam Tulip Festival, which is a thing, and players are going to be collecting tulips and scoring tulips, and gifting tulips. So, there's an initial setup at the start of the game where you're going to take some tulips out, and everyone's going to put one in the secret area. This is like the Secret Festival, I think it's called, and then the Hidden Showcase, and then they're going to put the other one in the bouquet. So you're going to have a stack of face down ones here, depending on the number of players, and so the way this works is there is 4 places to the festival. First, second, third, fourth. And tulips are going to start filling up and be placed based on their type in the different areas. Now, as tulips come in, they get ranked. And when a higher tulip is added, and ranks higher, so that's 2 points. This is 4, they switch positions. And so as things get added and points get higher, these are going to switch positions. And their position on the board is very relevant both to the end of the game and during the game. Now, as a player on your turn, you draw a card, and then you get to take one of 3 actions. I can put the guard in my bouquet, which is going to be my scoring.
No, this is not for me. Okay, studies in sorcery 1 to 4. Let's see what this is. Does not look appealing. Contracts, yeah, looks like contracts. A light contract game, no. Okay, here's an expansion for it. Wicked and Wise, dragons and mice team up to manipulate a trick-taking game into their favor, okay? Let's see if this is a trick-taking game that's elegant enough to appeal. See, Don Asher came by just to say hello and see if we really are still streaming 5.5 hours later, 6.5 hours later. Okay, playing trick-taking games. You're either the dragons who are playing a trick-taking game, or you're a mouse allied with a particular dragon to help manipulate the trick-taking game. Each team of mouse and dragon fight over tricks, treasures, and coins to see which team. Is this a team-based game? Doesn't say it's team-based. Let's see, any videos? Yes, there's a how to play. Okay, let's see what Ryan and Bethany's... Oh, wait, let's see what else we got. No. Gameplay. Let's see if this can tell us.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, I'm Ryan.
I'm Bethany.
And we are Ryan and Bethany Board Game Reviews.
And today we're going to talk about Wicked and Wise. This is a game by Weird Giraffe. It is designed by Fortessa Elise, and it has artwork by Beth Sobel.
All right, in this game, you are a team of either a dragon or a mouse paired up together trying to collect the most amount of gold. The dragons are playing these big cards trying to win these hands of cards, but the mice are on the side kind of helping out, playing these special abilities that are going to help you win some tricks. So, this is a trick-taking game, special abilities, what can go wrong? Let me show you how to play. All right, here's our setup for Wicked and Wise. We have our deck of cards over here. We also have kind of a separate deck of just the gem cards, which are kind of like the highest suit in the game. We have all of our money, which is our victory points over here, as well as some treasure cards, which we're going to be able to win every hand. Then we have our objective or our goal cards. All right, so the trick of this game is that each player count plays a little bit differently. So you have basically teams of dragons and mice working together. So for instance, in a 4-player game, you'd have 1 dragon, 1 mouse on one team, 1 dragon, 1 mouse on another team.
I like this idea.
However, if you're just playing a 2-player game, you're playing
roles.
one person plays as a dragon and a mouse on one team, the other person's playing as a dragon and a mouse on the other team. If you're playing as a 5-player game, you might have a team of a dragon and a mouse, a dragon and a mouse, and then the last person...
6.5 hours. We don't have time for this.
All right, so then we are on to how to play the actual game. We've got these really nice little reference guides that basically tell us how to play the game. But more importantly, this is the turn order. So we've got like a dragon 1 would go first, then a dragon 2 if there was one, a dragon 3. And then mouse 1, mouse 2, mouse 3. And then close it out with dragon 1, dragon 2, dragon 3. The main role is the dragons are trying to play high cards. The high cards are going to, and they have to be of the suit that was started. So that's kind of how to play a trick-taking game. There will be a suit of cards, just like in a regular playing deck of cards. And you want to follow the suit. If you have that suit, you have to play the same suit. And whoever plays the highest one of those suits wins the hand. So let's say I, played a 2 of, let's just look at one here. A 2 or a 4 of stars. Everyone else would have to follow the suit of stars. But whoever played the highest one, whichever dragon specifically played the highest one of that suit, would be able to win that hand.
Just
now, again, we also have our gem cards.
Do.
Those are the highest suit in the game. Those can actually kind of what they call trump or play as a higher suit than anything else. So even though stars led, if nobody, if a player has no other stars to play and they play one of these, no matter what the value is, this is higher than any other suit. So they would win the trick if they were able to play one of those. So the dragons are trying to play the highest cards. They're trying to win those tricks, win those different points. However, the mice, they still have to follow suit, but there's all these special abilities at the bottom of the cards. That's what they'll be playing from. So this one says, for instance, the mouse. Look at the top 3 trump or basic cards and rearrange them. So you get a chance to kind of manipulate the deck a little bit. Or maybe this one says, gain 2 coins now, or gain 4 coins later if your chosen round goal is 1.
Okay, I don't think this is going to be for me, but I like this idea. I like the idea of a lot of trick-taking games like Bridge have asymmetric partners that develop after you do your bidding and everything. And the idea of having a trick-taking game with asymmetric teammates is very appealing to me. This doesn't quite seem like it, though. Okay, Star Realms Rise of Empire. This is going to be a demo because they just kickstarted. I did a whole video on why you shouldn't back this game, but I'm a fan of Star Realms. But we're definitely not interested in that, although I might go look to see if the legacy really is as weak as it looks like it is. Okay, here's a dice battling game. We don't want that. Dungeons and Dragons Onslaught. Take control of a faction. Everyone who participates in the paid demo gets a preview kit. All right, let's see. This looks like a little head-to-head thing. We probably don't want this. I probably don't want this, but let's see. 1-to-1 skirmish game. Yeah, this is not what we want, but looks pretty. Marvel Remix. So this is a new game, as if there aren't enough of these Marvel games. Here's another one, mashing up different villains. And what is it? It's going to be an even simpler card game? Is that what it is? Age 12 up? Is it head-to-head? Players build a team of heroes and allies to take on infamous villains who are dealt a hand. Arm their characters with your own custom team. Little white game. Okay, not for me. Yosemite, take pictures of different animals. Probably not, but let's see if it's beautiful enough. We might consider it. Looks a little bit like Parks. Not for me. Bigfoot car truck game? No. Expansion for Bigfoot? No. Roll and fight without any information? No. Combining Robots Season 2. Build a 5-robot team. Dice and fighting? No. Spot It Star Wars. Okay, Spot It is a very cool, simple game for kids, but adults can play it. If you're interested in mathematics, similar to the Turing Machine game, there are some good videos on YouTube about how to construct cards where there's one overlap. The Turing game looks like it has another different kind of mathematics going on to make sure that there's always one square removed. But if you're curious about mathematical puzzles and stuff, you might search YouTube for Spot It. And that's it, guys. We did it. 6 hours, 44 minutes. I don't know that that was useful for anyone, including me, but we said we were going to do it and we did it. Nothing actually in the entirety of the Gencon game list. I would say these might be the least interesting set of games at a Gencon that I can remember. Just nothing that really stands out as being really compelling to me, but there are always games that aren't on this list. Is there anything else anyone wants to talk about before we end this stream? As I said at the beginning, we will be playing the play-by-mail session either Monday or Tuesday. Definitely the Sherlock Holmes one, and if the LA one comes, we'll play that. That'll only be an hour-long session or so. If you're interested in joining us for a mystery game playthrough, you can watch the previous episodes. It's a very fun experience where Each session, we open up the reply that we've gotten in the mail, and we pick the 3 new places to go. And I think it's heating up. It's getting a little more interesting. If anyone's going to be at Gen Con, I'll be there. I'm happy to meet and shake hands. Anything else anyone wants to talk about before we sign off? Dawn says, any game starting with the word dice, I'm not going there. Rebecca says, quit being a negative Nancy. Lots of those look fun. It's going to be another great chat. Well, look, it's always fun to be at Gen Con with friends. The games are not the thing for me anymore. Dawn says, are you going to be updating the channel when you are there? Okay, well, all professional, proper, experienced YouTubers schedule videos to release while they're away on vacation, which is my way of saying there will be no videos scheduled while I'm on vacation at Gen Con. The channel will just be empty. And maybe when I get back from Gen Con, maybe I'll do a video showing if I got any interesting games, new games, or report on any games I've played, depending on whether I see anything new. Last time we went to Gen Con, we picked up Suspects and Old Tree, which I hadn't heard anything about, and did videos on those, so you never know. It's sort of sad that there are no serious mystery detective games at Gen Con this year. None. That's a real shame. But maybe there will be some that just didn't get advertised. Any final tips from anyone on Gen Con? Stay at a connected hotel. Find friends to bunk with. At least 4 or 5 in a room. That way you can increase your chances of getting a connected room as well. It's absolutely worth saving up and going to at least once, just for the fun of being in the environment. Don says, not too many co-op games at all. Yeah, I would agree with that. There aren't that many co-op games. There are a lot more solo games this year. At least not that many compelling cooperative games that I saw. But again, remember, we had to go through these games so quickly to make such snap judgments that lots of the games we rejected could be good. All right, let's end it there. I'll see you all tomorrow or the day after for the play-by-mail session. If any of you go to Gen Con and see me, please do say hello. And with that, we'll end the stream, and I'll see you next time.